Chapter 1, The Monkey is Numb. Good mountain. Green pines and cypresses, beautiful peaks and strange rocks, have the beauty of clouds and mountain springs, apes leap and eagles sing, green bamboos and dense forests, without the disturbance of the world of mortals. What a good place. Fong Chang walked halfway up the mountain, looked at this beautiful place not far away, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help admiring. Standing at this position, you can see a spacious flat hill not far away, lying quietly among the continuous peaks surrounded by clouds and mist. There is a small open space on one side of Pingang. Except for the open space, there are dense forests. Behind it is the ridge line of the mountain peak, which goes deep into the clouds, and in front of it is a long and bottomless cliff, separated from Fong Chang by a deep valley of tens of feet. There is no danger of flooding. The stream originates from the mountain spring on the slant above, gathers the mountain trickle, flows from the side of this place to the deep valley, and the sound is clear. The dense vegetation and woods are distributed far and near, and it seems that there are small animals indistinctly. What a clean, comfortable and blessed place. Fong Chang looked around, a flash of inspiration flashed in his heart, knowing that the opportunity was approaching, he couldn't help secretly happy. This place is destined for me. Next, you need to find a way to go there and observe the surroundings. Fong Chang feels that it will take some effort. Tightened his luggage on his back, he stepped lightly on the protruding stones and the branches that he could borrow, and deftly approached the gentle open space from the mountains. Halfway through the journey, Fong Chang stood still on a slightly larger footing stone, identified the direction, and found that the sun had passed the highest point. From the current position to your destination, you still need to go around the peak. This distance is quite long, and the mountain is quite steep. Looking at the top, the clusters of vines are winding and layered, and occasionally a few hang down, like long ropes trying to reach the ground. He had an idea, found a thick rattan, compared the length and position, stretched out his hand to test whether it was strong, then put his hands together, and kicked hard. Ho! Fong Chang opened his mouth and swung lightly to the opposite side of the mountain. Feeling that the soles of his feet were solid, he immediately let go of the rattan in his hand and grabbed the nearby bushes. A few small stones that were stepped on rolled down the hillside, and some small animals below were frightened and jumped around. Putting on the rough clothes on his body, Fong Chang climbed up tens of feet, and when he turned over, he was already standing on the ground. The sun shines through the branches of the tree in spots and sprinkles on him, making him look even more heroic. He is wearing a square scarf, like a scholar's dress, but Fong Chang moves nimbly, without fireworks, as if he is a link between the mountains, rivers, heaven and earth. Through the woods, it is the open space I saw earlier. The soil here is fairly thick, but there are also rocky beaches outcropping. Finding a small piece of clean space with few weeds, Fong Chang unloaded his luggage and prepared to settle down here. Fong Chang's luggage included a few changes of clothes, a set of old bedding, a few needles and threads, a pack of coarse salt, half a piece of leftover dry food, and 2 books. Other than that, there was nothing else. He looks around. The beautiful mountain peaks with light clouds and mist, varying in height, far or near, faintly surround this flat hillock. Surrounded by the mountains, there are monkeys jumping around, chasing and playing on the tall trees that are continuously distributed. Fong Chang identified the direction again. The place where he was standing was a huge gentle slope. To the north was a high mountain rising into the clouds, and at the end of the south, the terrain gradually rose and stretched towards the cliff. The east and west directions have a wide view, and there must be the beauty of the sun. The scenery in the morning tomorrow is worth looking forward to. The wind blows from the mountains, bringing freshness and coolness, blowing comfortably on the face. The next step is to start the fire. The mist and dew in the mountains made Fong Long's hair, clothes and shoes feel damp. Although Fong Chang was no longer afraid of heat and cold, he still felt uncomfortable after all. There are forests all around. Collecting firewood is very simple, as long as you look for dead branches and leaves, they are everywhere. But a considerable part was not dry enough. Fortunately, Fong Chong found a few pieces of dry grass from under a big rock in the sun, which made him quite happy. The mountain stream was dozens of steps away. Fong Chong walked over to drink some water, then walked back to the firewood pile, and picked a large piece of juniper wood and a straight and hard branch. The process of making the fire was lackluster. He just maintained the pressure from top to bottom and quickly rubbed the branches. It took nearly half an hour before he saw sparks. Put the spark lightly on the dry grass, blow carefully, and the flame will start to rise. Put in the thinner branches first, and then put in the thicker branches after the fire is a little stronger. Then pick out some damp firewood and stack them neatly aside, so that they can be dried by the heat of the flame. Fong Chong first dried his coat, untied his hair to dry, and tied it up again. Then he took out the last half of dry food from his luggage and skewered it on a tree branch to roast. This is the only remaining and most suitable cooking method under the existing conditions. The fragrance quickly spread. On the tree not far away, monkeys are jumping around. There is a little monkey with white hair, which behaves very differently. It squatted on the tree and observed the whole process quietly. Regarding the strange behavior of this strange human being, this spirit monkey squatting on the tree has a simple thought in his heart. Shall I throw a rock at him? Finally, the white-haired monkey relied on the wisdom it had acquired, held back the idea, and stopped its own kind. The little monkey who has already opened up his intelligence has already known to seek good luck and avoid bad luck. Fong Chong happily finished eating the delicious roasted dry food, added some more firewood to the fire, got up and walked to the woods. He wanted to build a shelter before dark, otherwise he would be able to bear the dew at night, but the luggage he brought would not be able to bear it. Only 3 long logs are needed to build a triangular shack, which is the simplest shelter. Finding a few suitable snags wasn't too difficult in the surrounding dense woods. Dragging the wood and throwing it to the fire, adding more firewood to prevent the fire from going out, Fong Chong walked to the stream again, bent down to pick. The creek is full of stones of all kinds. Fong Chong chose a thin and sharp one as a stone knife, cut some vines at the position where it swung, and then went to find a clean broad-leaved tree, and cut some with the stone knife. Long branches and leaves come down. He moved the fire to a different position, tied a few branches and leaves together as a broom, and swept the ground clean. The ground baked by the campfire is dry, except for a little bit hot for a while. 3 long logs remove excess branches, 2 short and 1 long are stuck together to form a strong shack frame. Immediately afterwards, Fong Chong tied some slender branches on both sides with thin rattan cut down, and then spread broadleaf tree branches and leaves to build a qualified temporary shelter. The sun has already set in the west. Fong Chong spread some hay in the shack, opened the luggage, took out the bedding, and then threw the rest of the things into the shack. He took a few steps back, admiring his work. There is a green triangular shack on the open space, with sundries piled inside, a raging bonfire facing the exit of the shack, and there are several firewood piles beside it. This scene is very wandering. This is a good start, which is quite satisfactory. The sky was getting dark gradually. Fong Chong got into the shack, and there were crickets chirping in the surrounding grass. Since crossing, today is the first time I feel so relaxed and so close to this world. The white-haired monkey not far away was still observing, the more frightened it became. It has been observed that the body is a little numb. Chapter 2, Settle down the stomach first, then. In the eyes of the white-haired monkey, Fong Chang's every move is integrated with this world. Even when Fong Chang is cutting branches, nothing has changed. After realizing this, the vellus hair on the monkey's body gradually exploded and became more fluffy. Squatting on the tree and observing without moving for a long time, the monkey was numb and stiff, making it even more immobile. It wasn't until another monkey noticed the unusual shape of the leader and came over to touch it, that it fell to the ground with a bang, and slowly got rid of the previous predicament. Not knowing what the monkey saw, Fong Chang took out a few small pears from his pocket and ate them for dinner. He found this when he was looking for the main beam of the shack just now, took it off and put it in his pocket. Yamanashi is small in size, with a mild sweetness and a little sourness. Fortunately, it has no astringency, and it is full of fragrance after eating. Throwing the cord down the hillside, Fong Chong took out 2 books from the package and opened them by the light of the fire. Although they have been flipped through for a long time, they are as clean as new. The cover of one is, The Way of Practice, and the cover of the other is, The Method of Practice. Both the 2 books have clear handwriting, full of aura, and have a bit of majesty lingering on them. Along the way, with these 2 books, poisonous insects, snakes and ants dare not get close. As a good young man in the 21st century, Fong Chong came across these 2 books by chance not long after he traveled. He knew that this was for his own benefit, and the content inside was really exquisite, but after embarking on the road of practice, Fong Chang's progress was not as expected. After a period of deliberation, considering his original body, his background has not yet been found out and he has no relatives, and there is no bond, Fong Chong made a decisive decision to sell the materials in the sale, bid farewell to the neighbors, and traveled far into the mountains. Much to Fong Chang's surprise, the speed of his practice has increased a little along the way. In his heart, which became clear from his practice, he also vaguely knew that the opportunity was in this trip. When he came to this Yunzhong Mountain, Fong Chong happened to spend all the money he got from selling his assets, which was God's will. Looking at the Taoist scriptures by the light of the fire, Fong Chong raised his head and looked outside. The mist in the mountains was like veil, making the stars and moonlight a little hazy. Seeing that it was getting cooler, Chong Fong added a few more pieces of firewood to the bonfire and prepared to fall asleep. In the past 2 years, he has been sleeping according to the requirements in the cultivation law. Before going to sleep, one must have a clear mind without any thought. Then lie on one side with one's body pressed against the roof of the mouth, the teeth not clenched, the breath flowing, the soul not wandering inside, and the mind not wandering outside. By the time Fong Chong opened his eyes, Dong Fong had turned pale. Get up and get dressed, refreshed. The terrain on the south side of the clearing gradually rose, extending towards the cliff. Fong Chong walked up to the edge of the bottomless cliff, looked down, and found a flat boulder. The terrain here is high and the line of sight is good, so you can easily face the rising sun. Sit down cross-legged, Fong Chong poses with 5 hearts facing the sky, according to the cultivation method, absorb the trace of the true fire of the sun when the sun rises. The real fire of the sun enters the heart, and the fire of the heart causes the spleen and soil to flourish, and the spleen and soil flourish to give birth to the lungs and metals, and the lungs and metals are strengthened to produce strong kidney water, which nourishes the liver and wood, and the liver wood is full of fire, and the 5 elements reciprocate endlessly, in order to swallow the spiritual energy, and the cultivation base will become stronger and stronger in the spiritual cycle. The golden light of the rising sun shone on Fong Chong. His breathing became longer and longer. When he inhaled, he stirred up the wind around his body. When he exhaled, he sprayed out a long white mist from his nostrils, which lasted for a long time. The concentration of aura around him also changed subtly as he practiced. It took a long time before he got up and got up. This method only needs a small amount of time to practice every day, and the rest is mainly based on the cultivation Tao, to temper his state of mind, and to be in harmony with the heaven and the earth. On the tree in the distance, the monkey who was eating breakfast was stunned for a while after seeing this scene, and the fruit in his hand fell without knowing it. Discovering Fong Chong, a special human being, made the monkey sleepless all night, so it made a special exception to get up early, unexpectedly bumped into this scene, and confirmed that the other party was indeed a practitioner. The white-haired monkey came back to his senses, seemed excited, wanted to scratch his head but held back, then retreated furtively, and hid in a taller tree farther away to continue observing. Fong Chong didn't pay attention to the monkey in the distance, he was going to find something to eat. Fong Chong can practice the method of eating wind and drinking dew, at any time, but after understanding it, he feels that it sounds high-end, but it is actually quite miserable. That is the real, drinking the northwest wind, which belongs to the technique of being poor to a certain level. In Fong Chang's view, it is better to eat as much as you want, and it is more in line with the foundation of the way you practice. Means, Tao follows nature. There are often berries in the shrubs. Fong Chang collected some and wrapped them in a handkerchief. He didn't go to find the sorbus trees for yesterday's dinner, because there are abundant products in the mountains, and food can be found everywhere. When picking berries, he also found that there are a lot of mushrooms in the forest in the early morning, but it takes energy to identify the toxicity, so he doesn't think about it for the time being, otherwise he will feel uncomfortable after eating. Then he caught some bunches of grasshoppers. This is a technical job. Arch your palms, approach carefully, and pounce from above obliquely, so as to catch the grasshopper that is about to jump. After the foxtail is strung, it can be carried back conveniently. The bonfire that was born yesterday has been extinguished. Kicked the embers, although they were still warm, there was no spark inside. Fong Chang put down the grasshopper bunches and berries, and took out the sticks and blocks from the bed that he used to drill wood for fire yesterday. He deliberately put the two in to sleep together yesterday to prevent being affected by the morning moisture. He took some hay from under the bedding, and then found a stone with pits in the stream. Fong Chang was going to try the bao method of making fire. This method is more technical, and the difficulty of making fire is much lower than that of rubbing and drilling wood by hand. To make a fire bao, you only need to take a piece of hemp rope and tie it to both ends of a curved branch of appropriate length. The hemp rope is taken from Fong Chang's luggage. This is only for temporary use. The hemp rope is too durable. When I have time later, I still need to get bark, rattan, etc. to weave the rope by myself. Wrap the fire bao around a hard wooden stick, press it firmly against the juniper block with a pitted stone, pull it quickly like a drill used by a carpenter in the village, and soon sparks will appear. Carefully pick up the spark, tear it up before pouring it to the side, and make it into the kindling hay that looks like a small bird's nest, blow it twice, and the flame will ignite. The surface of the pyre that was dried yesterday was already a little wet, but fortunately the middle part was still dry, and soon the bonfire was rekindled in front of the shack. Grasshoppers are roasted and fragrant, with berries. This breakfast is delicious. But next, consider finding a more suitable and stable food source. Throwing the remaining residue into the fire, Fong Chang got up and moved a bit. According to the teaching in the book, he jumped on the open space and practiced the method of guiding. Tiger pounce, bear flip, ape climb, bird stand, deer goo, or mighty, or calm, or dexterous, or light, or comfortable. Between the actions, it is obvious that the charm has been obtained. Combined with the formula, after a trip down, I feel lighter and healthier. Fong Chang looked after the bonfire and re-entered the nearby woods. It is necessary to accumulate more firewood. You can put some under the bedding to prevent rain, and collect some hay. The weather is nice today. Chapter 3, If You Want to Live From Now On. Collected a large amount of firewood, tied it with rattan and came back, and Fong Chang built several piles of firewood by the campfire. The firewood pile is half a person high, and thicker wood is used below to prevent the moisture from the ground from rising. Next, he used dry firewood to pad the shack with a thick layer as a fuel reserve, and then found hay suitable for igniting the fire to cover it, and relaid his old bedding. This seems to have the posture of cremating myself. Fong Chang took 2 steps back to look at it, and secretly complained very ominously. Cleaned up the messy ground next to the campfire, and swept the broken branches and leaves left behind when untying the into the campfire. Fong Chang added some more firewood to the fire, and then returned to the creek. He stood on tiptoe, stepped on the stones protruding from the water in the creek, and searched back and forth. After searching for a while, Fong Chang finally found a piece of bluestone, turned it over and looked. The shape was very suitable. Sit down by the stream, find a relatively flat big stone as a stone, reach out to pick up the water from the stream next to it, and grind the bluestone finely on it. Take 2 handfuls of water, grind it, take 2 handfuls of water, grind it. Soon, the shape of the stone was trimmed to look more like an axe, with a round blunt blade. Well, the stone axe. Grinding stone tools is almost the final stage of stone tool development, representing a more controllable shape, finer processing, and higher labor productivity. Fong Chang jumped to the Neolithic age. To make an axe, you need to find a suitable handle. He returned to the woods with the handleless stone axe, found a suitable thick branch, took a deep breath, and cut at its root with the stone axe. When. The sound echoed in the mountains, startling birds flying not far away. The white-haired monkey on the tall tree in the distance seemed to have forgotten the stiffness and numbness of yesterday, and continued to observe secretly. Cutting off a suitable piece of wood, Fong Chang carefully split the front half of it into a gap, sandwiched the stone in the middle, and tied it up and down tightly with rattan. Try to hold the formed stone axe, and after swinging it twice, it fits well. If you want to get rich, you must first pluck trees. With tools, everything will be much easier. The enthusiastic Fong Chang was not in a hurry to try it. He went back to the shack first, chose a location, cleared out a 9-foot square open space, and cleaned it twice with a branch broom. You can build a hut here. After all, the existing huts are too small to accommodate one person, and cannot shelter the bonfire from the rain. For the next 2 days, Fong Chang kept cutting down trees. During this time, he ate wild fruits for 3 meals and drank the clear and sweet water from the stream. The rattan growing next to it is also very flexible, so he took some and weaved a small basket. Weave a long vine into a 5-branched shape, wrap it in a circle with thin vines, fold it up when the size is appropriate, then coil the sides of the basket, and install 2 straps made of rattan. Tried the basket on the back, and it was still light and strong. Because it was fresh enough, the basket was still green. Fong Chang stood up from the tree trunk. Below him and beside him were several straight trunks without branches and leaves. They had been cut to a suitable size. They were the fruits of his 2 days of labor. Weave baskets on it. He walked towards the woods with a basket on his back. He planned to collect more food every time he made this trip, so as not to always run to forage while working. A rabbit jumped out from the grass, panicked and tried to escape. Fong Chang has quick eyes and hands, stepped forward and pressed down. Don't go, you're my lunch. Grab the ear and lift it up, the rabbit's hind legs are still kicking and struggling. I brought a bag of coarse salt when I went up the mountain. With this simplest seasoning, the rabbit can be delicious when roasted. Hey, it's a female rabbit. Looking at it, it turned out to be a pregnant female rabbit with a big belly, which made it difficult for her to move, so she was easily caught by Fong Chang. Fong Chang touched the belly of the white rabbit in his hand, took 2 steps towards the woods, put it on the ground, and patted it lightly. Let's go. The rabbit quickly slipped away. Standing up, Fong Chang looked at a fruit tree not far away. I can pick more this time. On the tree in the distance, the white-haired monkey who saw this scene lowered his head and thought for a while. Then it seemed to make up its mind secretly, moved its body before becoming rigid, quickly left the tree, and ran towards the dense forest behind. Fong Chang, who had returned with a full load, was about to return to his shack when he was stopped. The gray-haired monkey on the opposite side stood in front of Fong Chang with his head down, his paws raised above his head, holding a few big leaves. There are several fruits on the leaves, which are fresh and tender, and there are 2 pieces of raw jade, and 2 elixir plants that are obviously just picked. Fong Chang asked politely, may I ask why? The white-haired monkey looked up at Fong Chang, his eyes full of hope. Then it lowered its head again, took a step forward, and raised the object in its hand higher, as if it wanted to give it away. Understanding what the monkey meant, Fong Chang said, since Brother Monkey is polite, I will no longer be polite. But you will not be rewarded for your merits. Do you want anything from me? Then he stepped forward and temporarily took the leaf in the monkey's paw. He wanted to see what the little monkey was going to do. Seeing Fong Chang accepting it, the monkey was overjoyed. The little white-haired monkey took 2 steps back and bowed 3 times to Fong Chang. It seems that if you really want something from me, Brother Monkey can say it bluntly. If it is suitable, I will help you. Fong Chong said. Squeaking a few times, the monkey scratched its ears and cheeks anxiously. Fong Chong paused for a moment, and realized his mistake. The monkey in front of him obviously couldn't speak human words, so he cupped his hands and asked, I don't know monkey language, so I wonder if brother monkey can understand human language. Monkey nods. Fong Chong said with a smile, that's good, I'll ask, if what you think is right, please nod. Monkey nodded sharply. After thinking for a while, Fong Chong first asked, are there any powerful enemies around, and I need to deal with them? Hearing this question, the monkey shook its head vigorously like a rattle, and even scratched its ears anxiously. Does this matter require me to accompany you? Whether. After asking several questions in a row, the monkey shook his head. The monkey in front of him became even more anxious. He bowed 3 more times, patted himself, pointed to his mouth, and then began to gesture. Taking a closer look, he saw a little evil spirit lingering on the monkey, and Fong Chong had a flash of inspiration. Brother Guanho is already enlightened, is there any problem in cultivation, do you need some advice from me? Nodding repeatedly, jumping up and down, and doing somersaults, Fong Chong knew he had asked the right question. Looking at the clear demonic aura on the monkey, I know that this monkey has lived in the mountains for a long time, living on fruit trees and insects, and has never done evil. Fong Chong is not hesitating to give advice. So after some consideration, he opened his mouth and said. The demons gather inspirations, transform auras, give birth to auras, take the aura of the weather to shape the body, and conceive the universe in the body according to the principles of the sun and the moon, in order to seek Taoism. This is also similar to human practice. However, most people in the world think that demon cultivators put the demon body first, so they are very envious of the human body. This is quite wrong. It should be noted that practice is always about cultivating the mind. Doing after knowing, asking the heart is not limited to races. My view is that Brother Ho's body and mind are still clear, and he can temper his mind while cultivating his body and demon body. You must know that if you want to get a human body, you must first get a human heart. So, the refining of Henggu should be in the near future. I wish Brother Monkey to make further progress as soon as possible. Getting the instructions, the monkey jumped and spun a few times, then thought of what Fong Chong said, suppressed his joy, bowed a few times, and exited the road ahead of Fong Chong. Chapter 4, Immortal Habitat on the Cliff. Fong Chong didn't care, smiled, and lifted the basket behind his back. Wrap the gifts from the monkey with one hand, pick up one with the other hand, wipe it and eat it. Click. Refreshing, sweet and delicious. The fruit sent by the little white-haired monkey is good. As expected of being an expert at eating fruit for many years, the fruits picked by the monkey are much better than those in the basket behind him. Of course, it may also be because the fruits brought by the monkey belong to the gift class. Fong Chong smiled and continued walking while eating. Walking out of the woods, he returned to his hut, took out the fruit in the basket on his back and put it away, and threw the 2 pieces of rough jade given by the monkey into the hut. As for the elixir, there is really no place to put it, so I simply put it in my pocket. If it is crushed, it can only be said that it has no destiny for me. The finished pips were thrown down the hillside. He never threw the pips into the campfire. The house is different from the nearby shack. The shack has 3 long logs interlocked with each other, naturally forming a strong triangular structure, which can be stably supported on the ground. But to build a house, you need to fix the pillars, which requires digging holes in the cleared land. First use a stone axe to dig out the ground, then use stone flakes to dig out floating soil and small stones with your hands, and dig out a straight hole almost arms deep. Fortunately, no big rocks were encountered during this process. Fong Chong beat the hole with a short piece of wood, and then put the tree trunks trimmed before into the hole one by one, filling the surrounding soil tightly. Shaking, very strong. It didn't take much time to build the 4 columns. Similarly, the beams are relatively simple. You only need to put 4 beams of appropriate thickness in a circle on the fork specially set aside on the columns, and tie them tightly with rattan. In this way, Fong Chang obtained a solid frame standing on the ground. The most troublesome thing is the roof. There are many configurations for the roof to choose from. Considering that there will be a lot of rain here, Fong Chang plans to go farther tomorrow to obtain materials from the bamboo forest a little further away. All afternoon, he was busy with another thing, raising the floor in the house. Take pebbles from a nearby stream, carry them back in a basket, and form a circle along the place where the wall should be built, about 2 fists high. Then dig soil and put it in baskets, transport it to dump it and step on it, so that the ground in the house is higher than the outside of the house. This can be waterproof to a certain extent, and Fong Chang doesn't want water to flood into the house when it rains. The little monkey came back at some point. After what happened yesterday, it became much more courageous. It squatted on a nearby tree and watched, wondering what it was thinking. Fong Chang didn't take it seriously. He said hello, and then continued to work. After the sun jumped out of the ground, Fong Chang got up from the big rock on the edge of the cliff and moved around. Since he came to the mountains, his practice has progressed by leaps and bounds, and his height has increased rapidly. After a few days, Fong Chang felt that his cultivation had improved quite a bit. But this is not an environmental problem, but a mental problem. The former Fong Chang could not be in the midst of the world of mortals, but not disturbed by the world, so he could only choose a small hermit to hide in the wild, sold his property and came to this cloud mountain to find a clean place potential training. The bonfire at the door was moved to the unfinished house by Fong Chang, and used to dry the ground. After the roof was covered, it was no longer suitable for doing so, and there was a risk of burning the house. Yesterday, he also picked 2 large flat stones from the stream and moved them to use as a table and bench. If he hadn't practiced well, he would definitely not be able to move such 2 large stones. The advantage of using a solid boulder as a table is that it can be placed in the open air without fear of wind and rain. After finishing breakfast, another set of guiding methods was performed. Fong Chang put the stone axe in the basket and walked down the mountain on his back. I remember that before coming here on the first day, he saw a green bamboo forest in that direction. The bamboo was growing well and could be cut down for use. The monkey on the tree next to him, who routinely observed Fong Chang's actions, saw him leave, and also jumped forward from the trees, not far away to keep up. The scenery along the way is very beautiful, but the vegetation is dense. However, Fong Chang couldn't be stopped. He was nimble and agile, walking on the ground like walking on the ground in this difficult-to-pass mountain. Woof! Whoa! Turning around a few boulders and approaching the bamboo forest, Fong Chang saw a yellow dog barking at him vigorously. His fur was shaved and he was wearing a cloth collar. It was obviously a domestic dog. Fong Chang was puzzled. This place is far away from the village at the foot of the mountain. Could it be that he got lost? Woof! Wong! Wong! The yellow dog seemed a little anxious, turned around twice in place, ran a few steps in the opposite direction, turned his head and barked twice, and ran 2 more steps. Are you asking me to follow? Fong Chang secretly thought after understanding. After a closer look, this yellow dog is only quite human, not enlightened. Yellow dog trotted and ran towards the mountain in the other direction. Fong Chang quickly followed. The yellow dog ran faster and faster, but fortunately, its legs were not as strong as Fong Long, so it could easily follow behind. Arriving at the foot of a steep hill, the yellow dog rushed out, barking softly around a person on the ground. People. Going forward, I saw a young man dressed as a villager throwing himself on the ground, with an iron axe, rope and a few pieces of firewood scattered beside him. He should be a woodcutter. Fong Chang stepped forward and gently turned the person to his side, probed, and still breathed. Looked up at the traces. This person should have slipped down the hillside and fell here. I don't know where he hit while sliding down, and passed out on the ground. Fong Chang took a closer look and saw that the person on the ground was alive and stable, knowing that he was fine, he stretched out his finger and pinched his Yunzhong acupoint hard. Ouch! The person on the ground opened his mouth and woke up slowly. Fong Chang asked, "Don't talk or move around, just feel it quietly, if there is any discomfort." The man on the ground shook his head and hissed softly. He felt uncomfortable all over his body. Seeing the woodcutter lying in pain, Fong Chang took out 2 elixirs from his pocket. It was a gift from the monkey, but because it was in his pocket, it was deformed. He identified it, took one of them, thought for a while and pinched off half of it, and said, "Open your mouth." The woodcutter obeyed. Fong Chang squeezed out the juice of the elixir, dripped it into the opponent's mouth, and waited for a while, waiting for the effect of the medicine to take effect. Soon, the woodcutter sat up from the ground, opened his mouth and said, "Thank you for this, strong man, thank you for saving me." Fong Chang heard the words and shook his head. "You don't need to thank me, you should thank your yellow dog, it was the one who went down the mountain to ask for help, and met me on the way. Why are you lying here?" Of course it slid down. The young woodcutter glanced at his pet dog and said as a matter of course. It seems that he is a talkative person, and he continued to talk on his own without waiting for Fong Chang to respond. "I'm from Linxi village down below. I often go up the mountain to cut firewood to sell in the town, but this time it's not because of firewood. A good friend of mine was seriously ill. Everyone in the village pooled money together to find a doctor in the town and prescribed a prescription, but we couldn't buy the medicine. Fortunately, the doctor is experienced. He told me the shape and growth place of the medicinal herbs, and told me that there are them in Yunzhong Mountain. So in the past few days, every day I will go up the mountain to look for the medicines on the prescription, and cut some firewood along the way. It turned out that there was just one plant in the crevice of the rock on that slope. I climbed over it, and stepped on it as soon as I caught it, and it ended up like this." The woodcutter gestured. "I fell down." Fong Chang nodded to show he knew. The woodcutter then asked Fong Chang gratefully, "Strong man, where are you from? I have been talking for a long time, but I haven't had time to ask your name. I will come to thank you when I go back." "My name is Fong Chang," Fong Chang replied when he heard the woodcutter's words, and then he pointed to the flat hill where he was staying. From here, it was on the cliff, surrounded by clouds and mist. "I live on that. That's Xianqi Cliff. No one has ever dared to go up." The woodcutter blurted out. Chapter 5, The Sea of Bamboo is flooded with waves, the spirit monkey offers herbal medicine. Speaking of this, the woodcutter was surprised. He quickly raised his head and fixed his eyes on the person who saved him. Although the other person's clothes were made of rough linen, he was quite tall, handsome, with extraordinary temperament, unlike ordinary people. The woodcutter had a sudden shock in his heart. Could it be that he met a fairy? Hearing the woodcutter's exclamation, Fong Chang said, "So it's called Xianqi Cliff? Good name. Why has no one dared to go up there?" The woodcutter hurriedly explained, "According to legend, there are immortals living on the cliff, so no one dares to go up the cliff, for fear of disturbing the immortals above and causing disaster." Hearing the words, Fong Chang nodded, but he was sure that he was the only one living on Xianqi Cliff, at least for now. The woodcutter on the ground took a deep breath, and asked cautiously, "Are you, a fairy?" Fong Chang smiled and responded, "It's just a practitioner." Seeing that the woodcutter dared not speak immediately, he said with a smile, "If you feel all right, get up quickly, the ground is cold." The woodcutter was a little submissive. "Okay, Master Fong." Didn't refuse, it was regarded as acquiescing to the title. Fong Chang stretched out his hand to help the woodcutter up from the ground, and then he asked, "What's your name?" The woodcutter saluted respectfully and said, "The young one is called Lin Hai. It was started by someone who is literate and learned in the village. Yunzhong is located inland, thousands of miles away from the sea. Although the woodcutter is named Lin Hai, neither he nor his parents, grandparents, or the person who named him has ever seen what the sea looks like." Seeing that Lin Hai was fine, Fong Chang lifted the basket behind his back, took his leave and prepared to leave. My new house has not been roofed yet. The woodcutter behind him gritted his teeth, stepped forward and bowed, and called Fong Chang, Fong Xianchang, I want to ask you something. Oh. Fong Chang's heart moved, he roughly knew what the other party wanted, and turned to look at the woodcutter Lin Hai. The villain's friend is still seriously ill, but there is a shortage of medicines in the remote countryside, and they are in danger. I don't know if Fong Xianchang has seen those medicines. The little one is willing to be a cow and a horse, and let him be driven. After finishing speaking, he bowed again. Do you still remember the name, appearance and growth place of those medicines? Of course, I don't dare to forget. I just found a plant of Ophiopogon japonicus on the slope, and now I still need 4 herbs. Then Lin Hai mentioned the appearance, common locations, and names of the missing herbs one by one, for fear that they would not be detailed enough. After listening, Fong Chang looked at the woodcutter Lin Hai's puzzled eyes and said to the nearby tree, Brother Monkey, can you do me a favor? Lin Hai was surprised to see a little monkey with white fluff coming out of the dense tree canopy next to it. He nodded at the two of them, then quickly turned around and ran to the top of the mountain to disappear. Can actually drive the monkey demon. This completely confirmed Lin Hai's perception that the Fong immortal opposite him was a true immortal. So he was even more respectful to Fong Chang, and directly asked if there was anything that needed to be encouraged. Fong Chang shook his head, and said to the woodcutter, No, if you want to repay, come and do me a favor, and we'll settle the matter. He lifted the basket behind his back and walked towards the bamboo forest. The woodcutter Lin Hai hurriedly picked up firewood and an axe from the ground, tied them up with ropes, and followed quickly. While following Fong Chang forward, Lin Hai felt rather uneasy. I don't know where the immortal Fong who just rescued him will take him. Fortunately, it was down the mountain, which made him calm down a bit. He peeked at Fong Chang, and saw that the other party was walking on the rugged mountain like walking on flat ground, and was more flexible than himself, a person who lived in the mountains all year round. Here. Fong Chang took out the stone axe from the basket on his back, and said to the woodcutter following behind. The bamboo forest is lush and green, overlapping, thick or thin bamboo is straight, and the bamboo branches and leaves above are thickly interspersed. The mountain wind blows through, like a green sea with undulating waves. Help me chop bamboo, he said to Lin Hai. Then Fong Chang stepped forward holding a stone axe, picked a thick long bamboo, and chopped obliquely at its root. Seeing that this Fong immortal actually used a stone axe, Lin Hai was inexplicably surprised. The figure paused, and the woodcutter walked up, holding his iron axe in both hands. The other party said, Immortal Chief, do you use this? It has been with me for many years, and it is very useful. I polished it before I set off. No, just chop it up. Lin Hai didn't dare to say much, so he stepped back and chose a big vertical bamboo to chop. Suddenly, the terrible sound of an axe being chopped on the bamboo sounded in this bamboo forest, which made a bamboo spirit in the depths of the bamboo forest tremble. It worked hard to lower itself and reduce its sense of existence in this bamboo forest, for fear of being picked and cut off by 2 people in the distance. It's terrible, it's terrible. The bamboo spirit curled up, its body taller than usual bamboo became curved. For Fong Chang, picking bamboo is much faster and more convenient than cutting trees. Instead of asking Lin Hai to trim the bamboo branches, he just led the woodcutter to chop down dozens of big bamboos and pile them together. Chirp, chirp. Fong Chang turned his head and saw that the white-haired monkey had come back. He said to the woodcutter next to him, Stop, Brother Lin. Hearing this, Lin Hai immediately retracted the axe and stood aside. The monkey kept its tail in balance during the rapid movement, and jumped from a distance with 3 paws, and the remaining paw was holding Zhang Kuoi. Seeing the monkey running in front of him, Fong Chang cupped his hands. Thank you, Brother Monkey, I wonder if there will be any gains. Under the expectant eyes of the woodcutter, the monkey opened the leaf in his hand, and there were a dozen or so herbs inside. After simply judging the type, Lin Hai was overjoyed. He was so excited that he wanted to kneel on the ground, and saluted Fong Chang and the monkey. "Thank you Fong Chang, thank you Monkey Fairy." Before his knees could touch the ground, he was forced to stand up. "There is no need to be too polite, since the herbs are suitable, take these back to treat your friends." Lin Hai stepped forward respectfully, took the herb from the monkey, and carefully put it into the cloth bag in his arms. In the cloth bag was the Ophiopogon japonicus he picked from the steep slope. After wrapping the cloth, Lin Hai was also in a hurry to go back, so he raised his forehead with both hands, and bowed deeply to Fong Chang. "Thank you Fong Xianchang for donating the medicine. The villain hopes to present this axe for your convenience." After finishing speaking, the woodcutter took the iron axe in his hands with both hands. Fong Chang waved his hand again, said with a smile, "No need to do this, this is my practice, you have paid back just now, you don't owe me anything." Woodcutter Lin Hai admired him even more. "The style is noble, this is the real fairy demeanor, far from the kind in the bedtime stories when I was a child. And the kindness of giving medicine just now can be offset by simply cutting a dozen bamboos." It must be that Fong Xianchang took care of his mortal feelings and did not want to let himself bear the burden. Although Xianchang Fong said so, he must not forget this kind of kindness. "When my parents were alive, they kept teaching me that kindness should be repaid, and now immortal Fong has saved himself and his friends at the same time. If there is a chance, he will go through fire and water for immortal Fong." Woodcutter Lin Hai's rich mental activities are not shown on his face. He bid farewell to Fong Chang, took his human yellow dog, and hurried down the mountain. Chapter 6, Frightened Bamboo Spirit. Seeing the woodcutter disappear from the foot of the mountain, Fong Chang smiled and stopped chopping bamboo. In the bamboo forest, there is a delicacy called bamboo shoots. It is the young shoots of bamboo when it first grows. The bamboo shoots are available all year round. The most delicious seasons are spring and winter. It is not this time. Even so, it is still a delicacy and easy to obtain. Fong Chang had already spotted them just now, but because the woodcutter was at the side, he needed to finish cutting the bamboo first. Due to the crude tools, picking is still a bit difficult. Fortunately, at this time, you only need to find the tips of the bamboo shoots that have emerged from the ground. Picking the bamboo shoots carefully so as not to damage the underground rhizomes and scales of the bamboo, Fong Chang filled a small half of the basket before stopping. After going back, in the bonfire, roast the bamboo shoots with their skins on and eat them. It should be good. In the process of looking for bamboo shoots, Fong Chang also found some traces, which belonged to another delicacy, a kind of rodent bamboo rat. Looking around carefully, on the sunny hillside where the bamboo forest is located, there are quite a few caves under the grass, which is quite in line with the living habits of bamboo rats. This hillside will be a better source of food in the future. Although the bamboo rat is very agile, it is not a problem for Fong Chang. After practicing, his skills are getting better and better. He no longer needs traps for hunting. However, considering that he currently does not have any cooking utensils other than the bonfire, Fong Chang temporarily let go of these delicious ingredients. He picked up the stone axe and continued to cut bamboo. The bamboo spirit in the distance continued to tremble, but did not dare to move. It knew that it was moving slowly, so if it moved rashly, it might be caught up and cut. After all, no matter for ordinary people or the person who is practicing in the distance, his whole body is good material. However, Fong Chang still found this unique bamboo. After all, in the straight bamboo forest, a thick bamboo that twists itself into a crooked pattern and keeps shaking is hard to be inconspicuous. After knocking down the last big bamboo, Fong Chang walked over with a stone axe in his hand. The bamboo spirit trembled even more. It knows that it has been discovered and will soon meet a miserable end. The bamboo spirit has accepted its fate, but it is still afraid. I am so miserable. I have grown up silently in this deserted mountain for so many years, and after my spiritual enlightenment, I have endured endless loneliness, and I don't even have anyone of the same kind to communicate with. This short life is about to end. Maybe soon it will become all kinds of bamboo bowls and chopsticks, mats and stools, flagpoles and poles. I really envy humans. Bamboo Essence couldn't help but think of the human beings he saw. As the spirits of heaven and earth, they were born with wisdom, bodies that could move freely, and the number of communicable species that he envied. The most important thing is that they live much safer lives. If there is an afterlife, it must be reincarnated as a human. Fong Chang walked to the side of this twisted big bamboo, circled it twice, amazed. The white-haired monkey also ran over, jumping, spinning, and somersaulting on several bamboo poles nearby. Tapped the big bamboo pole lightly with the handle of the axe, Fong Chang said to the monkey next to him. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" The monkey jumped up and down on the nearby bamboo pole, looked around a few times, and squeaked in agreement. The bamboo shakes more violently. Let's go back to the cliff, the roof hasn't been built yet," Fong Chang said with a smile to the monkey beside him. Then while the bamboo spirit was trembling, he gathered 40 big bamboos together, and without cutting off the branches and leaves, he found 20 rattans and tied them in bundles, put the stone axe back into the basket, and took a deep breath. Ho! Using inhuman strength, Fong Chang put 2 bundles of bamboo on his left and right shoulders, greeted the monkey, and walked towards his residence. Along the way, it was still like walking on the ground. The bamboo spirit dared to straighten up when he saw people and monkeys walking away. Who is this person, who obviously found himself, but didn't cut himself off like in the legend? Could it be that he thinks he is too thin and wants to fatten up before cutting? Will they come again in the future? Can they stay here? Although born hollow, bamboo spirits have intense thinking activities. After straightening up, the bamboo spirit is taller than other bamboos in the bamboo forest, like a mast in the sea. Fong Chang carried 2 bundles of bamboo, and when he returned to his hut, the sun had already passed the middle. Bundling the picked bamboos in the open space, he walked to the stream, washed the bamboo shoots one by the clear stream, and put them back into the basket. The bonfire had been extinguished. Fong Chang took out hay and fire tools from under the bed, pulled the fire bow, lit the fire again, and then put the washed bamboo shoots in without peeling them to roast. After thinking about it, he baked the fruit together. I will eat cooked food for lunch today. Sitting on a stone bench next to the big stone table, Fong Chang waited until the heat was up, took out the whole roasted bamboo shoots, peeled them, rubbed them with a little coarse salt, and took a bite. After roasting, the taste of the bamboo shoots becomes very sweet, with a little salt, it is very delicious. After the fruit is roasted, it is sweeter and has a special flavor. Some fruits even become soft and waxy, like roasted sweet potatoes. Fong Chang lightly tossed a roasted bamboo shoot to the monkey in the tree far away. Brother monkey, I invite you to eat the roasted bamboo shoots, be careful not to burn them. Ling Kong took it, and the monkey grinned, flipped the roasted bamboo shoots back and forth several times, and then peeled them off like Fong Long, eating them deliciously and quickly. Seeing the monkey's eyes rolling around the food on his table after eating, Fong Chang smiled and threw another roasted fruit over. The monkey continued to take it, bowed to Fong Chang, and then changed to a higher branch to enjoy. Taking advantage of the sunshine, Fong Chang took out The Way of Practice from the shack and read a few more chapters. The road of practice is like water dripping from stone, it is a process that accumulates over time. According to this book that guides the way you practice, you must follow the principles of nature, polish your body and mind, and make the gods and the body and the heaven and the earth, so that the road can be hopeful. After enjoying a while of leisure, Fong Chang closed the book, then got up, and walked towards the bundle of bamboo he had cut in the morning. In my spiritual sense, it will rain in 2 days. Add a roof to the new house, and there will be a place to shelter from the rain. Untied the ropes of the bamboo bundles, Fong Chang selected a few, removed the branches and leaves and split them into 2 pieces, and then went to the stream to find long, sharp stones to use as chisels, cut them off at a suitable position on the bamboo, and used the stones to cut them off. And a chisel to carve the recess. He tied the 6 half-split bamboos into 3 herringbone characters, and then added a small crossbeam near the intersection to form a triangle. The sides of the glyph brackets are neatly tied at the same height. Fong Chong is going to make the roof on the ground, and then install it on the house frame together. Use endless strength, just so willful. The next step is to use bamboo branches and leaves, and green thatch found not far away, and weave them on the new roof along the direction left by the rainwater. The ridge part of the roof is covered with thick and long thatch, and the 2 ends are also downhill to prevent water leakage. It is the easiest to install. Compared with the big stone that was carried over and used as a table, the new square roof is as light as a feather. He easily added the roof to the frame of the house, and tied it with thin rattan to ensure that the roof can remain strong in the wind and rain. When it rains, there is a high probability that there will be wind, so it is necessary to prevent thatched huts being broken by mountain winds. Chapter 7, Fresh Tea in a Bamboo Tube by the Fire Pond. It's a pity that Fong Chong doesn't have any lime now, so he can't do moth-proof and damage-proof treatment for the roof. It won't be too long before he has to make a new roof. In the wild, lime is a very precious and very important item. Even if Fong Chong enters practice now and can avoid most dangers outside his vision, the application of lime can greatly improve the comfort of life. Therefore, Fong Chong is going to slightly increase the priority of making this kind of treasure. After putting the roof on, I went in and tried it, and it felt pretty good. After all, I will soon move from a small shack with a length of 1 person to a mansion with a length of 9 feet and a width of 9 feet, 99 and 81, rounded up to a mansion of 100 feet. How can there be any dissatisfaction? The ground is very dry, thanks to the fact that Fong Chong moved the fire in and roasted the ground in advance. But just like the roof, this is still only a stopgap measure, and the ground will still get damp after a long time. The first thing to do next is to move the firewood and hay collected before into the house, make a bed about a foot above the ground, and move a few belongings in the shack. The little hut was not wasted either, it could be used as a firewood shed, and if there was a tragedy of, the hut was broken by a strong wind, it could still ensure that there were eggs in the other basket. In addition, the bonfire is also afraid of rain. After thinking about it, Fong Chong plans to dig a fire pit in the house. The current conditions are poor, and this is the only choice. In fact, I did not reserve the location of the fire pit at the beginning, which was a bit of a mistake. The padded ground was dug again, and a hole was dug in the middle of the house, and a few stones were moved from the vicinity of the stream to surround it, and adjusted to make it beautiful, and the fire pit was simply completed. Fortunately, this place is located on a cliff. Although the air is warm and the ground is humid, the groundwater level is very low, and water will not gushes out during excavation. Move in the previously accumulated plant ash and spread it on the bottom of the pit. The bonfire was moved here, and the fire was reduced by the way. In the fire pit, the fire can burn more stably, and there is no need for a large flame, and if the fire is too large, it will threaten the thatched hut. Wow! Wow woof! Gigi. In the early morning, Fong Chong, who had slept all night in the mountain wind, finished his morning class and was preparing to make a windshield wall for himself. The white-haired monkey in the tree in the distance left at some time, and then rode a dog come over. With the size of a monkey, riding on a yellow dog, it feels a bit majestic. Is this Lin Hai's dog? Has he gone up the mountain again? Fong Chong took a look and recognized the yellow dog's roots. Monkey's vertical dog circled around the field a few times, very proud of it. The human yellow dog cooperated well with the monkey. Seeing this scene, Fong Chong smiled at the monkey and said, "It's not bad, it really looks like a general who charged into battle, but don't forget to return the dog, after all, it has an owner." The monkey squeaked, agreeing. Building walls is tedious. There are many options, such as plastering the frame with mud, weaving mats to surround it, using mud to dry the base, inserting wooden sticks into the ground to make a fence shape, or building it with stones. After comprehensive consideration, Fong Chang chose a method that is more tailored to local conditions under the existing conditions. First, insert a few wooden sticks 1 person high into the wall, then go to the stream to get stones, and build 2 layers thick to the waist, which is solid and thick, and has a good windproof effect. Then split the bamboo into thinner strips and weave them on the rest of the sticks. Bamboo is really a good thing. The monkey rode the dog to help transport the thin bamboo strips back and forth. In the heart of the white-haired monkey, the behavior of this awe-inspiring is very puzzling to the monkey, but he still involuntarily moves forward. Thank you. After thanking the monkey rode a yellow dog and galloped away after helping, as if he was going to find the woodcutter and return the dog. Fong Chang turned his gaze back, with his hands behind his back, admiring his work. A beautiful thatched house with a wooden frame, a thatched roof, and bamboo and stone walls, but the doors and windows are still empty, and a fence can be tied as a door tomorrow. Walking into the house, adding a few pieces of firewood to the fire pit, Fong Chang took out a few bamboo tubes. These are the 2 sections he cut off when he split the bamboo with a stone chisel yesterday. When there is no utensil, the fresh bamboo tube can be used for cooking or boiling water. It must be a fresh bamboo tube, otherwise the water will not boil after the bamboo is burned. The bamboo tubes were all tied with rattan. Fong Chang took the bamboo tubes and went to the stream to fill them with water. When he returned to the house, he poked the bamboo tubes aside and directly put one of them in the fire pit. A few tea trees grow on the edge of the cliff, bathed in clouds and mist and the morning sun every day. The appearance is quite extraordinary. Fong Chang picked a few in the morning and put them in a bamboo tube to cook. While waiting for the water to boil, he was not idle. He picked out the slender piece from the 2 pieces of uncut jade given by the monkey, and used the water in the bamboo tube to sharpen it on the stones by the pond. Jade, the beauty of stone. It is more uniform and finer than ordinary stones, and it is quite hard. Fong Chang is going to sharpen a small jade knife. This is a slow work, and I don't know when it will take shape. The fresh tea leaves are rolled up and down with the boiling water in the bamboo tube, which is really beautiful. For ordinary people, processed tea leaves are more healthy than fresh tea leaves, but for Fong Chang, there is no problem, all he wants is the taste. Wait for the water to cool slightly, take a sip gently, the smell is strong, and the lips and teeth are fragrant. The fly in the ointment is that the fresh tea leaves have a green and astringent taste. If you have a chance in the future, you can try fried tea. Another sun rises and the moon sets. It's still a while before it rains, but a hint of rain can already be felt in the air. After making the fence gate, in order to prepare for the rain, Fong Chang went into the forest to continue collecting firewood and some food along the way. It is not too much to prepare for these 2 things, especially Fong Chang is already preparing to burn some utensils, which consumes a lot of firewood. Wild fruits, wild vegetables, and plant tubers are all delicious foods that are suitable for eating, and they can be eaten sequentially according to the length of storage time. Another preparation before it rains is the gutter. Dig a circle around the house, and then lead a ditch to the low-lying place, so as to drain the water around the house. Fong Chang used stone chips in his hands to complete this, which is very unimpressive. But in the eyes of the monkeys on the tree in the distance, Fong Chang, who is bowing and digging the ground, has a breath that is in harmony with the sky and the earth, and still looks like a master. In the afternoon, heavy rain arrived as expected. Boom! The thick dark clouds made the outside dark, the lightning spread across the sky like a snake, and the thunder rolled in, resounding through the mountains. However, accompanied by the rough wind in the mountains, heavy rain poured down. The thatched cottage has withstood the test and stood still in the wind and rain, keeping the violence of the world outside. Next to the fire pit in the house, Fong Chang read the Taoist book in his hand by the firelight, and occasionally drank tea from the bamboo tube, which was very comfortable. When it rains, you have the right to take a vacation. The heavy rain continued until the evening. Fong Chang tidied up his clothes, walked out the door, and saw the clouds and rain, the setting sun like a dandelion, and a beautiful rainbow hanging in the sky. The large pieces of clouds are illuminated by the sun, inlaid with golden edges, and have a lovely hint of pink. The mist under the cliff also dissipated, and an extremely wide area can be seen from here. A roar sounded from behind. Upstream of the creek next to it, a flash flood came. Chapter 8, Mountain Torrents and Mountain Gods. The mountain torrent roared like a herd of ferocious beasts, rushing down the valley from above, smashing all the way, breaking trees and throwing stones, making earth-shattering sounds. Fong Chang walked to the edge of the hillside and watched the turbid torrent rolling in the valley. Fortunately, the flat hill where I am located is below the ridgeline of the mountain peak, with deep valleys on both sides and cliffs below. The flood just poured down from the mountains above and traveled along the side valleys, covering up the streams in the valley by the way to the clearing on this cliff. The water potential in the valley gathers the trickle after the rain in the surrounding mountains, and it is continuous. The destination of the flood will be the river outside the mountain, and finally merge into the big river and flow into the sea. The flood peak descended rapidly, mixed with stones and broken vegetation, and some wild animals struggled in the water. Seeing this scene, Fong Chang's heart moved. He stretched out his finger and gently moved it, and the small animals struggling in the rapids in his sight were thrown to the opposite bank one by one. Wild boars, hares, elk, tigers and leopards, most of them looked delicious, but Fong Chang didn't take advantage of the danger and rescued them all. This can be regarded as Fong Chang's first official casting of a spell since he went up the mountain. After they were rescued, they were all in a state of shock. According to the instinct of wild animals, they ran up the mountain and disappeared into the forest. Among them, a hare and a mountain fox, after being thrown ashore by a strange force from the water, did not run away in a hurry, but shook the water on their bodies and looked around. These two creatures already had spiritual wisdom. Seeing Fong Chang standing on the opposite bank and waving his hand, a small beast in the flood was thrown out. They immediately realized the reason for their rescue, and kowtowed to Fong Chang across the valley. Then, like other wild animals, they staggered into the forest. Fong Chang only saved the animals in the torrent in his line of sight. This is because he saw the small creatures sinking and floating in the water, and felt compassion. Meeting myself is the fate of these animals. In the surrounding valleys, flash floods also broke out at the same time. According to the surrounding sounds, this flood affected the entire Yunzhong Mountain. The floods raged in the mountains. The mansion trembled, and the mountain who was resting was startled. The mountain god of Yunzhong stopped the crutch in his hand, and immediately came to the ground. Seeing the surrounding water, he instantly understood what happened. The mountain immediately rushed to his small temple, protected him with his magic power, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Then he stomped on his crutches, and instantly appeared on the top of a nearby mountain, using the power of the mountain to look around and sense. At this time, the sky had already cleared up, the rainbow hung in the sky, and the wind was sunny, but in the mountains below, it was a purgatory-like scene. Floods are rushing, wild animals are rushing, and vegetation is broken. Ha! The mountain of Yunzhong suddenly noticed a change in the distance, and turned his eyesight to look around. He saw a person on the fairy cliff in the distance, and a man in coarse linen by the valley, who was using magic to rescue the creatures in the mountain torrent. His actions are in perfect harmony with the nature of heaven and earth, without the slightest smoke and fire of mortal dust. Expert. The mountain of Yunzhong was a little suspicious and did not dare to show his face. He quietly hid under a nearby pine tree and observed through the gap. When did this person come to Yunzhong Mountain? Before living in the mansion, the mountain of Yunzhong has not gone out for a long time. There is no time in the mountain, everything is quiet in Yunzhong, and the mountain does not need to worry too much. Now seeing the movement of that person in the distance, the mountain is very curious. When did such a practitioner come to Yunzhong? Looking at his practice of saving animals in the flood, he is a man of virtue. This is what the mountain wants to do but has not done. The reproduction of the mountain creatures is also related to the responsibility of the mountain god. It is a pity that the mountain in Yunzhong has low mana, and his authority and ability are not here, so it is difficult to go into the water to rescue the creatures. While thinking about it, the mountain of Yunzhong Mountain suddenly shook his heart. Because he saw the cultivator not far away raised his head and glanced in his direction. He can be sure that it is definitely not casually looking this way. Discovered? The distance is so far, I still use the power of the mountain to observe from a distance. Hiss, it was terrifying. The mountain slipped away quickly. This is a subconscious behavior developed over the years. When the situation is unclear, it is wise to protect yourself wisely. Seeing that the water flow slowed down, Fong Chong also walked back to his room. First add a few pieces of firewood to the fire pit. He continued to sharpen the uncut jade knife on the rock beside him. After the rain, the mountains were muddy, and he couldn't do anything else. When he just rescued the creatures in the mountain torrent, Fong Chong felt a sense of spying. The source was on the top of the mountain in the distance, so he glanced in that direction, but the feeling of spying disappeared in an instant. Take it for granted. Put a bamboo tube of stream water in the fire pond, and Fong Chong took a few tea leaves from the side. Because of the humid air, the tea leaves are still fresh and green. This is a little bit he picked in the morning and has not been used up yet. Thinking of the muddy mountain torrents in the valley and the creeks covered by the mountain torrents, Fong Chong praised himself for his foresight in his heart. It is very wise to prepare a few tubes of stream water in a bamboo tube in advance. The source of the stream, the high mountain spring, is not affected. If you need to get water for use, you can only go up a section to get water from the spring. Through the fence gate, Fong Chong saw the white-haired monkey appearing with its kind on the tree not far away. They have their usual shelter from the rain, but even so, their hair cannot be protected from the rain. I saw the white-haired monkey standing on a straight branch, lying flat like a dog, and shaking it from front to back. Water mist rises, shining thin light in the setting sun, which is really beautiful. Fong Chong smiled and continued with the matter in hand. The first step in firing pottery is to find the right pottery clay. It has a wide variety of raw materials, as long as it has a single texture, it is more suitable. Even when you are in a hurry, it is possible to burn ordinary clay into pottery, but if you use ordinary clay, the plasticity is poor, and it is easy to crack, deform, and not durable. A few Diabolo tubes were hung on his body with rattan, and Fong Chong carried the basket on his back, walking lightly in the mountains after the rain. The mountain breeze is fresh, the sun is pleasant, the vegetation is verdant, and the cliffs in the mountains after being washed by the heavy rain also show a blue color. Under the light mist, the lightness is not like the world. The spring above is still bubbling, and this is the main source of the creek below. After the flood, the valley where the creek is located was in a mess, with uneven soil and rocks, and the stream was turbid. It is estimated that it will take several days for the stream to wash it back to its previous appearance. After drinking a handful, Fong Chong wiped his mouth and praised. Good water. The water quality of the spring water is better than the stream water used before. If you have time in the future, it is better to come here to fetch more water, which will make life more quality. He took off the bamboo tube on his body, washed it with water a few steps downstream of the mountain spring, then turned around and dipped the bamboo tube into the mountain spring to fill it up. The vegetation surged behind, and the white-haired monkey who followed came out of it, observing Fong Chang's movements. Fong Chong turned his head and smiled at the monkey. You're here. It's very good to taste the spring water here. The monkey ran over with its tail upright, glanced at Fong Chong, bowed its head 2 steps downstream of the spring, and took a drink. Chapter 9, The Back Mountain Turns into a Sea of Clouds. Fong Chong smiled and looked around. The spring water here is higher, so you can see a farther and wider area, and the sight is clear now. The scenery in the mountains behind is vivid, and the clouds and air flow above, vaguely showing the shape of mountains, rivers and vegetation, and it seems that there are tigers, leopards, deer and sheep hidden in it, fresh and full of vitality. Below the mountain is the human world, and the human race is prosperous, and you can vaguely feel the grandeur. Only the nearby mountain villages are not in danger. Fong Chang looked intently, and saw that the mountain village at the bottom of the mountain was surrounded by a trace of decay, and it seemed that there was black air wrapped around it, so he couldn't see clearly for a while. There is only this village near Yunzhong Mountain, and there is an official road near the village. When Fong Chang came to Yunzhong Mountain before, he turned directly from the official road and did not pass through this small mountain village. But considering the distance the woodcutter can travel on foot, there is nothing else. That small mountain village should be Linshi village where the woodcutter Lin Hai is located. What happened here? Or is something about to happen? Regarding the situation of Linshi village, Fong Chang didn't pay much attention to it, because with his eyesight, he could see the clouds above Linshi village, which was gestating a trace of vitality while decaying. The so-called sky is endless, there must be a way to solve the crisis under the crisis. Fong Zhang secretly sighed in his heart, I hope they can survive this disaster. Fong Chang had a slight liking for the mountain village where the villagers pooled money together to treat Lin Hai's seriously ill friend. However, he knew that he was not good enough at calculating now, so he couldn't immediately figure out the situation in Linshi village, so he put it in the back of his mind and ignored it. Beckoning, Fong Chang led the monkey to continue wandering in the mountains. The sun rises gradually. He moved quickly in the mountains, stopping from time to time to check the soil quality, while the white-haired monkey tried to follow not far away, although it didn't know why he wanted to follow the person in front of him so much. As the rising sun sprinkles the sunlight, the water vapor in the mountains rises, which is formed by the evaporation of rainwater before, and the water vapor interweaves with dense fog, gradually thickening. With a heartbeat, Fong Chang returned to the mountain peak behind Xianxi Cliff, and began to climb up. The monkey hesitated for a moment, but followed suit. Along the way, the strange peaks are steep and interspersed with strange rocks. It is quite difficult to travel, and sometimes you have to go to the sky to grab the monkey. The precipitous peak can only be climbed up by Fong Chang's skill, and the remoteness of Yunzhong Mountain makes this peak invisible. Standing on the highest point, the field of vision suddenly opened up, and a boundless sea of clouds spread out in front of Fong Chang. Here can already feel the high-altitude cold, the wind is quite biting. Looking down, Xianxi Cliff was separated by thick clouds and completely disappeared. Surrounded by clouds and mists, surrounded by high and low, it is like facing the shore of the sea, with surging waves and splashing waves. This scene makes people feel complacent and fascinated. Feeling the vastness and magnificence of nature, Fong Chang felt that his mood was broadened, his thoughts were clear, and even his breathing became a little smoother. Unknowingly, I have made some progress in my cultivation, which makes people even more delighted. Noticing that there was no movement nearby, Fong Chang turned his head to look aside. This sea of clouds is already making the white-haired monkeys look crazy. The white fluff on its body kept shaking in the wind, but the monkey was as stiff as it was, motionless. In this mountain, no monkey has ever climbed to such a high place. Somewhere in the heart, the monkey suddenly moved, and put on a posture with 5 hearts facing the sky. Fong Chang saw this, smiled slightly, and gave way a little far away. From this posture, monkeys with 4 limbs have a considerable advantage over most wild beasts. Many monsters cannot take this standard posture even if their joints are broken. It's a pity that the way of heaven is balanced, and most monkeys are irritable, difficult to open their spirits, and even harder to practice. This little white-haired monkey can be regarded as the hope of the whole monkey group. Fong Chang knew that it was preparing to refine Henggu, which was an important hurdle on the way of monster cultivation. The wind and clouds seemed to be gathering, but it was difficult because of the top of the mountain, and there were a few thunderclaps in the clouds below. Although refining the crossbone is important, there will not be too many obstacles. This monkey has never done evil, cause and effect are not entangled, the sympathy between heaven and man is not intense, and there will usually be no catastrophe. Ghosts are usually stuck in the front part. It is a chance for the white-haired monkey to encounter the long dial and then come to the sea of clouds on the top of the mountain after the rain. The wind dissipated, and the monkey made a boo sound. Seeing this scene, Fong Chang understood that the monkey had successfully passed the gate. He gave the monkey a thumbs up, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, brother monkey, it will be more beneficial to consolidate your savings for a long time. I will retire first, and I have other things to do." So he withdrew and went down the mountain, leaving the monkey alone in the distance. Yunzhong is really rich in products. Fong Chang returned to the foot of the peak, walked around the valleys and slopes, and easily found suitable pottery soil, and the location was not too far from Xinchi Cliff. Fong Chang, in order to prevent his clothes from being soiled, found broad leaves to put on the basket, took out the thin stone flakes from the basket, dug a basket full of pottery soil, and prepared to carry it back for testing. The surrounding mountains and forests are still steaming and very humid, so it is not suitable for looking for firewood. Fortunately, Fong Chang had accumulated enough firewood before it rained, and the surrounding woods were vast, and he was very strong. The firewood filled up the previous shack, and even made a circle in the new house, and his bed was also neatly arranged. There are firewood and a lot of hay. Relight the fire pit that had been extinguished, and the moisture in the house gradually began to dissipate. Fong Chang left the house and dug a pit and mud in front of the door. What he used was not pottery clay, but ordinary soil in front of the door. To cook pottery, a stove was needed first. Dig a small hole in the ground, and Fong Chang used a large piece of mud to make a flat plate with holes, and put it aside to dry. This is the grate, and it needs to be fired for it to work. Then, he began to add water to the clay, and after it was formed into a block, he kept beating and cooking it. After it felt right to the hand, he began to pinch some utensils, jars, and bowls. He made 4 or 5 pieces and put them aside to dry. Poured water to wash his hands, wiped his face. Fong Chang made himself a cup of tea. It will take some time for the utensil embryo to dry, and the grate will also need time to dry. During the waiting time, Fong Chang planned to upgrade the bed for himself, and at the same time continue to polish his little jade knife. Use a small stone chisel, take out a few bamboos and split them, cut them to a suitable length, like bamboo rafts, and tie them side by side on the horizontal bamboo slices. Tried it, it is still very strong. There is no need to install the bed legs. He still puts this bamboo bed board on the firewood pile, between the hay and firewood, so that the body can be flatter and more comfortable when sleeping, and no longer need to be hit by raised wooden knots. Fong Chang ate something and took a leisurely nap for a while. At this time, he really found some happiness of man in the mountains. In the afternoon, he carried the rattan basket on his back and loaded it with stone axes and bamboo slices. Fong Chang was going to go to the hillside where he discovered the pottery clay, and then dig another basket back. After identifying the direction, he chose another way to go around. While passing halfway up a mountain, Fong Chang found out by accident, the continuous mountain grass covered a small temple half the height of a person, only a corner was exposed. Chapter 10, The Mountain God Meeting in Front of the Mountain God Temple. Curiosity in his heart, Fong Chang changed direction and walked over to check. It is not difficult to walk to the small temple, because under the cover of weeds, there is a small path leading down the mountain, which can be regarded as a little crowded, and the path goes straight to the temple gate. This building is very short, built of bricks, only half a person high, half a foot deep from front to back, and 3 words, Mountain Temple, written on the lintel with no artistic sense. With 5 cinnabar characters, Yunzhong Mountain God. The terrain of the small temple is not high, and there are signs of erosion around it, but the mountain temple itself has not been affected by the flood. It was very deserted, with no offerings, no incense, and no temple blessings. This kind of small temple simply couldn't hold temple blessings. Judging from the traces, no one has been here for at least half a year. Fong Chang is a practitioner, and he is not in the same way as these righteous gods on the ground, but he still respects these gods who maintain the order of heaven and earth. He folded thin pine branches for incense, used manna to ignite it, stepped forward to insert the half-empty incense burner, and then bowed his hands in salute. The movement above cannot be hidden from the mountain god. When Fong Chang offered incense, the mountain who received a large amount of incense knew it, and then the mountain who lived in the mansion suddenly discovered that it turned out to be the practitioner he met last time. "Is this coming to you?" "I was afraid." The mountain wanted to hide in the depths of Yunzhong Mountain, but he was reluctant to give up the mansion that had been in operation for many years and the fundamental temple. Still struggling, he felt that the people above had paid homage, turned his head and wanted to leave, gritted his teeth. The mountain stopped the crutch in his hand, appeared at the gate of the small temple, and shouted at Fong Chang, who was turning to leave. "Please stop." Fong Chang turned his head and saw the mountain appearing, so he stopped and turned his head to salute. "It turns out that the owner of this mountain is in front of you." "I'm being rude." "Don't dare." The mountain quickly returned the salute, and said respectfully, "I am taking this position to manage this cloud mountain on behalf of heaven and earth. I don't own this mountain, and I dare not call it the owner of this mountain. My surname is Zhang, you can call me Zhang Mountain God, or Yunzhong Mountain God. The small temple has limited space and poor conditions, and it is difficult to entertain everyone. I hope Hai Hun." Seeing that the mountain was well-mannered, Fong Chang smiled and said, "I don't know if Zhang Shanshan appeared to meet you." "What's the matter?" The mountain god, who was still worried in his heart, was determined to see Fong Chang treat others with gentleness and courtesy. He might be a man of high morals, so he explained the reason. "During the flood a few days ago, I was patrolling the mountains. I once saw the gods rescue animals in the flood, and I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the creatures in the mountains." "Don't dare." Fong Chang felt a little ashamed, because he knew that he might start eating those mountain creatures at some point, probably after the pottery was fired. He continued to say to the mountain god, "I will devote myself to Yunzhong and practice here, and there will be a lot of troubles in the future. And the food and materials needed must be obtained from the products in Yunzhong. I also hope Zhongshan God Hai Han." Of course the mountain dared not say anything, and he didn't care about the other party's use of the mountain's materials. What's more, compared with the consumed ones, the fact that there were more immortals in the Yunzhong Mountain was the biggest gain this time. Even if it doesn't bring any benefits, you can still have someone to communicate with like now, and resolve the loneliness that has been going on for hundreds of years. When Fong Chang mentioned diet, the mountain knew it well. He knew that not all immortals would choose the method of eating wind and drinking dew. So the mountain cupped his hands again and said, "Please use it as you please, I am just taking care of this place. There is no mountain, let alone the vegetation in the mountains. As long as you don't abuse it or destroy it at will, it will not violate your duty." "No, do you know what the Shangxian is called?" "Long below. Fong Shangxian is face to face, the little is polite." The mountain gave Fong Chang to the big rock under the shade of the tree next to him, and took out chestnut and pine nuts to treat him, and the two sides had a happy chat. Since entering the practice, he is not considered a monster. This is the first time Fong Chang has come into contact with extraordinary people, so he is naturally full of curiosity. And the mountain was sealed here by the county magistrate for hundreds of years, and also held back for hundreds of years. Due to his duties, he couldn't visit other gods around him. Therefore, both parties have gained a lot from this exchange. Especially the mountain of Yunzhong. He did not expect Fong Chang to have an extremely subtle understanding of the Tao, which was quite rewarding. Although righteous gods such as mountain gods, land city gods, and the like do not take the path of cultivation, these understandings are still of great benefit to them. As a result, the mountain also respected Fong Chang more, and the Shangxian shouted more smoothly. During the chat, Fong Chang asked, "I don't know if the mountain village under Yunzhong Mountain is under the jurisdiction of Zhang Mountain God." "No." Yunzhongshan Mountain God shook his head. "All the villages under the mountain are under the jurisdiction of Sifang land, except for Linxi village, which was allocated to the jurisdiction of Yunzhongshan Mountain God because it is in the valley." Why is it not available? Cow, this happened a few years ago, I don't know. Oh. How long has Zhang Shanshan been here? In 471 years, there was a county magistrate Zheng at the foot of the mountain. He had a dream before the previous mountain left office, so he selected a virtuous person from the past. It has been nearly 500 years since then. The mountain myth is full of sighs about the years. The official seal is very simple. It only needs to paste a notice and repair the temple where the mountain is. These notices are useful because they are useful to the common people, and the more people who know about them, the more they will be recognized by heaven and earth. If the former mountain did not entrust his dream when he left office, after a long time, or the people spontaneously choose the mountain god, or the rules of heaven and earth automatically choose the mountain to take the position, there will be no vacancy here. I don't know if there is something wrong in Linxi village at the foot of the mountain. Does the mountain know the reason? Fong Chang asked casually. Oh. Today when I went up the mountain to fetch water, I saw the direction of Linxi village at the foot of the mountain. It seemed that there was an aura of disaster and decline. I don't know what happened. The mountain frowned and said, I'm just a tiny little god, and I don't know the way of the gods to look at Qi. As for the matter of Linxi village at the bottom of the mountain, let me investigate. Chatting about some things in the mountains again, Fong Chang was about to leave. Thank you Zhongshan God for your hospitality this time, but I have important things today, so I can't bother you. He also has to fetch clay. The mountain smiled and said, thank you for your guidance today, but the little has nothing to grow on. Fortunately, there are a lot of products in Yunzhong Mountain. These high-quality chestnuts and pine nuts are not produced in the mountains, but they are very delicious. They can be eaten at the foot of the mountain. It's quite rare to sell it for 100 coins per caddy, so I ask Fong Shangshan to accept it with a smile. Fong Chang did not refuse, and accepted the small package of nuts. The two parties agreed to walk around and communicate frequently, and parted ways. After packing the chestnut and pine nuts, he went back to the foot of the mountain where he took the pottery clay, took out the stone flakes and dug, and collected broad leaves as the last time to make the bottom, filled a basket full, and then went to Xianqi Cliff. Although the previous fruits have been eaten, with these nuts, dinner is already settled. Chapter 11, Guest coming down from the cliff. After checking, he saw that the grate was completely dry, so Fong Chang dug a hole with gaps in the ground and put the grate on it. This is the ash chamber of the furnace, which can also be used to ventilate and increase the fire. Then he goes to the side, using normal dirt and mud. Put the reconciled mud around the edge of the furnace, build it up in a circle, and the body of the furnace gradually rises. Fong Chang also brought firewood to make a fire bow, lit a fire in the furnace to speed up the drying of the furnace, and at the same time continued to add mud to the blast furnace body. It's just that during this process, the stove is easy to crack after drying. What needs to be done is to keep filling it with mud to cover the cracks. Pick up several dried bowls and jars, carefully put them into the kiln, fill them with firewood, and then ignite them. While burning, add firewood carefully. Dinner is settled next to the stove. The roasted chestnuts come off after peeling lightly. The color is golden, fragrant and soft. Eating chestnuts and peeling pine nuts, Fong Chang continued to take care of the kiln. Until midnight. Then he found that all the kiln vessels were broken. No more burning, go back to sleep. In the early morning, Fong Chang got up from the bed board on time. The bamboo bed board was much more comfortable than the previous firewood stack. Before the sun rose, he picked some tea leaves, then sat cross-legged on the big rock by the cliff, and began to practice breathing. Two white mists sprayed out from the nostrils, like two little dragons. Unfortunately, Fong Chang couldn't see this scene with his eyes closed, and the white-haired monkey didn't come back. He did not stand up until the sun completely jumped out of the horizon. As he installed the dojo here and practiced every day, the aura on the fairy cliff had a slight indescribable change. Going to the kiln to check it, Fong Chang brought out the burnt vessel and put it aside for observation. After thinking about it for a while, it should be that these pieces of pottery blanks were not completely dry, and they were put into the fire to be calcined by themselves, so they cracked. Broken vessels will not go to waste. Fong Chang walked to the stream, found 2 pebbles and came back. After a day of scouring, the stream water has become clearer, but there is still a little turbidity. He came to his stone table, gently smashed the broken pottery shards with pebbles, ground them into powder, and carefully collected the pottery powder. These can be mixed into the next wave of pottery, which is very helpful to the success rate. After mixing the clay with water and adding pottery powder, Fong Chang remade several cooking utensils, and continued to place them in a ventilated place to dry. Nothing happened today. After thinking about it, Fong Chang moved the bed board outside the house, laid it flat on the woodpile, and then lay down on it. Under the sky, on the cliff, he watched the clouds roll and the clouds calm down for a day. Leisurely and free. Lying quietly on the bamboo bed outside and doing nothing, Fong Chang felt that his cultivation had improved. But he doesn't care about these. Practice is just practice. If you are too obsessed with this, it will violate the original intention of Taoism and nature. The monkey did not appear until the next morning. Seeing the monkey coming, Fong Chang stood up from the bed and smiled, fixed. At this time, the monkey could already speak human words, and its behavior became more similar to human beings. When it saw Fong Chang, it bowed and bowed, "Thank you, the god, for helping me get through this barrier." Fong Chang received the gift, and then said to the monkey, "Everything is a predestination. It is your own opportunity to refine the bones in your mouth. I just pushed it at the right time. I hope you will not forget your heart in the future, and don't do evil things." The monkey monster salutes again. Fong Chang glanced at the location of the upper cliff next to him, frowned, and said to the monkey, "Next, how are you going to take the following cultivation path?" "It is precisely for this reason that I came to ask the immortals for advice." Seeing that the monkey became respectful and no longer the same as before, Fong Chang thought for a while and said, "My surname is Fong and my name is Chang. You can call me Mr. Fong from now on. We don't have the fate of master and apprentice, so we can't accept you as a disciple. As for your future practice path, if you don't have a good idea, I have a suggestion. Go down the mountain, go to the world, first find clothes, then learn from people's etiquette, learn from people's words, work to earn food and clothing, eat at night and stay at night, visit the Great Wall, visit small counties, watch the world, see how the world is mediocre for fame and fortune in a lifetime. No one is willing to turn back. There are mysteries in it. If you understand it with your heart, you may return to the basics and achieve the great way. This is also a common choice for demons, but because of the breed, it will be sooner or later. Tigers, leopards, deer, wolves, pythons and the like are huge and ferocious, and most of them will choose to change their forms later, otherwise they will be easily beaten to death. But cattle, sheep, cats, dogs, rabbits and foxes are small in size, or there are similar ones in the world, it will be earlier. The shape of apes is similar to that of humans, and it is very difficult to distinguish them after wearing clothes and hats, which can be regarded as unique. The monkey knocked on the ground and said happily, "I heard that it is better to hit the sun than to choose the day. Since Mr. Fong has shown the way, I will bid farewell and go down the mountain today, and roll into the world of mortals. Since you're going down the mountain, it's not good if you don't have a name. In this case, I'll give you a name." Without waiting for the monkey's consent, he said to himself, "According to the old rules, your surname is Sunday. Since you were born in Yunzhong Mountain, why don't you give me a name? Call Sun Yun." After listening to Fong Chang's words, the monkey was overjoyed, and began to scratch his head again. "Hello, Sun Yun. Hello, Sun Yun. Now I have a name too." Fong Chang glanced at the location of the upper cliff next to him, and said to the monkeys, "Someone is coming. Since you are willing to go down the mountain, then go and say goodbye to your monkey group, and then go down the mountain." The monkey kowtowed again, then turned and left. Fong Chang stared at the location of the upper cliff next to him, when there was a sudden movement there. The grass on the hillside was pushed away, and woodcutter Lin Hai hurried up from there. This was the first time a mountain dweller set foot on Xinchi Cliff. He stood with both feet and looked around the flat ground. When he found Fong Chang, he ran over quickly. Fong Chang stood up, with one hand behind his back, waiting for Lin Hai to come over. Today is doomed to be eventful. Lin Hai rushed over, not daring to get too close, and kowtowed to Fong Chang from a distance. I beg Fong Chang to help. Holding him up with his fingers, Fong Chang asked, "What happened in your Linxi village?" "I'm here to see the village down the mountain, and it seems to be in decline." Hearing that Fong Xianchang already knew that there was a disaster in Linxi village, Lin Hai found that his tears were streaming down. He raised his forehead with his hands and bowed and said, "I shouldn't bother you, but the village is about to have no food and clothing. Pity, it happened recently." Linxi village is the only village in the middle of the mountain among the many villages at the foot of Yunzhong Mountain. There are 20 or 30 families here. The mountain village is backed by the rich Yunzhong Mountain, and operates several terraced fields at the foot of the mountain. It just happens that the world is peaceful, and the life of the mountain people can be regarded as a peaceful and happy life. Emotions, anger, sorrow, and joy are commonplace in the world. The only major event in the past 2 years was that Shenai Nyo in the village was seriously ill. The villagers pooled together money, food, and cloth, and found the only doctor in 10 miles and 8 towns for him. As for not being able to get medicine, it is normal. People in all towns and villages are used to it. The villagers are doing their best to obey the destiny. If Shenai Nyo is unlucky, it is just that his luck is not good. Everyone has already weaved straw mats and prepared members. Chapter 12 Cut off water source. Most people in the mountain village are not very optimistic about Shenai Nyo's continued survival. There is only one person who is still looking for a way out. Pao Shan is a rural slang term, which means to go to the mountains to seek life. When Lin Hai is not farming, he always goes in with an axe, chops some firewood, and sells it in the town down the mountain. The mountain village is remote and closed, and foreign exchanges mainly rely on pedestrians passing by on the official road not far away, who occasionally come to stay overnight, or the 2 shopkeepers who go from village to town. Because of the places he has traveled and the people he has met, in the eyes of the villagers, Lin Hai has always been a very knowledgeable person. He has never been reconciled to the illness of his friend Shenai Nyo. Knowing that medicinal materials are difficult to find, Lin Hai asked the doctor about the appearance and habits of various medicinal materials. After learning that there are all kinds of medicinal materials in Yunzhong Mountain, even the fields are a bit deserted, and he goes up the mountain to search all day long. Everyone is still not optimistic about this behavior. The medicinal materials are so easy to find. Besides, can a Nyo survive until he finds the medicine? Alas. Whenever this matter is mentioned, the villagers always shake their heads and sigh. Only Lin Hai spends his days tirelessly entering the mountains to search for it. That day, in the eyes of the people working and chatting at the entrance of the village, Lin Hai almost came back floating. "What's the matter, Haizi, did you get rich? Or did you find a wife?" An elder with a flamboyant personality next to him asked with a smile. "There is medicine. Ah, Nyo is saved." Lin Hai's words caused everyone to be restless. "Have you found everything?" "I don't have time to go into details. I'll send the medicine to Dr. Zhang first, and I'll share it with you when I get back." After he finished speaking, he led the yellow dog and walked down the mountain. The place where Dr. Zhang practices medicine is quite far away. You need to go to the official road and pass through the small town at the foot of the mountain along the official road to get to Dr. Zhang in Lijia village. The doctor finished processing the medicinal materials, and asked Lin Hai to boil a few pieces for Shenai Nyo. After Nyo started taking the medicine, his condition improved greatly, and it was only a matter of time before he cooperated with Jiang Yang to recover. The extra medicinal materials were left to the doctor, which pleased Dr. Zhang, who was always short of medicine. And the process of Lin Hai obtaining medicinal materials gradually began to spread. This lucky kid got a gift from a fairy. At the same time, the saying that there are real immortals on the fairy cliff gradually began to become a rumor and a story in the mouth of the villagers. As for the immortals themselves, the simple mountain people don't care much. Everyone's thoughts are as simple as the life in the mountain village: immortals are immortals, and it is a good thing to have immortals. Lin Hai would often come to Shen Aniu's house to take care of him. Seeing his friend's complexion getting better day by day, he was really happy from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time, he was even more grateful to that Fong immortal. While Shen Aniu's condition is getting better, the villagers who are relieved by this often come to visit. One day, when Lin Hai was taking care of Nyo's house, the little doll next door, Lin Ergu, came in. "Brother Nyo, my mother asked me to bring you 2 eggs. Ergu's name was obviously given by his family. Although it is not as nice as Lin Hai's name, it is very practical, because it can be easily heard from it. He also has an older brother, Lin Guzi. Nyo was embarrassed to refuse on the couch, but Lin Hai stepped forward and took it directly. "Go back and thank my aunt on behalf of Nyo." "Hey Guzi, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Are you in a hurry to go down the mountain to play?" "No, brother Haizi." Lin Ergu stopped. "I guess you don't know yet, something happened to Xiaoxi." "Huh? What's wrong?" "The flow is cut off." Hearing this, Lin Hai hurriedly put the eggs away properly, talked to Nyo, and took Guzi to the stream outside the village. The word Shi in Linshi village comes from this stream. The person who named Lin Hai in the village was a learned person in the eyes of the villagers. He once suspected that the real name of the village was Linshi village, but when the ancestors registered in the county, they might have made a typo. But this has long been untestable, which made that person always regret it. Walking to the stream, Lin Hai saw that the stream had dried up, exposing patches of pebbles. Under the sunlight, the pebbles that had been soaked in water all year round gradually began to turn white. "How so?" Lin Hai asked Ergu next to him, and learned that the incident happened suddenly. The people washing by the stream first realized something was wrong. The water level of the stream dropped, and then it became smelly, so they quickly took out their clothes. Amazed and uncertain, the stream stopped flowing before everyone's eyes. For Linshi village, this is bad news. The stream outside the mountain village is the source of water for everyone's daily life. They all point to it for cooking, drinking, washing, and feeding livestock. But the most deadly thing is that the terraced fields at the foot of the mountain are also irrigated by this water. People and animals have no water to use, and they can still walk several miles to the mountains and rivers to carry it. If there is no water in the fields, the seedlings will die and the harvest will not be a big disaster. Worried about this phenomenon, the villagers spontaneously organized a few people to go upstream along the valley. Go to the source above, but find that the spring water has dried up to the bottom, and there is no dripping water from the outlet, leaving a stone cave, which looks unfathomable. Facing this scene, the villagers are frowning. The news brought back by several explorers made the village miserable. When Lin Hai came here with Ergo, most of the people in the village happened to gather here to discuss, and even everyone began to seriously consider whether to move or flee famine in the face of such a natural disaster. With a heavy heart, he put down Ergu and returned to Shen Nyo's residence. Tell this matter to Nyo. Nyo also becomes silent, and the two are relatively speechless. "I don't want to, I'll boil the medicine first." Dr. Zhang said before that after drinking the last medicine, you can go to the ground after a day of rest. The water in the tank is still full, there will always be a way. Lin Hai sighed. No matter what, life has to go on. Shen Nyo, who was behind, suddenly called Lin Hai. "Haizi, you got this medicine from a fairy. Tell me, the fairy, will there be a way?" Hearing what his friend said, Lin Hai continued to remain silent. He started the stove, carefully took out the medicinal materials from the paper bag, put them into jars, and added water to boil. The water in the jar is tumbling, and the dense mist carries the fragrance of medicine, permeating the small courtyard. The fire light reflected on Lin Hai's face. Gritting his teeth, he made up his mind. In the past, Shenaniu could ask Immortal Fong for the life and death of Shenaniu, but now it is the life and death of the whole village, so why not fight it out? Walking to the bed with the medicine in hand, Lin Hai said to Shenaniu, I'll go and ask the elder fairy. If the prayer fails, everyone can only move out or flee from famine. Shenaniu heard the words, suddenly got up from the collapsed bed, and looked at Lin Hai. After a few breaths, Anyo realized that his appearance would not be of much help, so he sighed and lay down again, and said to his friend. Be safe. When he climbed up the Xianqi cliff from the side, Lin Hai was full of apprehension. He didn't know whether he would offend Fong Xianchang if he came here rashly. Seeing Fong Xianchang standing up and smiling towards this side, as if waiting for him to pass, Lin Hai felt relieved, and then he was overjoyed. So he ran over quickly, not even noticing that the yellow dog that came up with him was riding down the mountain on a Mercedes-Benz by the monkey monster he had seen before. After listening to Lin Hai's story, Fong Chang helped him up and stood up straight, saying, Follow me. Then he glanced at the pottery blanks drying, and walked down the mountain with the woodcutter behind him. Chapter 13, Monsters Make Wind and Rain. Isn't this the way to the village? Woodcutter Lin Hai followed Fong Xianchang, with a question mark in his heart. Fong Chang walked slowly in front, and Lin Hai chased after him with all his strength, while constantly sighing. As expected of a fairy, the speed of Fong Xianzhang in front of the mountain is much faster than that of people who have been running mountains all year round. Fong Xianzhang is obviously very leisurely, but he has already tried his best. Moreover, he discovered at this time that the yellow dog he raised did not know where he had gone. But there is no need to worry about this. The yellow dog is very powerful, and there is no threat in the nearby mountains. Moreover, it is humane and recognizes its family. It will definitely go back by itself before evening. The scenery along the way is quite beautiful, but neither of them stayed for a moment. Seeing that Lin Hai's physical strength was quite exhausted, Fong Chang stretched out his hand to pick him up, and after not dragging him down, he speeded up again. Mountain Temple. Being held by Fong Chang with one hand, the woodcutter only felt the speed of the journey. Seeing this, he couldn't help being curious, and asked Fong Chang, Xianzhang, why did you come to the mountain temple? Fong Chang said with a smile, of course I'm looking for the current management. Hearing this answer, and looking at the mountain temple in front of him, Lin Hai realized what Fong Chang might do, so he didn't dare to speak, and kept his mouth shut. He picked up a pine branch and lit it with manna. Fong Chang stepped forward and shouted. Please Zhang Shanshan to show up. Then he took 2 steps back and stood with the woodcutter and waited. After a while, a figure appeared in front of the mountain temple in an instant. It was a mountain wearing rough linen clothes, leaning on a cane and inserting a wooden hairpin, hunchbacked and panting, with a pale face and coughing. Seeing Zhang Shanshan like this, Fong Chang asked in surprise. Zhang Shanshan, why are you so exhausted? Lin Hai on the side immediately fell to the ground. He didn't expect that Fong Xianzhang next to him knew the god. He bowed to Zhongshan God repeatedly, Mountain God, please save Linxi village. The mountain stretched out his hand slightly, helped Lin Hai up, and said, please stand up, little brother. I will tell Fong Shangshan about this. The woodcutter got up when he heard the words, stood aside, and was very careful and respectful to the two, especially Fong Chang, for fear of disturbing their communication. After comforting the excited Lin Hai, the mountain turned his head, and the other party said, I am laughing at the gods. My current appearance is due to the incident in Linxi village at the foot of the mountain. Panting, the mountain took the 2 of them to a nearby tree and placed a boulder under the tree. Give up. After the 3 of them sat down, Zhang Shanshan let out a long breath, and continued to narrate. The last time Fong Shangshan mentioned the sky over Linxi village, he looked strange, so I was going to investigate and found out that Linxi village was indeed about to encounter a crisis. On the 3rd hill above the village, there is the source of the water source of Linxi village. When I passed by to investigate, I found a big monster at the bottom of the mountain, who was trying to break the mountain spring water vein with his talent. As the of this mountain, I will definitely not tolerate this evil deed, and immediately step forward to stop it and fight against it. As a result, my strength was weak, and I was only on par with the demon, and even slightly disadvantaged, unable to expel it. Now I am exhausted and have a small injury, so I have to go back to the cave to raise it. The mountain coughed a few more times, and then took out some chestnut pine nuts for the two of them. Fong Chong cupped his hands and said, "Thank you Zhongshan God for your help. This is Lin Hai, a villager from Linxi village at the foot of the mountain. He came to Xianqi Cliff and asked me to come here. I am planning to go to the village to have a look. Now that I know the situation, I have already thought about it. There is a spectrum. It's great that Shangxian is willing to make a move." Shan Shen said, "In this way, Linxi village will be saved. It's not too much trouble today, please let Zhang Shanshan rest well. I will go to Linxi village at the foot of the mountain to have a look, and then consider solving the problem of the monster cutting off the water." Exchanged a few simple greetings with Zhang Shanshan, Fong Chong said goodbye to the mountain god, and took Lin Hai, the woodcutter, towards Linxi village. The road is easy this time, because there is a small road connecting from the mountain temple to the foot of the mountain, and the other end of the road is Linxi village. It can be seen that although this mountain temple is dilapidated, people still worship it every year. The situation in Linxi village is not good. It was noon, but there was little smoke in the village. After the mountain stream ceased to flow, not every household's water tanks have been filled. Those who lack water for cooking have already begun to borrow water from their neighbors, or carry a burden to fetch water from the river a few miles down the mountain. The dry valley is full of evil spirits, and the small canals used to irrigate the farmland have also dried up to the bottom. The land in the mountains is barren. If this situation continues, it is only a matter of time before the seedlings dry up. From a close distance, the look of the village looks even grayer, but that glimmer of vitality has not only not weakened, but has grown stronger. Fong Chong stood still at the entrance of the village, and said to Lin Hai, "I won't enter the village, you go and tell people where you are, so that they can rest assured, and then follow me to the vicinity of the mountain spring." Fong Xianchang, "Wait a moment, I will come as soon as I go." The woodcutter Lin Haigai ran into the village at once, and met people from various families who could make up their minds to discuss together. Uncle Shen next door said, "Lin Hai, where have you been? You are in a panic. We are discussing important matters. You have a lot of knowledge, so come here and give us some advice. We are saved." I invited the immortal who donated the medicine to the entrance of the village, and the elder asked the mountain what happened. Lin Hai said out of breath. Excitement is more tiring than hard work, and climbing the fairy cliff and coming down did not make him panting like this. "Oh. What? At the entrance of the village, please come in. Let's go meet together." Everyone had different ideas, some were very happy, some were quite skeptical, but fortunately there were few people at the scene, and they knew each other well, so they quickly came up with an attitude to deal with the major issues of life and death. So everyone went out of the village together and met the Fong Immortal, whom Fong Chong said. Fong Chong is at the entrance of the village, calmly waiting for Lin Hai to come back. Unexpectedly, a large group of villagers rushed out at the same time, standing far away and watching him. In the eyes of everyone, this immortal Fong is ordinary, even a little shabby, and his clothes are not as good as those around him. But because of the exercises he practiced, Fong Chong is always integrated with the heaven and the earth. Even if he is surrounded by dilapidated bungalows and narrow dirt roads, he seems to be there, more like the villagers of this village than the surrounding villagers, and more like part of it here. This temperament makes him out of tune with everyone, very different. Even though the mountain people were short-sighted, after seeing this scene, they immediately realized that this was a great man. A village elder went up to meet Fong Xianchang. Fong Chong nodded slightly, received a salute, and then said lightly, "I need someone to take me to the mountain spring. A monster has broken the water vein in the mountain." Lin Hai was about to step forward, when Lin Ergu suddenly jumped out, grabbed the hem of his clothes and shouted, "Brother Haizi, let me go, I still have a brother at home." Patting the head of this brave young man, woodcutter Lin Hai smiled and said. You are still young, let me do it. When the fairy head sent the fairy monkey to fetch the medicinal herbs for Anu, I swore in my heart that I would go through fire and water for Feng Xianzhang. This time it's Linxi village's own business. You should show respect to Mrs. Lin in the village. With Feng Xian here, I believe there will be no danger here. Thank you Gui Yaoshan for your tip. Chapter 14 Tracking. In the end, Lin Hai still failed to dissuade Ergu. With the help of the villagers, Lin Ergu and the woodcutter Lin Hai set off together to lead Feng Xianchang. The two of them had their own thoughts in their hearts. Along the way, Lin Hai looked quite natural, but on Lin Ergu's face, there was a windy and easy Shuihan expression. Actually, Feng Chang didn't need these two people to lead the way. After all, it was not difficult to find the mountain spring by going up the valley. Bringing Lin Hai and Lin Ergu along was just to let the villagers have a testimony, so that they can settle down and continue to live a stable life. When he arrived at the place occupied by monsters, he didn't have to let the two of them get too close, he just needed to point the direction from a distance across a hill. As for whether the monster can be dealt with smoothly, Feng Chang has a bottom line in his mind. When he was in a relationship with Zhang Shanshan before, he estimated the level of the two parties. According to the strength of the two, if they really fought, he and Shanshan were roughly 50-50, and he could still have the upper hand. Considering that the result of the battle between the mountain and the monster is evenly matched, then I and this monster should be 50-50. After fighting this monster, Zhang Shanshan was so tired, the monster must not be much better. So, if he goes there again, he will be able to expel it away and save the underground water vein. Just like this, there is a suspicion of picking up Zhang Shanshan for cheap, but Feng Chang doesn't care about this, and I believe Zhang Shanshan doesn't care either. This mountain spring is inaccessible to people, and there is no road connecting it. There are many branches and vines in the mountains, and there are only traces of wild animals passing by. It is quite difficult for ordinary people to walk. When walking, the speed was reduced to avoid throwing the two people behind too far away, and the three of them went up smoothly. According to the direction pointed by the two of Lin Hai, Feng Chang took the lead in walking in the mountains, and suddenly smiled self-deprecatingly. I am really unarmed, so I came to subdue the demon. Is truly unarmed, there is no metal on the whole body, and even the hairpin is made of wood. This is also a practice path designed by myself. When I entered Yunzhong Mountain, I brought nothing but clothes, bedding and a bag of coarse salt. If I knew it earlier, I would borrow a few needles from the mountain people, or ask Lin Hai to bring the axe. Feng Chang lightly grabbed the small jade knife with a straight back several inches long in his pocket. It was polished with the uncut jade gifted by the white-haired spirit monkey Sun Yun, and it was the only sharp blade on his body. But he said on the other side, in a cave in the mountains. A giant pangolin is digging hard. It has been a demon for a long time, and its mana is still high. The pangolin is preparing to turn this place into a cave. As for the matter of cutting off the mountain spring and cutting off the water vein, it is naturally clear, but it doesn't care. Because this pangolin doesn't care about other creatures in its mind, and it doesn't have the thought of being kind to others, so it's difficult to practice, and it can only rush randomly according to its instinct. Choose this mountain because there seem to be mineral deposits it is interested in below. According to the instinct of monsters, eating it can strengthen the scales. As for yesterday, the local mountain suddenly ran over and had a fight with himself over the matter of cutting off the water vein under the mountain, but it made the pangolin feel a little uneasy, wondering if he should give up here and find another place. Pangolins have a good sense of smell, and it is even stronger when they become demons. Because this family loves to live underground by nature, their eyesight is rather poor. Although they can see things now as a demon queen, they are not used to it. The nose is the main sensor for external perception. Fighting against the mountain yesterday caused the pangolin to be slightly injured and exhausted. However, the underground mineral deposits attracted to dig hard regardless of the pain, hoping to taste the delicious or as soon as possible, but unfortunately the mining speed is affected after all. Finally, a mind seedling was revealed. After gnawing the stone twice, the pangolin suddenly raised its head and sniffed vigorously in the cave. Are humans coming? Or two, wrong. The pangolin demon was startled, and immediately ran to the entrance of the cave, and looked far away in the direction of the smell through the thick vegetation. Its eyesight is mediocre and it can't see clearly, but it can see that there are 3 people. Yes, one of them had such a faint smell that it was almost imperceptible. There was an extremely faint scent of chestnut in the wind, which was exactly the same as that of the mountain yesterday. Could it be that the mountain invited him to help? Thinking of this, the pangolin demon felt a chill all over his body, quickly covered and blocked the entrance of the cave, ran back into the cave, and curled up into a ball. Fong Xianchang, the halfway up the opposite mountain is where the mountain spring that is the source of the valley's water is located. After turning over a mountain at the appropriate foot, Lin Hai shouted to Fong Chang in front. Hearing this, Fong Chang stopped. He stopped Lin Hai and Lin Ergu behind, and said to them, "You wait here, I'll go meet that monster for a while. Don't get any closer, otherwise it's dangerous." Xian Chang. Lin Hai suddenly shouted, and when Fong Chang looked at him, he hesitated to speak, and finally choked out a sentence, "Xian Chang, be careful." Fong Chang laughed, turned and walked forward. In the back, Lin Hai scolded himself in his heart, what kind of person Fong Xian is, how could it be risky to go to subdue a little demon? His worried words were really abrupt. I saw Fong Xianchang speed up instantly, and within a few ups and downs, he crossed a distance of nearly 100 feet and appeared halfway up another mountain peak. The terrain of that mountain was much higher than here, and the peak where the 2 of them were standing was almost halfway up the opposite mountain. When he came to the mountain spring, seeing that the spring water had dried up, Fong Chang closed his eyes and felt it carefully. Then he walked up 100 steps, selected a location, and secretly charged. Then he stomped his feet. At the same time, Fong Chang's tongue burst into spring thunder, and he shouted, "Come out." The rumbling sound echoed in the mountains. The 2 of Lin Hai at the peak next to them were also taken aback by the movement. They grew up so big, and they had never encountered such a loud noise before. This is too powerful. Guzi swallowed, and said to Lin Hai next to him. Of course, Immortal Fong is a real immortal, now you know. I understand, Brother Haizi, I will be more respectful when the head fairy comes back. Guzi understood what Lin Hai meant. He still had doubts in his heart before, seeing this movement now, he immediately understood that it was indeed true. Immortals, not like the wood-plastic mud tires in the temple. As Fong Chang stamped his feet, the vibration was transmitted to the pangolin's cave. The dust and stones on the roof of the cave were shaken down, and it was about to collapse. Even though the pangolin has hard scales and is good at moving underground, it can't bear being crushed by a mountain. It immediately recovers from the curled-up state and runs desperately towards the exit. In the end, in the nick of time, he broke through the previously blocked hole and escaped outside. Also benefited from the favorable location, Fong Chang almost got rid of the pangolin monster with just one move. After escaping from danger, the pangolin monster was still in shock, and looked up the hillside. Then it almost curled up again in shock. Chapter 15, Shangxian spares life. It is the instinct of the pangolin species to roll into a ball when encountering a strong enemy. In this state, it can rely on its own hard scales to protect itself. Even if it becomes a demon, its first reaction to danger is to shrink back. The feeling of being in danger is because the pangolin saw a scene that frightened it. I had poor eyesight before, and couldn't see clearly across the mountain. Now, when I looked closer, this person who almost buried himself with his foot, and came up to scream, seemed to have mixed into this world. Whether it was observing or smelling, he was very hard to notice. This is, integrating into the nature of the world. The pangolin has a little insight, so it is a little frightened. And it thought of the respectful appearance of the 2 humans just now, and Fong Chang's body, which was exactly the same as the mountain god, with a faint chestnut smell, and felt that this should be the helper invited by the mountain Yunzhong after he fought with him. It is common sense that the helper you invite is always better than yourself. When the mountain came over, the pangolin felt that it was trying its best not to lose the wind. Now it still has injuries on its body, and its muscles and bones are still tired and sore. And seeing this situation, I don't know how high the Taoism is. Maybe he just moves his fingers and he disappears. My life is over. At this time, the pangolin was a little angry. Didn't it just dig a spring? I have grown up so much, and I have done countless similar things. Why did I have to suffer this disaster this time? At the same time, he hated the former Yunzhong Mountain so much that his scales itched. If he was stronger and killed that Lashizi Mountain directly, there would be no such powerful character coming. The pangolin demon's rich mental activities are only in an instant. Seeing such a huge pangolin jumping out of the grass at the bottom of the slope, Fong Chong was also a little surprised, but he didn't show it at all, but slowly shouted righteously, "Wu, that monster, how dare you cut off the water veins and destroy people's livelihoods? Get caught without a fight. Otherwise, wait for me to strike, and you will be turned into ashes." While shouting, he thought, no wonder Zhang Shanshan said that it was the big demon who cut off the water vein with his natural ability, and the pangolins often dig holes in the mountains. Isn't it just their natural ability? Fong Chang's angry words completely frightened the pangolin. It seems that this person is going to kill him. For this, pangolin is not surprised, but thinking of the great age, he will be buried here, and he can't help but feel sad. It has the heart to say a few tough words to the cultivator on the other side, so that it will be more dignified, such as, "Well, water does not interfere with river water, why come to stop me, and, thief? Why destroy my cave?" and is afraid that it will be completely annoyed the other party will lead to a fatal disaster even faster. Seeing that the pangolin monster is not coming to attack, Fong Chong is also not good at taking the initiative. He continued to shout at the pangolin, "War and don't fight, surrender and don't surrender, why?" The lingering sound of the words continued, and the rumble rolled around in the mountains, quite powerful, which made Fong Chong feel a little complacent. On the opposite side, the huge pangolin, 1.5 tall, suddenly knelt down. Facing Fong Chang's oppressive force, the pangolin would never be able to defeat it. Curling up into a ball with talent would only slow down the loss of life. It would be better to beg for mercy and have a chance. It knelt down and cried out, "Shangxian, spare me." Fong Chong was a little surprised. He saw the large pangolin jumping out just now, and stared at him blankly, thinking that he was looking for a suitable direction to attack from. He didn't expect the opponent to surrender. However, the process still needs to be followed. He continued to shout loudly. It turned out to be a pangolin that only had its horizontal bones refined. "Are you convicted?" Facing this big monster who was already able to speak, and his strength was on par with his own, Fong Chong couldn't lose his momentum. "I don't know. This method really worked." The pangolin kowtowed to the ground and shouted, "I grew up in the mountains since I was a child, and I became a demon in the mountains. I have never had contact with humans, let alone hurt anyone. Why did you kill me?" Hearing the demon's defense, Fong Chong paused, and continued, "Do you know that because you cut off the water vein, the livelihood of Linxi village at the foot of the mountain was cut off? If the situation continues, I don't know how many people will be displaced and their families destroyed because of you. What do humans have to do with me?" The pangolin wanted to say this, but was afraid of being beaten to death on the spot, so it continued to shout. "Shangxian Mingjian." The race of the little demon has always been digging through rocks, digging through mountains, and digging through mountains. He was attacked by the mountain of Yunzhong Mountain, and after he retreated, he invited the Shangxian again, so it makes no sense. You are in this mountain, and it is understandable for you not to obey the management of the local mountain god, but you were not moved by the mountain to dissuade you face to face, and you resisted violently. This is also a serious crime. "I'm wronged," the pangolin cried. "I was digging a hole in the mountains yesterday. After the mountain came over, he did it without saying a word. I was confused and had to rush to fight in order to save my life. Knowing this, it was when the mountain retreated. Said. Then you were still digging? I just want a way out. The pangolin just kowtowed. Fong Chong pondered. There is not much difference in strength between myself and this big monster who can only talk to people. If I have to deal with it, the rabbit will bite people in a hurry. It is not worthwhile to do it. It is better to intimidate them instead and drive them away, which can be regarded as achieving the previous purpose. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. While the pangolin kept kowtowing, seeing the other party's expression loosen, he exclaimed with great joy, Shangxian. I am willing to swear that I will never come here again, and only seek a way out. Good. Fong Chong suddenly raised his head and said. Since you are willing to repent, then make an oath that you will never do evil again, never take the initiative to hurt others, and let you leave Yunzhong. The pangolin was overjoyed, with its paws facing the sky, and swore a solemn oath, from now on, I will never do evil again, never take the initiative to hurt others, otherwise I will be discovered by the gods, and my body will be decapitated. After accepting the demon oath, Fong Chong admonished, because you have never hurt anyone or made a big mistake, I will let you go this time. You must know that if you do evil in the future, you will not be like the one who comes to subdue the demon. I am so easy to talk. As a monster, you should devote yourself to practice, accumulate merits, and get a human body as soon as possible. The ancients said that knowing your mistakes can correct you, and there is nothing good about it. Since you have broken the veins of this spring, can you restore it? When Fong Chong said the previous words, the pangolin demon just kept kowtow, looking forward to getting out sooner, and hearing the question of whether the water veins could be repaired, the pangolin complained, Shangxian Mingjian. The small ones can only dig holes and dig mountains, comb water. The matter of the pulse is beyond my control, just like a tiger can hurt people, but it is really difficult to heal them. This remark makes sense. Nodding his head, Fong Chong said, in that case, you go away and don't go back to Yunzhong again. Chapter 16 Professional things need professionals to do. The pangolin, who felt that he had escaped with his life, ran all the way down the mountain after getting away. It didn't turn its neck back until it was far away from the foot of the mountain, and looked back with nostalgia. The mountains in the clouds were extremely high and low, and the surrounding clouds and mists were endless, but it never dared to go back, it was too scary. Look for dense vegetation around to dig holes and hide. It is going to stay until night before going on its way. Recalling Fong Chang's appearance, and that masterful posture that is closely connected with the sky and the earth, the pangolin felt a twinge of fear, but also endless joy. I escaped with my life from such people. In the future, even if you encounter monsters, you will show off some of them. As for where to go next, this big monster has its own plans in mind. It heard that there is a mountain thousands of miles away in the west, called Ant Mountain. This place name sounds delicious, why not go here? After confirming the direction and seeing that the shift was not far away, the pangolin calmed down a bit, then went into the new cave, curled up into a ball, and comforted its spirit with a sense of security. After driving away the pangolin, Fong Chongfu went down the mountain again to check the mountain spring whose water vein was cut off. The springs are still dry, showing that the underground water veins have been severely damaged. Pangolins are not good at sorting out water veins, and Fong Chong is also not good at this. He circled the mountain spring twice, checked the surroundings, and found the place where the pangolin monster was hiding before. It's just that the wide cave dug by the pangolin has completely collapsed under his strong foot, making it impossible to enter and view it. Follow the mountain and go down to the valley at the bottom of the slope, where the vegetation is sparse and deserted. Among the messy vegetation, you can see clear stratum strips from a distance, but from a closer look, there are clusters of bright green stones distributed in large and small clusters. Malachite? Fong Chong was attracted by this beautiful color, stepped forward and broke off a piece, weighed it, it was not light. The stone in my hand is in the shape of a kidney, with clear and beautiful concentric rings, which is very beautiful. Sure enough, it is malachite. This kind of stone is a product of copper mine weathering. Unexpectedly, Yunzhong also produces copper, and it is indeed rich in resources. This kind of stone contains high copper grade and is easy to smelt. It is generally the earliest type of copper ore used. Because of its bright color, the dense and high-gloss ones are also regarded as jade, but it is toxic and not suitable for close-fitting wear. Thinking of what the pangolin monster said just now, Fong Chong deduced that the metal deposits here should have attracted the pangolin, thus cutting off the water source in the mountain village. But from this angle, Fong Chong raised his head and looked at this place, relative to the spring water halfway up the mountain. The pangolin dug in the wrong direction. Or is it not the copper mine itself, but some kind of associated veins inside, deep in the mountains, that attracts the pangolin demon? Didn't bother to think about it, he put it in the back of his mind. Looking around, this mountain has obvious faults, and the aquifer, where the mountain spring is located, is much higher than the layer where the copper mine is located. The stream flows obliquely to the distance, and goes out of the mountain along another valley, reaching Linchi village, which has no intersection with the copper mine. Fortunately, the spring water has not been affected, otherwise the stream polluted by the copper mine would be poisonous. Write down this location, throw the malachite in his hand aside, Fong Chong clapped his hands, and walked slowly towards the top of the opposite mountain. There are still 2 people waiting for me. Fong Chang's wandering around made Lin Hai and Ergu on the opposite mountain anxious. Just now, the 2 carefully hid on the top of the mountain, and witnessed the whole process of Fong Xianchang's subjugation of demons. The distance of Baizhang is relatively far away, so it is not very clear to see, but they can clearly feel the surrounding mountains shaking when the fairy chief stomped his feet. At the same time, the shouts sounded like thunder. The 2 villagers, one big and one small, were shocked. They feared themselves. If they were monsters, they might be caught without a fight when they heard such a majestic question. Facing this earth-shattering power, the 2 felt even more confident about Fong Xianchang's trip. Next, it should just be a matter of how long the monster resists. When the giant pangolin jumped out of the grass, the younger Lin Ergu exclaimed, and Lin Hai next to him was so frightened that he quickly covered him and gave him a hard look. Although Lin Hai has full confidence in Fong Xianchang, subconsciously, he is still afraid of attracting the attention of monsters. The next scene shocked them again. From the top of this mountain, the 2 of them could clearly see that the huge pangolin, which was as tall as a person, jumped out of the grass on the opposite side of the mountain. After a few conversations with the fairy chief, the demon raised his claws as if swearing to the sky, and then his tail seemed to be on fire. Under the gaze of the fairy chief Fong with his hands behind his back, he ran away at high speed and headed towards the direction of Yunzhong Mountain. Then disappeared. This solves it. Lin Hai and Lin Ergu were shocked again, and then felt itchy like a rat's claw scratching their hearts. They really wanted to go back as soon as possible and tell the villagers that the demon was gone. But Fong Xianchang did not speak, and it would be too rude to leave without authorization. They had no choice but to continue to observe Fong Xianchang's movements, hoping that he would come over as soon as possible, but Fong Xianchang started wandering around the spring, probably to check the water source. Maybe the immortal chief has already started to solve the dry spring water. The woodcutter Lin Hai and Ergu were anxious and did not dare to shout, so they could only wait silently on the top of the mountain. After a while, I saw Fong Chang leisurely pacing up from the bottom of the hillside, and the overgrown vegetation did not hinder him in the slightest. Fong Xianchang. Lin Hai hurriedly pulled Ergu to meet him. Congratulations to the Xianchang flag. Thank you for saving Linchi village. Fong Chang simply waved his hand. It's just a matter of little effort, and the crisis has not yet been resolved. Although the evil monster has been expelled by me, the spring still hasn't flowed back. The matter is not resolved. Next, I am going to Zhongshanshan. Please, the mountain took action to dredge the water veins. The 2 of you go back first and tell the villagers that the source of the disaster has been solved. By the way, keep an eye on the valley. If the water in the stream resumes, it means that the crisis has been resolved. Having seen the power of the demon just now, the two worshipped this Fang immortal like a god, and immediately obeyed the words and bowed farewell. When Lin Hai was leaving, he suddenly shouted at Fang Chang, "Xian Zhang, after you succeed, you must go to the village. I look forward to thanking you in person, or your conscience will be troubled." Hearing the words, Fang Chang said with a smile, "I will go to Linxi village, but there is no need to thank you. It's a little effort, you go back quickly." Woodcutter Lin Hai took Lin Ergu, bowed to Fang Chang again, and then quickly walked towards the mountain village. Turning around a few hills, it is in front of the half-human mountain temple again. Fang Chang did not offer incense with pine branches this time, but shouted to the small temple in a clear voice, "God of Zhongshan, Fang Chang, please see me." After a few breaths, the mountain appeared in front of the mountain temple with his body hunched over and leaning on a cane. He coughed lightly, bowed to Fang Chang and said, "Fang Shangxian has returned. I wonder if this trip to eliminate demons will go well." Chapter 17, Combating the Water Veins. The mountain with a tired face brought Fang Chang to the boulder under the tree where he often sat. The trip went very smoothly. After the villagers pointed out the way, the pangolin monster that had already refined its bones had sworn a heavy oath that I would drive it away from Yunzhong Mountain and not cause any more trouble. Fang Chang smiled, and briefly introduced the process of this trip to the mountain to subdue the demon. The mountain was taken aback. Originally, he was not surprised that Fang Chang could successfully subdue the monster, because Fang Chang's appearance of being in harmony with the nature of the world and being refined from the world was very extraordinary, and the mountain never questioned his cultivation. But what I didn't expect was that after the opponent stomped out the monster, he surrendered the big monster who had already refined his bones without moving a finger. This is really beyond the imagination of the mountain god. The mountain knows the strength of the monster, and even fought once with his own hands, but it was a draw. In the end, Fang Shangxian solved the problem easily, and even forced the other party to fight. Take a heavy oath. In this way, this Fang Shang's immortality has far exceeded his expectations, and he probably needs to move a finger at most to surrender himself. Putting his thoughts back to his stomach, the mountain said to Fang Chang, "Shangxian's cultivation is advanced, and that monster is also to blame. That's right, even if you and I don't expel these monsters that are harmful to the world, there is a high probability that they will be exterminated by the heavenly tribulation when the evil results come to fruition and the karma backlashes back. It's just that the villagers at the foot of the mountain are pitiful." After eating 2 chestnuts that Zhang Shanshan took out to treat him, Fang Chang cupped his hands and said, "I'm here this time, because I have a heartless invitation." Even though the immortal speaks, he has orders, and it is his duty. The water source in Linxi village has been cut off. Although the pangolin monster that was the source of the chaos has been expelled by me, the severed water veins have not been restored. I have no experience in combing water veins, and I don't know how to do it. Therefore, I came to Zhongshan God for help. I wonder if the mountain knows this method, or knows someone who is familiar with dredging water veins. Hearing Fang Chang's request, the mountain smiled and said, "This is within the power of the little god. Moving rocks, mountains, and regulating water veins are all easy. If that is the case, I will go there." The mountain is already very tired. However, he didn't tell Fang Chang that he was struggling to sort out the water veins under the pain and exhaustion, but showed a look of accepting it. 1. The gods in front of him are unfathomable, and the way they behave is also a true of morality. This kind of good relationship is worth forming. 2. Linxi village is in his own jurisdiction, and it is his duty to solve the water source cutoff. 3. The strength of the gods is high. If you annoy the other party, maybe there will be unbearable things. As a mountain god, there is no reason to gamble. Getting up from the boulder under the pines and cypresses, Zhang Shanshan leaned on a cane, and joined hands with Fang Chang to the dry mountain spring. "Shangxian, wait a moment, and see what the little does." After finishing speaking, he closed his eyes for a few breaths and opened them again, then waved the crutch in his hand slightly. There is no sound and light effect. Fong Chang could only vaguely feel the vibration under his feet, and he instructed, God Zhang, there is a mine vein under this mountain, be careful, the water will be poisonous after flowing through the mine vein. Don't worry, little gods will save you. The mountain didn't stop the crutch in his hand, but the range was reduced and his movements were softer. The sound of gurgling sounded, and Fong Chang turned his head to look at the mountain spring, only to see that water had begun to spray out of it, and soon the sound became gurgling, and the clear water was stirring, becoming silvery in the sun, and then soothing. The water level began to rise gradually, and the mountain stopped his crutches. When the water level in the spring returns to the edge, as the outlet of the mountain spring, the creek is supplemented and begins to flow again. The splashing water flows down the slope, along the dry valley, and flows out of the mountain. Fulfilling the trust. The mountain said with a smile, I'm quite tired this time, so I'll take my leave and go back to rest. Seeing that the mountain stream had recovered, Fong Chang was also very happy. He bowed to the mountain and said, Thank you, Zhang Mountain God, for your action, and let's go back to rest. When Lin Hai and Lin Ergu returned to the village, they met the villagers who had been waiting here for a long time. After seeing off a few people before, everyone did not leave, but waited anxiously at the entrance of the village. The smoke stopped for a long time, and no one even thought about eating lunch. Because of their worries, they rarely talked to each other, just stood there in silence, like a crop in a field. It wasn't until there was a faint sound in the deep mountain that they said a few words to each other, Did you start to eliminate the demon? Then the distance fell silent, and everyone also fell silent. They were just waiting there. I don't know if they were waiting for Fong Xianchang, or Haizi and Ergu who went with them. It's Lin Hai. They're back. Suddenly someone called. Everyone looked intently at once, and there was the young villager with good eyes who could spot two small, ant-like figures on the top of the nearby hill, running over the hill and rushing towards this side. Looking at the walking movements, Lin Hai and Lin Ergu can't be wrong. The hopeful people immediately went forward, and the two sides met on the hillside halfway. How's it going, Haizi? Where's Fong Xianchang? It's done. Uncle, the monster has been chased away by immortal Fong. He told us, let's come back to announce the good news. He went to find the mountain to clear the water veins, and let us wait by the stream. Great! The villagers became excited, surrounded by Lin Hai and Lin Ergu, and went back downhill to the stream at the entrance of the village. Someone went to the house to bring food, and everyone sat on the ground together, chatting while eating. Lin Hai and Ergu ate a few mouthfuls of thick pancakes, drank a bowl of soup, and then, under the expectant eyes of the people around them, began to tell the story of Fong Xianchang's subjugation of demons. In their description, Fong Chang has become a powerful and majestic god, and the villain, the pangolin monster, is huge and invulnerable, but in front of Fong Xianchang, he knelt down before half a round he begged for mercy, and then swore a poisonous oath, only to be spared by the kind-hearted fairy elder. Will the fairy come? An old man asked. We must thank the fairy. Even if we are from the mountains, etiquette cannot be broken. If the fairy doesn't come, we will go to the fairy cliff to pay our respects. Fong Xianchang said, he will come and see. Ergu replied quickly from the side. Then let's go back and prepare some thank you gifts. This has saved the lives of all the old and young in our village. The old man sighed and said, feeling a lot of vicissitudes in his heart. Of refugees. Water is coming. A child pointed to the valley and shouted softly. Everyone immediately looked towards the creek. A thin layer of water had soaked the pebbles at the bottom of the creek, and then continued to grow. Laughter burst out among the villagers in an instant. Everyone stepped forward to touch the water, and found it again. Many young people felt the preciousness of water for the first time. The old man leaned on a wooden crutch with both hands on his chest, and looked at the stream happily. The deep wrinkles on his face became shallower. Now we are out of danger, and we don't have to leave here to wander. Yes, uncle, thanks to Fong Xianchang. Lin Hai said while supporting the old man. Well, thanks to Master Fong. The old man nodded. Chapter 18, Bacon with Village Brew. After seeing off the mountain god, Fong Chong put his hands behind his back and walked slowly along the valley. This is not the road he and Lin Hai took when they came here. After the mountain dredged, the spring water became stronger. He was going to see if the creek that resumed its flow would flow along the previous waterway. The two sides of the valley are very difficult to walk, with dense vegetation, but occasionally there is a small open space, which is a paradise for wild animals. They often come here to drink water in an orderly manner, and even tacitly avoid preying on each other in the open space by the stream. Many times, Fong Chong can only move forward in the stream. Fortunately, he has recently improved his cultivation, walking in the water without getting his shoes wet. Along the way, even if he was dressed in coarse linen, he still had the appearance of a fairy family who was free and unrestrained. Unfortunately, no one could see this appearance in the barren hills. With his hands behind his back, he walked all the way to Linxi village, confirming that the stream was still traveling along the original route. Then at the entrance of the village, he met people waiting for him here. Fong Xianchang. Lin Hai supported an old man, came forward, and shouted first. Behind them is a group of villagers who have been waiting here for a long time. After the stream resumed, everyone refused to leave and insisted on waiting here. The water is flowing. Fong Chong smiled at Lin Hai. Yes, immortal Fong, the water is flowing, thanks to your boundless magic power, you have subdued the monster. Lin Hai responded gratefully. At this time, the old man next to him added, please enter the village, immortal elder. Everyone wants to treat you well and express our gratitude. No need, it's just a little effort. Fong Chong shook his hand, I'm just checking the condition of the stream, and I stopped by to have a look, the current is much stronger. From here, a few miles down is the Baigo River. This mountain stream goes directly to the river, and there is no village in the middle. Lin Hai said. Fong Chong nodded, that's good. Now that things are in order, you can live a good life. I want to go back to the cliff and continue to practice. If you want to, don't get too close. I like to be clean. Don't dare to disturb the Shangxian. The old man said loudly, then raised his forehead with his hand, bowed his body and bowed and said, this time, the immortal head will save the lives of the whole village. Linxi village is willing to build a temple for Fong Xianzhang, and sacrifice it at 4 o'clock. No way. This matter is even more unacceptable. The tone was aggravated, and Fong Chong stopped it. Poverty in mountain villages, this kind of waste of people's efforts will inevitably involve evil karma, and it will be extremely harmful to practice. I don't use incense to become a god. Building a temple is useless to my practice, and I don't need people to worship. Let me say one more thing, if there is no disaster, don't ask God. You must know that a good life still depends on your hands. The local Zhongshan god contributed a lot to the relief of the disaster. You can go to the mountain temple to worship during the slack season. If you have the conditions, you can simply repair it. It can also be regarded as repaying the mountain god's favor of dredging the water. During the slack season, mountain village sacrifices are not labor-intensive, just consume some homemade incense candles, and the offerings will not affect food after worshipping. Therefore, Fong Chong is not worried about this, and Zhang Shanshan has contributed a lot this time, and he really needs incense supplements divine form. Everyone present saluted one after another, even saying that it was worthwhile. Seeing that Fong Chong was about to leave, the old man hurriedly pushed Lin Hai away, stepped forward 2 steps to call Fong Chong, and then asked the villagers to bring up the prepared gifts. The villagers quickly returned to their homes, carrying or hugging them, taking out the precious things that had been hidden at home for a long time, and piled them up in the open space at the entrance of the village. Looking at the busy villagers, the old man said to Fong Chong, I heard from Lin Hai that the life of the immortal elder is very simple. Everyone specially prepared these, hoping to make the immortal elder Fong more comfortable. Fong Chang frowned and looked, and saw that the bags and loads were all good things that the villagers were not willing to eat and save, such as rice noodles, bacon, dried fruits from the mountains, tools and cloth, oil, salt and tea bricks, dried vegetables and wine jars, and even some brand new dinner plates, bowls and chopsticks, pots and kettles furniture. Seeing this scene, he shook his head greatly. Everyone has a heart, but it's really unnecessary. That's the method of practice I chose to be in harmony with nature. Since I have achieved a small achievement, I don't feel hunger, cold and heat don't invade, I don't need these. Thinking that I have nothing to ask for, it will make the simple mountain people feel uneasy, Fong Chang said to everyone. These are enough, I choose. Calling everyone to stop, he looked down at the field ahead, then stretched out his hand, chopped off a small piece of bacon the size of a palm, then took off the bamboo tube tied around his waist with rattan, pulled off the stopper made of wood, opened the wine jar and reached out. With one finger, a wisp of wine flew into the bamboo tube and plugged it with a stopper. After receiving the sorghum wine in a small bamboo tube, he took a fresh melon that is very common in the countryside on the burden of melons and fruits, and said with a smile. These are enough. The villagers in front of them watched this scene quietly, and the technique of using magic to get the wine from the wine jar shocked everyone. There was also the villager who was chosen by the head of the fairy to thank him, who was overjoyed and proud. Hanging the bamboo tube on his waist again, Fong Chang bowed his hands to the crowd and said, "Thank you for your kindness. From now on, the two sides will not owe each other. I wish you all a happy life and peace." Then, while the villagers were still in a daze, he turned and drifted away. In a few breaths, it has gone far. Seeing that the elder was just thinking about it, the old man still sighed there, feeling quite uneasy. Lin Hai, who was supporting him beside him, said, "Uncle, I said before that the immortal head is a true master of the world, so naturally he looks down on us vulgar things. In other words, we in Linxi village don't have anything that can be used in front of immortal elder Fong. Meeting immortal elder is our blessing. Being too formal will only make it difficult for immortal elder." If Fong Chang heard these words, he would definitely praise Lin Hai. He was the villager who understood Fong Chang's true intentions. With the respect of the mountain people, Fong Chang searched for the way from the mountains and returned to Xianqi Cliff. In the process of subduing demons and saving people, he doesn't care about the little merits that are fed back. If you don't follow this path in your own practice, it won't be of great benefit, but it can be regarded as a little positive effect, which is not a bad thing. The sun is setting to the west. Going back to my own site, I saw that the bamboo bed and quilt I had been lying on before were still lying on the open space. Fong Chang turned around and looked towards Linxi village down the mountain. After the water source problem was solved, the cloud above Linxi village regained its vitality. He smiled easily, never expecting that he was the vitality of Linxi village. After sighing, he moved the outer bed board back into the house. The fire pit had already been extinguished, and the ashes in the middle were no longer warm. He took out the fire bow and fiddled with it for a while, then lit the fire pit again. Fong Chang found a smooth stone and washed it in, ready to heat it up. He took off the bamboo tube around his waist, untied the cane, and put it on the fire to warm it. Then he washed the bacon donated by the villagers, took out a small straight-back jade knife, and cut it into thin slices. While waiting for the stone to heat up, Fong Chang ate the melon in the bag first. Melon fragrance is overflowing, sweet and crisp. What a good melon. Take out the seeds without throwing them away, put them in the bamboo tubes that are split open and cold, and dry them in the open space of the house. When the weather is good, they can be planted. Next, Fong Chang is going to roast the bacon and enjoy it with Natongshan village's homemade sorghum wine for dinner. Chapter 19, The First Batch of Pottery. Bacon is cured meat that has been processed through special procedures. After the farmhouse makes it, it is often taken out to eat at the end of the year and the beginning of spring, so it is named. It is a special product in the countryside, which can be stored for a long time. It can be used for self-serving and entertaining guests. Therefore, the really good bacon has always been found in people's homes. This is the case. The pigs raised in the countryside drink the natural spring water in the stream, eat wild vegetables in the mountains, and are fed cooked bran food cooked with firewood. The taste is naturally very special and authentic. Smoking is the most important step in making bacon, and Yunzhong is rich in pines and cypresses, which are easy to obtain and are the usual source of firewood for daily cooking. Hanging the salted meat strips above the stove, under the smoky fire for a long time, the meat became charred and black, but the special taste of pine and cypress smoke was smoked in. Wait for the stone to heat up, put the washed and thinly sliced meat on it one by one for frying. The meat is rich in fat, and it slowly oozes out as it is fried and grilled, and it starts to sizzling, and the aroma of the meat permeates. At this time, the sorghum wine in the bamboo tube is already warm. Fong Chong grabbed the bamboo tube, took a sip, then used pine branches as chopsticks, and put the grilled bacon slices into his mouth. Tasty. The meat is rich in aroma, the skin is crispy and the meat is soft, and the taste is good, with a hint of smoked pines and cypresses. Because the salt seeps into it, it is a little salty, but the flavor is more prominent. It is really good bacon. Sorghum wine is also good. The homemade wine is not filtered or the head and tail are removed, but because the sorghum wine needs to be steamed, it is quite clear. Drink 2 sips, sweet and refreshing, with a lingering fragrance on the teeth and cheeks, and the mellow aftertaste will last for a long time. After a while, the wine and meat are all eaten, which is comfortable. Taking out the stones from the fire pit, Fong Chong leaned aside to rest for a while, read the books again, and walked out of the thatched bamboo hut with his hands behind his back. The stars are shining outside. On the black satin-like sky, there are stars, the moon has not yet risen, everything around is dimmed, and the mist is light and spun around the mountains like a spun yarn. The hut behind him is filled with smoke and fire, and when I walk to the edge of the cliff, there are scattered lights on the land in the distance, which is the world under the mountain. Facing this scene, Fong Chong smiled, turned his head back, and looked at the pottery blanks from before. By this time they should be completely dry. Fortunately, there is nothing to do at night. I am not here to adjust my breathing. If I practice meditation, I don't need sleep so much. I have enough firewood, so I just start the furnace now. After cleaning the previous furnace and checking that there were no cracks, Fong Chong began to break off the firewood and stuff it into it. Then take out the pottery blank, carefully put it into the furnace, and fill the surrounding area with firewood. The fire pit is burning. Take a piece of pine branch to draw the fire and light the fuel in the furnace. Fong Chong began to take care of it, and kept breaking the firewood, carefully placing it in the furnace. The sky is getting darker. The lights in the distance below the mountain gradually went out. Only the fire from the furnace on Xianqi Cliff was left, shining from the furnace mouth and the ash chamber, reflecting a small piece of ground around it bright red. The night wind gradually picked up, and the air became even colder. After taking a few deep breaths, Fong Chong looked in through the mouth of the stove and saw that several utensils were already burning red hot. He was careful to keep the fire going and keep the furnace warm. The fire pit in the thatched hut was gradually extinguished, the birds and beasts near and far had fallen asleep, and the insects were singing clearly in the surrounding grass. A curved silver moon rises into the sky. The night is so beautiful. Fong Chong didn't stop adding firewood until the east turned white, and waited for the temperature in the furnace to drop slowly. This firing consumed more than half of the firewood he had collected. Go to the big rock on the edge of the cliff first, taking advantage of the first ray of sunshine in the morning, with your 5 hearts facing the sky, and breathing with your legs crossed. After some practice, he found a few more fruits for breakfast, and Fong Chong went into the forest to replenish the firewood. The firewood in the morning is still wet with dew, so it needs to be piled up in an open space to dry before it can be stored. When the temperature in the furnace was lowered and could be touched, he carefully pushed aside the ashes and took out several utensils from it. Bowls, plates, and pots are not smooth and symmetrical because there is no roulette. Take them to the stream and fill them with water one by one, just to see if there are any cracks and leaks. If there are any damages, they can be crushed and added to the next furnace. The creek is still a little far away from the house, and it would be much more convenient to take the time to divert the stream water. The success rate of this furnace is quite high. Fong Chong has not only tableware, but also cooking utensils. Looking for some stones, he put the water pot on the side of the fire pit. He cut the fruit left over from the morning into small pieces and threw it into it to cook. The fruit soup in the pot gradually became delicious while the water was tumbling. Perfect. Using a long-handled spoon made of bamboo tubes to scoop the soup into a bowl, Fong Chong tasted it and praised himself in his heart. After washing the cooking utensils and tableware, he put the basket on his back and walked towards the bamboo forest down the mountain. He was going to cut some more. Bamboo is a very useful material. Mountain people picked or carried them, carrying incense candles, wine, 5-color sacrifices, and simple musical instruments, along the path, rushing up the mountain. After hearing about this, some people came from neighboring villages and small towns just to join in the fun. A few peddlers even heard the news, like chasing a market, carrying a burden to follow the crowd to sell, because there are many people here, their business is not bad. Now is the slack season for farming. The people of Linshi village did not wait too long after getting Fong Chang's request. After a simple preparation, the whole village was mobilized to worship at the mountain temple. The hillside, which is rarely visited by people, became lively again. The small road became wider and more solid under the footsteps of everyone. There was no road in the mountains, but when more people passed by, it became a road. Decorate the small temple with red silk, set up the offerings, and a few young people who know village musical instruments start to play. This red silk cloth with a flower in the middle has been used for many years, and it will be removed after the worship, and it will be used again next year. Resting in his own cave, Zhang Shanshan, who had been hurt and tired these days, was startled by the movement outside, and quickly got up to observe the situation outside. What are they here for? The mountain was inexplicably surprised, it was not the season, so he started worshipping. But if there is incense, keep it. For gods, the more the better, and this time the quality is good. After collecting a large wave of incense, the mountain felt that his body was stable and his soul was strong, and most of his fatigue and pain disappeared, leaving only a little. When the villagers burned incense and candles to worship, the elder host stood at the front and prayed. From the prayer he made up himself, the mountain knew that it was because of the water source in Linshi village. After understanding the whole story, Zhang Shanshan's affection for Fong Chong doubled. Fong Shanshan's behavior made people feel like a spring breeze, and he really was a master of Taoism. The mountains are barren, and there are even fewer festivals. In a year, the mountain is rarely so fat. He felt that he had made money, and decided that if he had the opportunity, he must thank him in person. After the worship, the mountain people did not leave, and the bustle continued in the open space in front of the mountain temple. The people distributed the offerings and collected the red silk cloth, and then some strong young men took out tools and some bricks, tiles and lime from the burden they picked, and began to heighten and reinforce the small temple, deepening it front and back. This repair and reinforcement has infinite benefits for the mountain gods who live here. Chapter 20, Fate Hunting. Having nothing else to do, Fong Chong came down the mountain to cut bamboo again, digging up some bamboo shoots and roasting them. Under the sunny in the bamboo forest, the bamboo rats in the cave are fattening, but he is not going to catch them for cooking for the time being, and let them go for a few days. The sound of the stone axe smashing the bamboo resounded through the bamboo forest on the hillside again, and every sound seemed to be chopping on the ghost of a bamboo spirit in the bamboo forest, trembling every now and then. As the sound kept ringing, the bamboo rats down the had already retreated into their caves, not daring to show their heads. Fong Chong dragged the felled thick and thin bamboo aside and tied them with rattan. The bamboo shoots had been dug and placed in the basket behind him. He was going to cut down 2 bundles of bamboo and transport them back. Each bundle had to be carried by 3 people in arms. These thick, thin, long and short bamboos are enough for him to use this material for a long time after they are carried back to the Xianqi cliff. Tighten the rattan used for binding. Fang Chang looked up at the edge of the bamboo forest, happy. Walking to the edge of the bamboo forest, looking at the twisted and trembling big bamboo in front of him like last time, Fang Chang circled around it, tapped it with the handle of the axe, and said with a smile. Moved again. Hearing this, the bamboo spirit was shocked, and then remained motionless. The mountain wind blows across the bamboo sea, causing green waves to turn up in the bamboo forest. But the mountain wind that blows the sea of bamboo can't shake the big bamboo. Satisfied with the bad taste, Fang Chang laughed and walked back. After a long time, the bamboo spirit turned slowly, towards the direction where the person left. After observing for a while and seeing no movement, it became flexible and relaxed as if it was relieved. When the bamboo spirit was scrutinized just now, the roots and leaves of the bamboo spirit were terrified. It's so frightening, it's almost bursting with fright. Come here every day to cut bamboo. Let the demon live. After deliberating for a long time, the bamboo spirit made up his mind, pulled out the rhizome from the soil, then swayed like a foot, and ran leisurely towards the sun. Because this hillside is sunny, the escape route of the bamboo spirit is all the way down the mountain. Fortunately, it is quite spiritual and knows how to hide at night, so it didn't scare people, so it was not cut down. Wow! Walking on the mountain road with a bamboo bundle, Fang Chang suddenly heard a bark. Looking over, it was the yellow dog of the woodcutter Lin Hai. It was quite human, and it kept wagging its tail after seeing Fang Chang. It seems that the woodcutter should be cutting firewood on the mountain, which also means that Linshi village has resumed its peaceful life in the past. Whistled softly, the yellow dog ran over, wagging its tail cheerfully. Fang Chang put down the bamboo, and went over to stroke the dog's head. Guzi shook his head comfortably, then wagged his tail, and disappeared into the forest. Looking at the disappearing figure of the yellow dog, Fang Chang smiled, picked up the bundle of bamboo and put it back on his shoulder, and returned to Xianqi Cliff. Big pieces of good wood are very resistant to fire, and the fire pit in the house is still burning because we left soon. Fang Chang poked the fire, added some firewood, then took clay pots to the stream, filled them with water, and set them on the edge of the fire pit to burn. A few days later, the impact of the mountain torrents has completely disappeared, and the stream flowing by the edge of the Xianqi cliff has also returned to clarity, without a trace of turbidity. While waiting for the water to boil, he sat by the fire pit and took out his jade knife to make new utensils. The bamboo that has been split into wide strips with a stone chisel in advance is separated by Fang Chang with a jade knife to form thin bamboo strips, which are then intersected into grids, and then surrounded by bamboo strips in a circle. Woven around. Bamboo plaque. I made this because Fang Chang wanted to pick some tea leaves to dry. Although fresh tea has a pleasant aroma, it still has a green taste. If picked and dried in the sun, the tea will be more suitable for brewing after being dried by the heat of the sun. On the open space outside, next to the shack with firewood, a new melon field was opened. Small, only 3 steps long and 1 wide. In this field, Fang Chang used stone flakes to loosen the ground, and then planted the melon seeds he took out earlier in a neat way. It is estimated that it only takes 2 months to eat the melons grown by myself. The water in the jar is boiling. Put the fresh tea leaves in the bamboo tube and scoop into the boiling water. It tastes better than directly boiled tea. Picking tea from the edge of a cliff requires certain skills. Fortunately, Fang Chang's cultivation level is small, his body is light, and he can pick tea trees on the edge of the cliff flexibly. And with his current situation, even if he slipped and fell from the cliff, there would be no misfortune. It just takes time to climb back up again. The picking time is not taken into consideration, as it is surrounded by clouds and fog. Any time is suitable for picking tea. After loading about half of the basket, he jumped back to the flat ground on the cliff. Several bamboo plaques have been compiled. He foresees that the next few days will be sunny and sunny. He only needs to spread the tea leaves on them and turn them over occasionally to make the sunlight even. Filled several bamboo plaques with fresh tea leaves, Fong Chong a simple shelf with bamboo and wood, and put these tea plaques on it one by one, facing south. At this time, the sun is bright and the sun is very good. Suddenly, Fong Chong turned his head to look towards the edge of the open space. The grass and trees surged at the edge of the forest, and a huge black monster rushed out, heading straight for the wooden shack. Stop! Seeing that its momentum is unabated, Fong Chong shouted. However, there was no effect at all. The opponent rushed straight, knocked down a firewood pile, and then stopped and began to hustle around, as if looking for something to eat. This is an adult wild boar that is as long as a person. Its back is covered with bristles, its body is black, covered with mud, and it has two pointed tusks. If it encounters it in the mountains, most hunters will give up cautiously and will not face it head-on. Superior. Fong Chong was slightly annoyed. What a wicked beast. Are you here to deliver dinner? The boar's eyesight is not very good. Turning its head to look, it seems that it has spotted Fong Chong. It starts to turn its head, lowers its head and speeds up. Its fangs point directly at Fong Chong, and it runs with astonishing momentum. Oh, interesting. Seeing the wild boar rushing towards it ferociously, Fong Chong shook his head, then stretched out a hand and pressed it lightly. This wild boar charged like a rainbow, but in front of his seemingly slender palm, it was like bumping into a mountain wall, unable to advance an inch. After being held down by this hand, no matter how the wild boar struggles, even with 1,000 brute strength, it cannot escape. After holding down the boar with his left hand, Fong Chong stretched out his right hand, and with like swords, he quickly tapped on its forehead to kill it. He let go of the wild boar carcass on the ground, then shook his head, and began to pack up the firewood that had been knocked apart by the wild boar, and rebuilt it. Fortunately, the melon fields, thatched huts, firewood sheds, and tea drying racks were not harmed. As for the tables and stools in the open space, the wild boar collided with the boulder tables and stools, and his head was probably broken. The wild boar that appeared suddenly brought a lot of meat in addition to causing a little trouble. After the pottery comes out of the oven, it has the square length of the cooking vessel, which is completely worthy of it. Yunzhong Mountain is rich in products. He searched among the surrounding vegetation and found wild onions and gingers. Wild is delicious, and wild onion has the function of onion and garlic. They can replace ordinary onion and garlic for cooking. These seasonings or their substitutes can remove the fishy smell and enhance the smell, and have a detoxification effect that Fong Chong can't use. They are indispensable for cooking meat. Chapter 21, Pedestrians Staying Overnight. After everything was ready, Fong Chong picked up the big wild boar, went to the stream to wash and clean it, cut it into several large pieces and picked it. The parts that cannot be processed at this stage should be discarded far away as food for wild beasts in the mountains. Put the large pieces of meat in the cleaned back basket. He returned to his bamboo and wood hut, and then used a few washed wood as a support, took the meat out of the basket and placed it on it for processing. Adding some more firewood to the fire pit, Fong Chong first picked large pieces from the wild pork he brought back, divided them into thick strips, and placed them on a bamboo plaque. Then cut the remaining part into small pieces, put them in clay pots, put them in the fire pond and boil them for a while. After changing the water, cut the wild onions and into sections, boil the water, then remove the flames, bring to a simmer. The pot cover is simply made of thin bamboo slices. It is not tight, and there are many gaps and holes, so the steam overflows from it, and the smell of meat diffuses, wafting in the room. Because Fong Chong didn't have any sugar in his hands, he couldn't braise it in soy sauce. Currently, he only supports clear stewing. Wild boars exercise all day long, with more lean meat and less fat, but the meat is delicious. While waiting, Fong Chong tasted the tea in the bamboo tube, and at the same time took 2 pieces of bamboo, and began to sharpen the small jade knife with the straight back. During this period of time, he has been breaking tree branches to use as chopsticks, which is not easy to use. Today coincides with the meeting, just to make 2 pairs of bamboo chopsticks. The aroma in the room is getting stronger and stronger. When the pork pieces can be pierced easily with chopsticks, it means the meat is soft and rotten. Fong Chang opened the bag he brought up the mountain, took out a little coarse salt, crushed the salt grains and sprinkled them into the jar. Salt is the soul of cooking. Then, Fong Chang rummaged through the back basket, found a few plant tubers, peeled them, cut them into pieces, and threw them into the jar. Pull over more burning firewood, quickly boil the semi-finished product in the jar, and then simmer for a while. The cooking end is just right. Fong Chang's hands were not afraid of burning, and he took the jar off the fire. He picked up his own stoneware bowl, and filled most of the bowl of stewed meat with a long-handled bamboo spoon. The sun is just right, coming in from the window and shining on the food in the bowl. The primary color of the cooked meat is paired with the tuber, which looks light and not greasy. With its constant aroma and the light-colored soup in the bowl, it looks extremely attractive. Wait for it to cool down slightly, use the freshly made bamboo chopsticks to pick up the delicious food in the bowl, and put it in your mouth. Simmer for a long time, so that the meat seems to melt in the mouth, leaving only a mouthful of fresh fragrance. After adding wild onions and ginger, not only is there no fishy smell, but it also has a special flavor. The tubers are already ripe, but they have a crispy feeling when bitten off, and then loosen in the mouth, leaving a soft, glutinous and sweet fragrance, and the taste is just right. The only fly in the ointment is that the salty taste of coarse salt is not positive enough, with a slight bitterness. It's a pity that the last time I got it from Linxi village, the wine that was brought to Xianqia was drunk in one go, otherwise it would be more enjoyable to eat with sorghum wine. For the next meal, Fong Chang considers using the slate that he fried the bacon last time to fry fresh slices of meat. At the same time, the big bones removed can be used to make soup. It's a pity that under the condition of insufficient seasoning, pork is not suitable for roasting, and one of the main cooking methods at this stage is missing. Although he didn't get much fat this time, Fong Chang still saved some as much as possible, and prepared to use it to boil oil. Oil residue is a delicacy, and lard can be used to cook vegetables, and it has many functions in life, which can greatly improve the quality of life. After eating and drinking enough, he started to process the strips of meat that had just been cut out on the bamboo plaque. Put pigskin under it, crush the coarse salt in the bag, put long thick meat strips on top, and rub slowly with salt. After feeling that it should taste good, tie up the thin rattan, hang it on the roof, and hang it over the fire pit. Fong Chang usually uses mostly pines and cypresses as firewood. The smoke produced by these fuels is very suitable for smoking bacon. Most of the salt brought was consumed, and the rest was enough for a while. But looking for salt should also be considered on the agenda. Linxi village is actually not particularly remote, because a few miles away is the official road. The so-called official road is the road built by the imperial court. Due to the backward productivity, it is often raised with soil, sand, stones, etc., and the sides are simply drained. Horse-drawn carriages staggered past each other. This kind of road, when it rains and snows, will be slippery and muddy and difficult to walk on. This is also the norm in the world. Stone roads are too expensive and can only be used in cities or on the streets of wealthy villages and towns. During the Taiping period, the official roads were repaired frequently, and there were more pedestrians and horses coming and going on them. The clothes of the donkeys are like the wind, those carrying the load are trembling, those driving the ox cart are mediocre, and those carrying the parcels are coming and going. Everyone is not in a hurry and walks slowly. Moving the pole on his shoulders, the porter surnamed Xie took a few steps and looked up at the sun in the sky. The sun is so strong this afternoon. The person who was walking next to him with a homespun bag on his back walked silently, and replied, "Yes, it's very hot, but it's only for a while, at most half an hour, and it will be much more comfortable after the sunset comes out." Pedestrians with similar speeds often like to go together. Chatting with each other can not only relieve loneliness, but also make them less tired. It is necessary to bring more water to drink on the road, otherwise talking too much will make you thirsty. It's getting late. The setting sun approached the horizon, and the color began to turn red. Due to the background of far and near things, it appeared even bigger. A group of people chatted and talked about the issue of rest at night. Porters often walk this way and are very familiar with how to lodge. There is Linshi village here, we can just walk there in the evening, and we can try to stay there. But there are only 2 abandoned old houses to live in, and each person pays 1 for 2 pennies. You can also ask the villagers to cook an extra breakfast, which is very cost-effective. With a book boy next to him, the master and the servant walked with their books on their backs. The scholar asked suspiciously. When I passed by Huqiao town just now, why didn't I stay there? I see that it is quite prosperous there, and there are inns and restaurants. The porter smiled and said, Your Excellency, I don't know that those of us who walk around the rivers and lakes are most afraid of delaying time, so we can walk as far as we can during the day, so that we can save several days by going back and forth. Can you earn more of these days? But it is related to the family's livelihood, and living here is very economical. In the direction you are going now, you can spend the night in Linshi village. When you go back, you will be able to reach Huqiao town in the evening. At that time, you can seek accommodation in Huqiao town. This will save the least time. After all, it is more than 10 miles away. If it's too bad, I might have to walk another day. The people around heard it and wrote it down, silently remembering the words full of life experience in their hearts. The porter smiled and said, Besides, we all heard when we passed by that something happened in Huqiao town. It's better to stay away. Everyone nodded in agreement. The scholar next to him even dragged out a sentence and whispered, A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. The consumption rate of the outline is much faster than expected. I sorted out a little outline this morning and during the day, so there is only one update. Although it is far from clean, I will resume double updates tomorrow. Sorry. In addition, Xie Hanji quietly gave a reward. Chapter 22, Mountain Village Night Talk. The porter was familiar with the journey, and brought a few people to Linshi village, where villagers he knew could look for them. He knocked on a door. After a while, the male owner of the house came out, saw that he was an acquaintance, and said with a smile, So it's Lao Xie, and he went to the east again. The porter surnamed Xie said to the villagers, Second brother Lin, these people happen to be traveling with me, and they have nowhere to stay today. I would like to borrow your small courtyard for a night's rest. Well, guests please follow me. The villager, who is called Brother Lin, led everyone to an old courtyard, unlatched the door, invited everyone to enter, and then brought firewood. There is firewood in the courtyard, and guests can light a fire to roast. It can dispel the cold air in the mountains, and you can sleep well at night. Everyone handed over 2 copper coins per person, and asked the villagers to help clean up the dinner. The villager took the coin and was very happy. He arched his hands and said, Guests, wait a moment. I'll let my mother-in-law cook together. However, the conditions in the mountain village are limited, so I hope you don't dislike rough food. After speaking, leave here and go to prepare food for several people. This is a deserted courtyard, and the family inside, that is, the family of the villager just now, has moved to another place to build a new house. There are no door frames and window lattices here. Fortunately, the house and courtyard are often cleaned, which can be regarded as clean. It is not cold today, there is no need to enter the house to block the wind, and it is just right to see the starlight. Everyone uses the firewood in the yard, builds a bonfire, and sits around chatting. Several people informed each other of their names. When we first walked on the road, we just took a company together. Now that we spend the night together, of course we need to be more familiar with each other. Hearing this proposal, the porter first said, Xie Guang'an, a person from Huifeng Mansion, specially travels between Huifeng Mansion and Long'an Mansion, accepting entrustment to carry goods back and forth, and this business has been done for generations in the family. If you have any needs in the future, please also inquire about Huifeng Loxi, who is the foot carrying. Putting the bookcase aside, the young scholar who warmed up with the book boy introduced himself. In the Qing dynasty next week, I came from Guangping Mansion, and this time I went to Long'an Mansion, and went out of the state to Yangzhou to visit friends and study. This is my book boy Zhou Quan, and it is my honor to be on the same journey with you this time. Everyone spoke politely, and then an elderly man who was a little older, and a man who looked like a family member, also briefly introduced who they were, where they came from, and where they were going. After getting to know each other, they began to get acquainted and talk more freely. All the way, I saw that the seedlings in Huifeng Mansion and Nanyun Mansion are growing very well. This year must be a good harvest. While chatting with the bonfire, the scholar Zhou Qing sighed. Regardless. The old man next to him nodded. The same is true for Long'an Mansion. It seems to be another good New Year's Eve. Xie Guang'an, the porter, sighed. Unfortunately, for the farmers, the benefits are not too much. After all, a few more buckets and a few stones will not be able to offset the drop in grain prices. Daily groceries will only consume more harvest. Fortunately, everyone can eat by themselves. If you feed the livestock, you will be able to have a good year. Well, a good harvest is always good. Several people are familiar with the world, so they are not surprised. At this time, the villager who had just left came with a young man, carrying pots and chopsticks, and greeted, "Everyone come to eat, the dishes and chopsticks have been washed." Then he put his food beside him firmly and served it for everyone. The young man who came with him said something in a low voice, took his leave and left the courtyard. A few people looked at it, and it was steaming hot in the clay pot. It was just steamed corn rice mixed with vegetables, and there was a little diced bacon in it. There is egg drop soup in the jar, with some oily flowers floating on it. In the small plate next to it, there are neatly cut pickles, with a little aroma of sesame oil. Dinner was illuminated by the bonfire, which made several travelers who had traveled for a long time move their index fingers. After taking the rice bowl, they began to fill themselves vigorously. Only the scholar was a little gentle. After the villagers served everyone a meal, they simply had nothing to do at night, and simply stayed by the side to watch everyone eat. After everyone finished their meal and thanked the villagers were not in a hurry to clean up the tableware, but sat aside and listened to everyone's conversation. The mountain village is closed and there are few new things. It is also a rare life adjustment to be able to listen to these people who have traveled far and wide. The scholar suddenly turned his head and asked the villagers, "Do people often come to stay at the master's house?" The villagers laughed and said, "Most people on the official road will choose to rest in Huqiao town. Every 3 or 5 days, there will always be people coming here, and I don't know if it is considered frequent. However, I still come to this old yard to clean it every day, and I also prepare food, oil, and vegetables at home, and entertain people when they come. The family also has a small income." The scholar Zhou Qing who asked the question suggested, "Why doesn't the master consider opening an inn here? It can also be regarded as a business." The villagers laughed. "My guest, what do you think the inn is for?" "Of course it is a place to accept visitors from afar for a fee, provide meals and lodging, and give people a place to rest." Hearing the villagers' questions, scholar Zhou Qingqing said naturally, "What does the guest think they are doing here?" The villager knocked on the ground and asked the scholar with a smile. "The only thing that is lacking here is a signboard, but when the signboard is not visible on the official road, is the signboard still important? Besides, the space here is limited, and I can't afford the capital, and I can't provide food and lodging for a few people." Good. Understanding the meaning of the second elder brother Lin, the scholar was speechless for a while, so he had to praise the other party a few words. Surrounded by the bonfire, they talked about the new things in the surrounding provinces. It was nothing more than which big official put out the water mat, where the new powerful beast was caught, and where the terrible case happened. After chatting for a while, the villagers nearby listened with great interest, and a few of them also began to lament that the bigger the place, the more lively it is, but it often makes people feel at a loss. The porter Xie Guang'an knew the villagers well, so he teased him, like Linxi village, there shouldn't be any changes. Every time I come here, it feels the same as last time, and there is no change. This is the real clean and good place. Unexpectedly, the second brother Lin, a villager, shook his head. Old Xie, you don't know, there is really something going on in the village this time. Oh. Several people chatting on Shinto saw that there was a new Huatu, and they all turned their attention to see what the villagers had to say. The villager said, "Guests, you don't know something. This Linxi village almost disappeared." After a while, seeing that the people around him were listening to him carefully, he continued to tell the story of the past few days. The terrain here is quite high, and it is impossible to drill a well. Our daily water is taken from a small stream outside the village. But a few days ago, that small stream suddenly became smelly, and then suddenly stopped flowing. He described the situation in detail. When it was said that the woodcutter in the village came into the mountain to find the immortal, and then Fang Xianchang subdued the pangolin demon, and then invited the mountain to dredge the water vein again, everyone exclaimed again and again. Chapter 23, Movement in the Grass. It's a pity that the pangolin monster ran away without all the efforts. Porter Xie Guanan listened, lowered his head and sighed. Responding to Lao Xie's reaction, villager Lin urged laughed and said. According to Brother Haizi, the immortal Fang made the pangolin swear a heavy oath that he would never do evil again, so he spared its life. Since you have made an oath, you must obey it, otherwise taking the oath is no joke. The scholar Zhou Qing next to him focused on another place. He frowned and asked Brother Lin in a strange tone. This is a real fairy, you just missed it. Fang Xianchang is of course a true immortal. Immortals are immortals. What's wrong with immortals? The villagers felt very strange about the scholar's expression. For the simple mountain people, the fact that Fang Chang is a fairy has no additional meaning except that it will make people respect him more. The scholar was choked and remained silent for a while. The porter next to him sighed. Second brother Lin, your village is really lucky. Such a catastrophe was met with an immortal and it was resolved. Such a rare event, your village does not know how lucky it is. The villagers nodded and said. Who says it's not? Everyone is praising us for our good luck, but the person who should be most grateful is that fairy Fang. Someone asked again, where does that immortal live? It's just behind Yunzhong Mountain, living on the top of the precipitous Xianxi cliff, where ordinary people can't go up at all. Only some people who have been running the mountain all the year round can get there. But no one can go up. When I was young, the old people in the village said that there are immortals on it. Don't disturb them, otherwise there will be disasters. Brother Lin replied. Regarding this matter, except for porters and scholars, they all regard it as a mountain village ghost story. The porter Xie Guang'an is familiar with second brother Lin and knows that he can't make up stories, while the scholar deduces that the matter is true. Each expressed a few opinions on this matter, and the porter smiled and said. The fairy trail is hard to find, but the mountain temple in the story can't be escaped. People like me who pass by Yunzhong Mountain all the year round will pass by Linxi village next time. If they have free time, they can go to worship the mountain and seek blessings when passing by. It might work. A few people around the fire nodded. For similar rumors, everyone always prefers to believe them. Looking at the sky, seeing that the crescent moon has climbed up, the villagers got up and said. There is hay in the house to lay the bedding. Everyone is tired after traveling all day. You can consider resting early. I have to go and clean the fire and put it away, so I won't accompany you for the time being. Then he put away the bowls, chopsticks, pots and jars, left the small courtyard, and closed the gate by the way. Scholar Zhou Qing saw the villagers walking away, continued to shake his head and sighed, I'm still too ignorant, these villagers don't know how to cherish such a great opportunity in front of them. Hearing what the scholar said, the Jianhu man who looked like a family member laughed and said, "Not to mention whether this story is true or not, so what if you know it's a chance? If there is no such thing as fate, an ordinary person will just miss it neatly even if it stands in front of you. And with your body, you probably won't be able to climb up. If you go up that cliff, you might disturb the immortals, so why do you do such a thing in such a beautiful time?" The porter next to him also kindly dissuaded him, telling the scholar not to think about such dangerous issues. The scholar nodded, agreeing with the advice of the people around him. He cupped his hands shyly and said, "I made everyone laugh, I'm just more interested in these strange village stories. There is a saying in the book, respect ghosts and gods and stay away. After reading the books of sages and sages over the years, of course it is the right way to enter Beijing to apply for the exam. It is the right way to manage the country with a family, so that you can live up to your good years." Several people in the same company all praised it, and wished the scholar the title of the gold list. Then the topic changed, and Xie Guanan took the lead, talking about things in a small town not far away. Speaking of strange stories in the countryside, a lot of things have happened in Huqiao town recently, and they are quite strange. The old man next to him who hadn't spoken for a long time nodded slowly. "That's right, I've heard about it a little bit. Some people say it's haunted, but what exactly happened? Why did it happen?" The rest of the people all cheered up and listened carefully. Porter Xie Guanan said, "Originally, I set off earlier and faster than you. When passing by Huqiao town, I had a few conversations with acquaintances there, and then I met you and walked together. He told me that the Pang Yuanwai in Huqiao town had a series of accidents at home recently, and his animals were restless. He was looking for a mage, Wu Jie, to resolve the disaster." Pang Yuanwai. That's a powerful family. Isn't that right? The surrounding villagers complained about him, but they only dared to talk about it in private. It would be great if it spread to Pang Yuan's ears. Ah, the peaceful years, not everywhere peaceful. Scholar Zhou Qing sighed aside. Several people shook their heads. The old man took the lead in yawning, and said with a little lack of energy, "It's getting late, everyone, go to rest early, and we have to go together tomorrow. From here to Long'an Mansion, we have to wait until tomorrow evening. And sleep and sleep. I'm really sleepy. Good night everybody." Walking into the house, Xie Guanan adjusted the burden of goods on his back, took out the thin bedding that he used to carry when going out, tidied up the straw on the ground, spread it out on it, and fell asleep with his clothes on. Fong Chong was walking in the mountains with a pannier on his back. However, he didn't bring a stone axe. He just carried a small straight-backed jade knife with him. He simply found flexible bark and made a sheath for the knife. The wild boars that were delivered to the door before, the meat provided has been eaten, and the bones and the like have been stewed and drunk, and the bacon hanging on the fire pit is still too early to be completed, so they will hunt for food recently. The meat is still delicious. With cooking utensils, even if it is just a clay pot, the quality of food is greatly improved. Stewed food has a better taste and a more distinct taste layer. It is also possible to stew plants and prey together to combine a variety of eating methods. Using the boiled animal fat, the vegetables become more delicious, not to mention the oil residue sprinkled with a little crushed salt, which makes people want to stop. While walking, Fong Chong saw a few low plants with wild fruits on them, showing an attractive deep red color. Walking up gently, he picked off the wild fruit, no matter what it was, and put it in his mouth. Too bitter. It's full of bitterness, it's not delicious, and it's a waste of good looks. This bitter taste is a bit like medicine, but unfortunately I don't know the type, and medicine is of no use to Fong Chong now. Based on his current conditions, he is able to distinguish spiritual herbs. In these days, he came across several plants, all exuding strong or weak alluring aura. Fong Changju marked the location, and prepared to pick them when they matured. Where to go? Seeing movement in the grass ahead, Fong Chong flew up and held down the prey. This is a snow-white rabbit, an ordinary beast that looks delicious. Dispose of the rabbit and put it in the back basket. Fong Chang is about to turn back and return. This rabbit plus some wild vegetables and tubers is enough for him to eat for 2 days. It is useless to catch more. Next to it is the mountain god temple, which seems to have been renovated recently. Since he doesn't know whether Yunzhong Mountain God has recovered, Fong Chang hasn't bothered to go up recently. There was movement again in the grass in front. Chapter 24, Fox Valley. Hey, what are you doing hiding, and I won't eat you. Fong Chang stepped forward, stretched out his hand to push aside the grass nest, and pulled out a trembling fox from it. When the little fox was pulled out, he tightly covered his eyes with his front paws, as if he was afraid to watch the tragedy that followed. Seeing the fox like this, Fong Chang almost laughed out loud. Yunzhong is really rich in products, even the little demons that have become fine are rich. This fox's cultivation is not bad. Fong Chang took a closer look and saw that it had refined its bones and could speak human words. It is a little surprising that this kind of half-big fox can reach this level. In the vast world, there are all kinds of wonders, but it is not out of the ordinary. Seeing that the person holding him was silent, the fox slowly let go of his claws, then bowed in mid-air, and at the same time screamed in a not-so-fluent language, "There is less meat." Fong Chang laughed out loud. It is estimated that it saw the situation where it hunted rabbits before, and was frightened. After all, a live rabbit was held down by a human right in front of his eyes, and then died, and the speed of the human was absolutely unstoppable by himself. The scene is powerful for this little informed half-fox, who realizes that he seems to be in danger. Seeing the human being stroking his fur and laughing, the fox was even more frightened, and shouted loudly while bowing. "There is an old man." Fong Chang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't eat Kai Hui's creatures." Hearing this, the fox's body softened, and then he felt that someone had put him on the ground, so he turned his head and glanced, remembering the person who just lifted his neck, and then spread his legs and ran towards the depths of the valley. The intelligent birds and beasts are completely different from ordinary beasts. Whether they have just awakened from ignorance, or have refined their bones to be human-speakable, or have acquired a human body, all of them no longer belong to the original species, although there is no reproductive isolation in the original form. For Fong Chang, hunting and eating meat is normal. After all, his practice of nature needs to be close to nature, but it is by no means an extreme environmentalist. This nature is more inclined to comprehend the world in accordance with the heart. Such as spirit beasts, although they seem to be very nourishing on the bright side, eating them or even killing them for no reason is also detrimental to cultivation. Gain because all living beings who have enlightened wisdom in the world have joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. If they communicate, they will be entangled in cause and effect. Similarly, monsters cannibalize people. As human beings who are blessed by heaven and earth and born with spirits, they are entangled by thousands of dense causes and effects. If monsters kill more and eat for a long time, they will be haunted by hostility, and their spirituality will be blinded until they go crazy and can never escape. Seeing the little fox running away, Fong Chang turned around. On the hillside in front of him, Zhang Shanshan was walking down slowly with a cane, and said with a smile, "Shanshan really has a kind heart." Seeing Zhang Shanshan walking freely and energetically, Fong Chang bowed his hands in salute, and greeted him. It turns out that Zhang Shanshan is in person, but it seems that he has finished his rest. I would like to thank Shanshan for this matter. People from Linxi village specially came to worship. During this time, there was a lot of incense, and the little was able to recover quickly. This is the blessing that God of Zhongshan has blessed one side of the landscape. This is very close to the hillside where the mountain temple is located. The mountain let Fong Chang pass by, sat down on the two big rocks where he usually stayed, and said with a little apology, "I have been bedridden recently, and I haven't been able to collect some snacks. I have nothing. It can be used as a treat." Fong Chang asked curiously, "The chestnuts and pine nuts Zhang Shanshan used before are very good, but there are many pine trees nearby, but he has never seen a chestnut tree. I wonder where the mountain picked them." Zhang Shanshan pointed out. Counting from here to the north, the fifth mountain is full of chestnut trees. The mountain is not high, and the mountains separated from here are not low, so it cannot be seen from here. After chatting about the geography in the mountains for a while, Fong Chang said. This Yunzhong Mountain is really a place of beauty. The little fox just now seemed to be born not many years ago, and he became wise. Although I haven't seen many monsters, I know this is a miracle. This. The mountain laughed dumbly. There is indeed a reason for the fox's situation, and I happen to know it. Anyway, there is nothing wrong, why don't you come and visit with me? Fong Chang gladly accepted the mountain god's invitation. The two went together and came to a valley northwest of the mountain temple. This place lives under the hillside full of tall and luxuriant green pines, with dense grass, but the land is quite dry due to the sun. It is also a good place to live for the mountain creatures. The mountain walked to the entrance of the valley, paused his crutches, and shouted towards the valley, "Is Hu Feng's old friend in the mansion? The old Zhang Ziqing is here to visit." After a few breaths, Guli responded with a hearty and sharp voice, but he was short of breath. "Of course, Zhang Shanshan will wait for a while, and I will come out to greet you." After a while, two foxes, big and small, came out from the valley. The little fox next to him was the one that Fong Chang had caught just now, and now he was a little timid after seeing Fong Chang. The other fox is much larger than the other foxes, with soft and golden fur, only 4 feet are black, but it is obviously old, and it is quite inconvenient to move, and it needs the help of the little fox. Rare guest, this is. Compared with the little fox next to him, this old fox is obviously more knowledgeable. After seeing the situation around the two of them, he immediately came over and said, "Little demon Hu Feng, bring son Hu Yun to see this as an immortal. I have seen God Zhongshan. Your name is also Yun." Fong Chang waved his hand in return, then looked at the little fox beside him and said. Seeing that the mountain next to him was curious, he smiled and explained, "There is a little monkey with an enlightened spirit on the fairy habitat cliff. He refined the horizontal bone a few days ago and came to visit him. So I named him Sun and named him Yun. Met another Hu Yun." The little fox's eyes flickered, but he didn't answer. The old fox pushed twice and had to salute apologetically. The mountain introduced, "Hu Feng is a fox demon. He helped me a lot in the past. We always see each other every 2 years. The little one next to him is his grandson Hu Yun. Hu Feng, this is Feng the immortal elder, lives on the immortal habitat cliff not far away, and he is a true immortal with Taoism." Hu Feng, grandson and grandson invited one person and one into the valley, and took out sweet and sour berries to entertain them. During the conversation, Fong Chang learned that Zhang Shanshan noticed that Fong Chang had captured Hu Yun not far away, and was about to come up to plead for mercy. Fortunately, Fong Chang just picked up the little fox for a look, and then let it go. This made the mountain breathe a sigh of relief. Hu Feng, an old vixen, has been a demon for 100 years, and now he is old and dying. Regarding this matter, the old fox is very open-minded. Everything in the world cannot escape aging and reincarnation. There is an end to the world, let alone the next little fox demon. The biggest regret is that I never got a human body, but this is because I missed the Tao. I only wish to be reincarnated as an adult in the next life, to enjoy the prosperity of the world of mortals, and if I am lucky enough to take the road of cultivation again, that would be the best. It's just that my hundreds of younger generations are all muddle-headed fools, only this Hu Yun is more upbeat and successful. In other words, this is my only descendant. I hope Zhang Shanshan will take care of you and me because of our friendship. As for after death, I have mentioned it many times. Hu Yun, remember, I was buried in the nearby field of flowers. The hillside of flowers, this is my hometown and the place where I grew up. I hope my life will end in this beautiful place. Chapter 25, Astronomical Changes Predecessor's Last Wish. On the cliff where immortals live, there are colorful fallen flowers. Mountain flowers on the back hillside withered most of them overnight, leaving only some green branches and green leaves. From time to time, petals floated down the stream, and the fragrance wafted along the mountain wind. Fong Chang put down the pitcher, looked up at the scene, and liked it a little. Suddenly moved, he found a piece of thin, tall bluestone from nearby, and moved it to the stream to stand firm. Looking back, he was satisfied with the location of the stone, and moved his fingers like a sword to write on this stone. Although there are only 2 fingers, he writes with the feeling of brush and ink. In an instant, as the stone chips flutter and reveal the groove marks, the 3 characters, Wanawaxi, appear on the stone surface like silver hooks painted on iron. From then on, you have a name, Wanawaxi. Fong Chang smiled at the stream. The sound of gurgling water and the mountain wind, light and cheerful, seemed to echo him. Filled the bamboo tubes on his body with water and plugged them up, and then filled the water cans with water. As he walked back, he thought, the current way of fetching water is quite a waste of time. In the future, you can consider burning a water tank, and then make a few buckets to store water for drinking. This requires a large kiln, and the conditions are not available for the time being. Another method is to open a branch for this Manhwa Creek, bypassing his thatched hut, which can not only provide a water source close at hand, but also improve the surrounding scenery. This can be done as soon as possible, even if there is no efficient tool. You can use stone flakes. Anyway, I have plenty of time. After a little comparison in his mind, Fong Chang secretly smiled and said, ordinary people make choices, and practitioners either want them all or don't want them all. Both of these can be done, you just need to act according to your mood and follow your heart. Walking to the open space in front of the house, he poured water into a mound of soil. The top of the mound was made into a depression for holding water. After going back and forth a few times, he stirred it with a long wooden stick and stepped on it with bare feet. A pile of reconciled dirt. Fong Chang planned to use these to expand the kiln, add a chimney to the furnace, and burn some lime at the same time. The deep woodland on the Xianqi cliff provided Fong Chang with almost endless firewood. The abundant and easy-to-obtain fuel makes there be smoke all day long on Xianqi cliff. Fortunately, the clouds and mists in the Yunzhong Mountains are always misty, and it is difficult to see from the nearby slightly higher mountain tops, so people will not be suspicious of the smoke on Xianqi cliff. Lime raw materials are easy to get. Ordinary bluestone is good, it is very common in the mountains, the kind Fong Chang used to carve the name of Wanawaxi just now. Choose bluestone of appropriate size and uniform texture, put it into the furnace, add firewood to calcinate, and then quicklime can be obtained. However, it needs to be fully digested for moisture-proof foundation. Not far from a stone platform, a depression becomes a natural ash pit. Put lime in it, add water fully, and wait for 7 or 8 days. Bringing slaked lime into the ground of the house can have better strength and water resistance, which is a good improvement to the living environment. At the same time, quicklime can also protect the roof from moisture and can be used to bond masonry. With it, many things are more durable, and the time for manufacturing tools and utensils is greatly reduced, and labor efficiency is improved. There is a thick layer of lime in the ash pit. After being poured into the water, the lime block absorbs water and emits heat, bursting with beeps, and the poured water also starts to boil, and white mist rises up. The momentum is really strong. The birds and small animals not far away were frightened, and they ran into conflicts, staying away from this place for the time being. The lime digestion process still needs 7 or 8 days. Fong Chang didn't want to be idle for the time being. He quickly demolished the previous kiln, then doubled its diameter, and built a bigger and better kiln. It can burn 32 bricks at the same time. Bricks are also used in many ways, such as building houses, paving roads, making floors, or as some supports. With no gauges, he can only use the same frame to take off the adobe. The thoroughly dried adobe can be used to build a kong, build a stove, or be used as a temporary wall, but Fong Chang is not ready to use it for the time being. This time, he plans to make hundreds of bricks and save them for later use. In the past few days, Fong Chang has been dealing with dirt all the time, which made him a little dusty and without a sense of immortality. If those who called him Xian Chang and Shangxian saw him now, they would definitely shatter the original image in their hearts. Fortunately, no one came to the fairy cliff, and none of Fong Chang's previous vests fell off. Once the kiln is ignited, it cannot be extinguished and needs to be watched until it is finished. After entering the practice, Fong Chang didn't need to sleep, and he had no pressure on it. He walked around slowly, adding some firewood every once in a while to maintain the temperature in the furnace. Beside the thatched hut, a new shed was built, with only 4 pillars and a thatched roof, for storing some things, such as excess firewood, and bricks that are about to come out of the kiln. The mountain wind was gentle but cool. Fong Chang put his hands behind his back and looked up at the beautiful night sky. Compared to last night, a few stars in the night sky today have obviously moved their positions, and they shine brightly, emitting a pale light. This is not a good sign. He had a feeling in his heart, and he did a simple calculation, and the sky had already appeared. With his current superficial level of calculation, he could also draw a conclusion: this world will not be very peaceful in the future. Sighing slightly, Fong Chang went back to work. The brick kiln still needs to be looked after, and the fire cannot be extinguished. As the brick kiln began to cool down, Fong Chang suddenly found himself idle again. Looking at the piles of firewood in the house and shed, he felt that it would be better to burn some charcoal. Charcoal is purer than firewood and has a higher calorific value. Pottery made with charcoal has higher temperature and fewer impurities. The quality will be even better. There are many ways to build a charcoal kiln, with different effects and applications. Fong Chang is not going to build those reusable kilns, he just finds something to pass the time in the cooling gap of the bricks, and he can burn firewood into charcoal, that's all. Choose wooden sticks of appropriate thickness and tight texture, stand them up, pile them up like a bonfire, and then paste the mud outside as the kiln body. At the bottom of the charcoal kiln, in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, each leave a ventilation hole about the size of 2 fists, and leave a hole at the top, and then light the fire from the fire pool in the house, and ignite it at the top hole of the semicircular charcoal kiln. When the red light can be observed from the 4 ventilation holes at the bottom, block the upper hole and the bottom ventilation hole in turn. Next, it will be rather boring. You need to fill the cracks with soil continuously, and fill where there is smoke. This is a technique that Fong Chang learned in his previous life, but this is the first time he has practiced it. Back then, when he opened and closed his eyes, he changed the world and the environment, and appeared on this warm body, which made Fong Chang feel a little melancholy. However, his easygoing personality allowed him to adapt to his new identity smoothly, and even embarked on the road of practice after the adventure. The predecessor of this body walked very peacefully before, allowing him to receive the process smoothly. But he also has a last wish. For Fong Chang's path of practice, if he can't solve it smoothly, it will be considered a big difficulty. Chapter 26 Shortest Path Downhill Method. When Fong Chang woke up from this body, he also received the past memories of the original body, but when he recalled them, it was like a different perspective, reminding him that these memories did not belong to him. Before that, he just lived alone in a small town. Like his neighbors, he hoed the field every day, worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. The old man who raised him didn't know his origin, he only knew that he was sent here, and the old man didn't leave a word after his death. So Yuanshan has been looking forward to finding his parents, figuring out why he was sent away, and at the same time taking another look at them. Even this idea has become an obsession, lingering on this body, although it is gone. Fong Chang knows that he needs to find an opportunity to fulfill this last wish on behalf of the original body, otherwise this obsession will become a big obstacle when advancing on the road of practice. It's just that his spiritual perception told him that the opportunity has not come yet, it is not suitable to go down the mountain, and there will be no results in searching for it by force, and he still needs to wait for the opportunity. This kind of waiting that goes with the flow is more suitable for one's own practice path. The charcoal kiln took longer to cool down. Fong Chong first went to check the bricks. The bricks inside had not cooled completely, but they had already formed. He reached out and took one out of the kiln, and tapped his fingers to listen to the sound. What sounds good is a good brick. Of course, the quality is incomparable to that fired in a real brick kiln, but only reaches the usable level. Stacking the bricks together and moving them into the new shed next to him, he thought about it, and planned to use these bricks to build a brick pool in the middle of the shed, and sprinkle quicklime inside. After the charcoal comes out of the kiln, you can put the appropriate charcoal into the pool for storage, so as to avoid getting the black charcoal powder everywhere. Standing up straight, looking at the distance down the cliff, Fong Chong suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. In that direction, it should be a small town. The charcoal kiln is still hot, but this one won't break, and it's the same when you come back to collect it after a while. Fong Chong opened a bamboo tube first, and poured some water on the melon seedlings in the melon field next to the shack. The land on the cliff is very fertile, and the melon seedlings that have just grown are not tall, but they are very strong, and the green shoots open to the sky, full of vitality. When I come back from this trip, I should look for thin bamboos to put up a shelf for the melon seedlings, maybe they will grow better. Fong Chong is going to go down the mountain. Just when he finished collecting the bricks and looked down the mountain, his spiritual sense was suddenly touched, as if something was happening there. You have to follow your feelings, just go down the mountain to have a look, and by the way, after spending the time on the mountain, take a new look at the world of mortals and the fireworks in the world. This is beneficial to practice. It doesn't require much preparation. When Fong Chong returns to the house, he needs to simply pack up and go down the mountain immediately. It's just like the saying goes, a happy person does happy things, and he has no worries and a clear heart. Put the tea leaves on the shelf outside into the long bamboo tube and plug them in. Then he took the green cloth furoshiki he had brought, and put a change of clothes and his 2 books in it together. The cultivation path and practice method are must-have items. One is that they can be studied at any time, and the other is that they can repel mosquitoes. After thinking for a while, Fong Chong picked up the uncut jade that the monkey gave him from the corner of the bed, and broke off a piece of it. The monkey's son Yun gave 2 pieces as a gift, and it seems that they should be produced by Yunzhong Mountain. Among them, the slender one has been polished by him into the straight-back knife on his body, and the other one has been left unused in the corner of the bed. He wrapped 2 pieces of cooked venison with 2 layers of broad leaves, wrapped them with thin vines, and packed 2 plant tubers. These should be some kind of potato, and wild boar was stewed with it before. After roasting, the potato tastes sweet, and the taste varies with the heat, either crispy or soft, which is very good. Wrapped the furoshiki casually and tied it on his back, Fong Chong put the fence door back and went towards the outsider. The sun is just right, and the side where people are illuminated is warm. Going down from Shinchi Cliff, you have to cross the valley from the side of the cliff, and then turn over 3 hills. Looking around, Fong Chong had an idea, and his childlike innocence grew. He walked to the boulder where he sat cross-legged and practiced every morning, looked at the misty clouds below, and then jump. The wind whizzed past my ears, and the clouds and mist were wispy, trying to move towards me at high speed. The cloud and mist were slightly stirred by the falling Fong Chong, and it took half a quarter of an hour before it returned to calm. Falling lightly from the cliff, enjoying a free fall, Fong Chong secretly smiled and said, "This is the fastest and shortest way to get down from Shinchi Cliff. There are neither rough rocks nor overgrown vegetation in the middle, but only you can do this yourself. There is a below." After landing, Fong Chong simply patted his clothes, and only walked 100 feet to the outside, and then saw a faint path. This path was obviously stepped on by humans. Due to the lack of frequent passing, the path is still full of weeds, but the growth is not as good as the sides of the road, which can be clearly distinguished. Not far down, you will find Lingxi village. Fong Chong tightened his pack on his back and walked towards the mountain village. Not far from the mountain village was the official road. The disaster of cutting off the water source not long ago did not have too much impact on this small mountain village, and the peace and tranquility of the past has been restored here. The only difference is that the mountain people all remembered that there was a kind fairy elder Fong on Xianxi Cliff who helped them through a catastrophe, and the mountain in the nearby mountain temple also contributed a lot to this. Recently, it was the slack time for farming. It was close to noon, and no one was working in the village or in the terraced fields on the hillside below. The last time I came to Linxi village, Fong Chang only looked at the entrance of the village and communicated with the villagers twice, but did not go in. Now passing by here alone, he observed it carefully with great interest. During the Taiping period, the houses in Linxi village were fairly tidy, but most of them were made of earth, stone and thatch, with no bricks or tiles to be seen. Houses are full of smoke, and there are not many children playing outside. At this time, they have all been called home for lunch, thanks to the fact that the world has not been chaotic for hundreds of years, and now even commoners have 3 meals a day. Because it is close to Yunzhong Mountain, which is rich in products, there are a lot of livestock in the village, and more grass is fed. The most common ones are pigs, sheep and chickens, and there are very few precious cattle. In addition, chickens in mountain villages are very precious, or in other words, chickens in the world are also very precious, especially those that need to be fed with rice in the city. Everyone raises them all year round, and they are used to chime the time and lay eggs. They will be slaughtered only when distinguished guests come. If they are killed for no reason, the whole village will hate them. Because Fong Chang was always in harmony with the natural world, several mountain people in the village chatting with each other subconsciously ignored him, so he was able to pass by calmly and headed for the official road not far below the mountain. In Linxi village behind him, a child playing with stones in front of his house suddenly threw the stone in his hand, turned his head and said to the adult next to him, "Father, I just met a fairy." "What fairy?" Chapter 27, Full Tiger Bridge in front of Tiger Bridge Town. It's the fairy elder Fong who came to the entrance of the village when the stream was cut off before. You said it was the one who lived on the fairy cliff, and you told me not to approach it before. The childish voice is not lost, and the voice is crisp. Just now, immortal Fong walked past you, but you didn't even look at him. How come? He went down the mountain, you see, isn't that right? Seeing that the adults didn't believe it, the child pointed towards the direction of the mountain outside the village. The mountain people who were chatting next to them were very surprised. There was a person with good eyesight who looked in the direction pointed by the child for a while, and he saw a person walking towards the distance. You need to stare carefully to find the other person's whereabouts. If you don't pay attention, you will subconsciously ignore it. The figure is very familiar, it really is Fong Xianchang. The villagers felt a little sorry. Not far down the mountain is the official road. The road repair is fairly smooth, thin loess is spread on the road, and as pedestrians and vehicles pass by, there are waves of floating dust. The river bypasses the mountain, passes the official road under the bridge, and flows southward. The Manhwa Creek on the edge of the Xianxi Cliff and the stream passing by the Linxi village will both flow into this river and flow into the river and sea together. Fong Chang briskly walked up the official road, and walked slowly along the road towards the west. Looking at all kinds of pedestrians in a hurry on the road, he felt that he was the most leisurely one, and because of this, he was constantly overtaken by passers-by, donkeys, mules, and chariots. While walking happily, a carriage passed by him. Seeing Fong Chang like this, the people in the car felt close to him for some reason, so they ordered the driver to slow down, then leaned over to Fong Chang and said, "This gentleman is going in the same direction. Do you need to take a ride? The carriage is faster." "Okay, thank you very much." Fong Chang readily agreed, and then jumped into the car. This car is very delicately decorated. Although it is not luxurious or expensive, it also shows the owner's background, and it is quite spacious. Among them was a middle-aged man riding in the car. This man had a goatee and a clean cotton robe, looking very energetic. The carriage accelerated again, and the owner didn't care about Fong Chang's old clothes, and bowed his hands and said. Jian Jingchu of Xingqing Mansion, returned from visiting relatives in Long'an Mansion, where is Mr. going? Fong Chang didn't talk about his own footsteps, but said after returning the gift, the head below, I am a casual person, and I want to go to the small town in front, it is only 12 miles away, thank you for the footsteps. That's just right. When we get to the town ahead, please ask Mr. Fong to get off the car. This Jian Jingchu didn't ask too many questions. He called Fong Chang Mr. Fong one after another, and Fong Chang also called Mr. Jian back, and the two had a simple conversation. The conversation between the two parties was very shallow, and most of them were interesting things without root or reason, but Fong Chang's conversation still surprised this Mr. Jian, and thought that he was very lucky to meet this Mr. Fong during this trip. There are drains on both sides of the official road, but they are not covered with street trees. Shade is always available at intervals. Whenever there are big trees on the side of the road, you can always see 3 or 2 people resting under the tree, or drinking and eating. Walking down not far, you have already left the range of Yunzhong Mountain and entered the plain area. For a carriage, it takes nearly 2 hours to walk, and it only takes 3/4 of an hour to get there. Seeing that the small town ahead was approaching, Fong Chang smiled and said, I'll be there right ahead. Thank you, Mr. Jian, for giving me a ride. I hope the mountains and rivers meet again. Jian Jingchu replied, It was a pleasure talking with Mr. Fong, and we hope to see you again when we have the opportunity. The two bid farewell to each other, then Fong Chang jumped out of the car, waved at the carriage going away, then tightened the package tightly, and walked towards the town. The place where we got off the bus was a stone bridge, the bridge head was tens of feet away from the town, the river under Yunzhong Mountain forked, and ran across the front of the town, and the official road passed through the bridge and passed through the town. Convenient transportation has invigorated the economy, making this place relatively wealthy, and it also allows the official road passing through the town to become a clean and strong stone road. Because it is close to the main traffic road, it relies on the road to eat the road. There are tall signboards on both sides of the stone road, half of which are catering and accommodation, which is very prosperous. On the low railing pillars at the head of the bridge at the entrance of the town, Fuhu Bridge, is engraved. A big stone was poked beside the official road at the entrance of the town, with 3 big characters, Huqiao Town, engraved on it with the test body, and the inside was painted with cinnabar. Well, this should be the handwriting of a scholar. Right under the boulder with the name of the town written on it, several passers-by were chatting, and the sound of the conversation drifted into Fong Chang's ears. Juzi, let me tell you, there is a reason for the reputation of Huqiao Town. How do you say it, third uncle? See that bridge next to it? That's Fuhu Bridge. According to legend, a long time ago, there was a man-eating tiger in Yunzhong Mountain. Pick the strong and live people to nourish. That vicious tiger is fierce and difficult to fight, but it is also extremely shrewd. Trapping, poisoning, and besieging, all are ineffective. Many good hunters recruited from other places have fallen into its hands. The county has issued recruitment orders for this. Gaoe reward was offered, but an ordinary person came to accept the list. Ordinary people. Third uncle, what about the next one? The young man couldn't help asking when his third uncle suddenly stopped talking. After a while, the older pedestrian continued to point out enthusiastically, that ordinary person is a baker who walks around the streets. He told the county magistrate that he had previously been the sugar and oil used to make cakes is too heavy, almost eating dead people and getting a lawsuit. Excessive sugar and oil will eat people to death. Seeing his nephew was fascinated by this story, and the middle-aged passerby was even more excited. He told the story handed down like this. Of course, heavy oil and heavy sugar are delicious, but they are difficult to digest and are extremely harmful to the stomach and intestines. I have used poison on the evil tiger before, but it never worked. The county magistrate let the peddler try it. This cake peddler rushed to make several large baskets of heavy oil and sugar cakes overnight, and several hunters carried them and fell on the path that the evil tiger must pass. Then, looking across a few hills, the evil tiger passed by. Tempted, I ate up several large baskets in one go, and lay down on the ground to rest. 1 or 2 hours later, the tiger suddenly roared loudly, jumped, smashed trees and rocks all the way, rushed to this bridge, and died. The county magistrate ordered the tiger to be dissected, and it was found that its intestines had been pierced. Rotten, it is the cooking cake that ate too much oil and sugar and died unexpectedly. Everyone praised the cooking cake man's wonderful idea. It was a wooden bridge back then, and the town was called another name. After the evil tiger died, the county lord specially paid for a stone bridge to be rebuilt, and named it Fuhu Bridge, and the town was also called Tiger Bridge. Bridge Town. Gradually no one called the town by its real name, and finally the town simply changed its name. The young man asked curiously, "Where is that peddler?" He accomplished what others couldn't accomplish, and brought peace to one side, so he took a lot of rewards from the county, married a beautiful wife and beautiful concubine, and opened a shop here, specializing in selling his family's special cooking cakes. It is said that this is also the origin of the famous food here, Fuhu cake, but the name of the strong man is no longer verified. Maybe if you can read, you can go to the county annals to find it. Chapter 28, Huang Chen has a lot of dramas. Accompanied by the amazement of the young passers-by, his third uncle changed the subject again and began to tell him about various delicacies in distant cities, which made the young man gulp. Fang Chang walked slowly past the two of them, smiling slightly. The incident narrated by an elderly passerby is obviously very old, and with the exaggerated expressions and movements of the narrator, it must be a bit watery, and it is impossible to judge whether it is true or not. But come to think of it, if this story is true, the vicious tiger in it must have become a demon. After all, in this story, it can distinguish the poisons and traps of good hunters from all over the world, and it can fight wits and courage with professional humans, and its infinite strength is also an obvious sign. It's just that this tiger demon hurt people too much and blinded its spirituality, so it simply fell into the Tao and died in an extremely ridiculous way. There is no need to delve into the story itself, and Fang Chang doesn't want to delve into it either. However, there is this tiger-subduing stone bridge here. I think it is not without reason. There should be tigers who died here. Well, you can try the famous food here, tiger pancake. Fang Chang walked to the town again, and by the way, he looked at the various forms of life here, seeing the adults running around, children playing, amidst the rolling yellow dust, it was quite vivid. It costs money to buy food. Fang Chang is penniless now, and all the funds he sold to sell his property at the beginning were used up when he left his hometown and went to the mountains, leaving him with nothing left. He is considered to have achieved success in cultivation now, and the money in the world cannot be taken casually, such as robbing the rich to help the poor, or turning a stone into gold, is not advisable, otherwise it will be contaminated with too much karma, which will damage the cultivation base. But he has his own way. Looking at both sides of the stone road, Fang Chang found a gold and silver shop and walked in. Although the town is very prosperous, it is not comparable to the big city. Although there are many pedestrians, there is still no special jewelry store here. It is the gold and silver shop, which also serves as and gold and silver jewelry making exchange, has the function of a jewelry store, and even sells groceries part-time. In this small town where people come and go, the business is flourishing. Guest officer, what do you want? When I entered, I saw rows of large cabinets covering the walls, quite old, only the counter seemed to be newly made. The shopkeeper of the gold and silver shop was leaning behind the counter, fiddled with the abacus with his index finger, and when he saw Fang Chang walk in, he immediately put on a smile, asked aloud. Looking at the person in front of him carrying a green cloth package, he is regarded as an official person. Even if the other party's clothes are rough, as a professional shopkeeper, he is very professional and will not treat him slowly. I don't know where jade materials can be collected. Of course it is accepted. The shopkeeper said seriously. It seems that it will be a big business. Is it time to test your vision again? Since the other party said, receive, it should not be a pledge, but a sale. Help me see this jade in the rough. Fong Chang reached out his hand from the package, and when he took it out, he broke off the piece of jade and put it on the counter. After the jade block was stabilized, the shopkeeper reached out to take it, and looked carefully at it through the light from the window to see the jade quality and inner texture. Good jade. The shopkeeper first praised, and then said, "It is crystal clear and flawless, but unfortunately it is not big, and it is only rough jade. It has not been carved by craftsmen, so the value will not be too high. I don't know the customer. Are you satisfied with the price?" Did not discuss the price, Fong Chang simply agreed. "That's it, please wait a moment, guest officer." After saying that, he took the money and a simple document, and asked, "Does the guest officer need a deed? It will state the size and price of this piece of rough jade." "No need to do that." Fong Chang shook his head and refused. "Okay, please take it away, guest officer. This is 800 civil officials' money." The 800 copper coins are quite heavy, and the shopkeeper picked them up with both hands and handed them to Fong Chang. After a brief look, the quantity is roughly not bad, so I thanked the shopkeeper and packed it up to go out. The gold and silver shop must have made some money from this transaction, but Fong Chang didn't care. Exchanging what the other party needs at an equivalent price is also a normal way to get money, so there is not much karma involved. If there is no treasure to exchange for money this time, Fong Chang even considers taking a part-time job in the town to carry goods for pedestrians and merchants. There are no ready-made clothing stores in the town, but only in big cities. However, the four major industries of food, clothing, housing and transportation are the necessities of the people, so there is still a Shaojia silk and satin shop in the small town. Fong Chang heard from the people around that this place also serves as a tailor. There is a flagpole hanging obliquely at the door, with the word cloth written on it, but the inside is seriously inconsistent with the name of the shop. They are all ordinary cloth, not even a piece of silk. What would the guest officer want? I'm going to make clothes, so I just use this kind of cloth. Fong Chang patted a piece of soap-colored muslin beside him, and said to the people inside. The tailor came over and measured the body length, shoulder width, waist circumference, and limb length using a ruler. He negotiated a price, took a deposit and left his name. The two parties agreed to pick it up in 3 days. Clothes are expensive items. Fong Chang lost half of the money he earned from selling jade after customizing. As a well-known local specialty snack, tiger pancakes are sold everywhere. There are official shops with a signboard of tiger cakes, and there are clerks at the door to attract customers. There are small stalls on the street, and most of them are busy with couples. Fong Chang chose the stall with the most people, went up to line up, and bought a few cakes for more than 10 yuan. Take a bite, it is really crispy and fragrant. The noodle cake is filled with sugar lard, baked crispy, dotted with sesame seeds, and sandwiched with a thin straw paper. Walking to the corner of the street, Fong Chang found a place to open the package on his back, and took out the cooked meat that was brought down from the cliff and tied with broad leaves. The meat is a little cold, but it is still delicious. It has been wrapped in broad leaves for a period of time, and it has a hint of fragrance. Split the biscuit into 2 halves, then cut the cold meat and stuff it into the steaming biscuit. The hot cake and the cold meat are delicious. Not far away, the stall owner is still telling the customers, everyone can eat at ease. This cake has reduced the sugar and oil content compared to when fuhu was in the past, but don't be greedy. Hearing this, Fong Chang smiled and wiped out the few meat pies in his hand. Next, he wandered around the town of Tiger Bridge. People traveling by horses and horses traveling from south to north, most of them rest here for half a day and overnight, or pass by at noon to pad their stomachs. There are row upon row of paving and sheds on the street, and it is very lively, with the sound of conversation, hawking, neighing of mules and horses, rattling of wheels, and clapper bells. Although his hearing is excellent after he has completed his cultivation, the noise has no effect on him. To the bustling Huqiao town, he is like an outsider, walking alone on the stone road. Fong Chang enjoyed this state of mind very much. There is a tavern in front of it. There is a word, wine, on the pole at the door, which is blowing in the wind, and there is a faint fragrance of wine. Thinking of the sorghum wine in Linxi village, he was going to ask the price. At this time, the woman next to her in a skirt and holding a dustpan, talking with her neighbors reached Fong Chang's ears. The strange incident at Pang Yuany's family is getting more and more serious. Yes, I searched for several mages, Wu Zhu, but they all failed. They didn't even know the reason. Some said there were ghosts, and some said there were demons. It's really scary, but fortunately only his family had an accident. Chapter 29, Selling Wine to Hope for Gas. The tavern looks like it's doing brisk business. There are 2 or 3 small tables inside the room, which are unevenly placed in the room, surrounded by 4 or 5 benches, all of which are full of people sitting, and the aroma of wine is tangy among the toasts. Some people at the table were obviously a group of people, drinking and eating food around the table, and a few strangers had a drink and were sharing the table, and even began to share the wine and food in the greeting room, and there were even people in different clothes sitting at the table. Facing the small dish while drinking carefully, it is quite interesting. Some people were holding wine and leaning on the long counter where the shopkeeper was located to drink it on their own. At the entrance of the tavern, there were a few brawny barefooted men drinking carefully and hastily from thick porcelain bowls. From time to time, someone would come in for a drink, and from time to time someone would wipe their mouth, hand the cup and bowl to the shopkeeper, and then pick up the tools and start to make a living again. Fong Chang stepped gently over the threshold and walked to the counter. At the small table next to it, except for the group of people who belonged to the same group who were talking in low voices, most of the rest were drinking and eating in silence. It was rare to persuade people to drink so that the small shop was not noisy. Take a look, most of the wine and vegetables sold here are marinated products. The head meat, mouth strips, hoofs, ears, etc. of pigs, beef and sheep are stewed in a large pot. The prices are different. Serve. Then there are traditional peanuts, dried tofu, broad beans, skin jelly, etc., which are all simple and quick to serve, and there is no need to cook those types. However, there are still a few people who can sit around the table, drink and eat food. Most of them just serve the wine and ask for some peanuts, or lean on the counter or stand outside the door, and sip carefully. There are also people who will order some of the worst wine, without using any food, and drink it all while standing on the spot. Fong Chang even saw a ragged idler standing at the door sucking iron nails to drink. Shopkeeper, what kind of wine do you have here? Ordinary 1 penny's a big bowl, better one's 1 penny, medium 3-5 pennies, high-end 10 pennies, and the best one is the small altar of hundreds of flowers brewed from Jingzhou City. This is sold by 2, I don't know which kind the guest officer needs. Fong Chang observed, smelled it, and said to the tavern manager, bring me this high-quality wine, and I will take it away. The shopkeeper glanced at Fong Chang, and asked, guest officer, there are no takeaway containers in this store. What are you going to use to hold the wine? Well. Fong Chang suddenly felt that it was a mistake for him not to bring a bamboo tube down the mountain. He thought for a while and said, wait a minute, shopkeeper. I'll come as soon as I go. Then walked out of the tavern quickly. On both sides of the outside door, there are many small vendors. One of them is dressed like a farmer. There is a broken straw mat in front of him. There are gourds on it, all of them are round and chubby, which is really beautiful. He came to the stall and squatted down, asking the stall owner. How do you sell this gourd? The big 2 coins are 1, and the small ones are 1. They are all grown in their own backyard, and they are exchanged for lamp oil money. Then I'll get one that's not too big or too small. Fong Chang said with a smile, and then picked out a medium-sized gourd. Seeing the business coming, the simple stall owner quickly said, the ones that are not too big or small are worth a penny. Hearing the price reduction from the stall owner, Fong Chang said with a smile, no need, I can't let you suffer. Then he threw down 2 copper coins, turned and left, leaving the stall owner behind him very happy. Playing with the gourd in his hand, he took out the small jade knife and gestured, feeling inappropriate. He sighed, inserted the straight knife back into the scabbard, and then used his fingers to pinch the mouth of the gourd and gently twist the green gourd in his hand. The sword energy is as thin as silk, from the mouth of the gourd, cut in a circle, and cut off the mouth of the gourd. When you spit out your strength, shake the seeds and pulp of the gourd, find a place where there is no one, pour it gently, and then pour out the gourd seeds that look like melon seeds and the pulp that has become powder. He didn't throw away the gourd seeds, but wrapped them in the straw paper that had previously wrapped the tiger pancakes and stuffed them into the bag. Due to the direction of the cut, the mouth of the gourd can be plugged back in as a stopper, but the wine gourd that does this is not durable. One is that the gourd is still young and cannot be carried around, and the other is that it has not been boiled and dried in the shade, and a good gourd mouth should also be made of cork or horn. Without these steps, the wine gourd can only be used temporarily. Shopkeeper, help me fill up. Back in the tavern, Fong Chong handed over the gourd and said to the tavern manager. The latter readily agreed, okay, guest officer, top up the top quality wine. At the same time, he pulled out the mouth of the gourd, took out a small funnel and inserted it into it, then pushed open the lid of a waist-high wine jar, picked up the wine and put it in the bottle. It took 3 or 4 lifts to fill the gourd. Guest officer, just give me 35 won. Fong Chong nodded, took out the money readily, and then asked for a half-foot straw rope, tied the gourd around his waist, and walked out of the tavern with it in his hand. Looking at the sun on the opposite sky, which had already slanted to the west and approached the opposite eaves, he opened the gourd and took a light sip. Really good wine. It was much better than the bamboo tube I got from Lingxi village. This is under the rule of Jingzhou. Generally, small towns purchase goods, and they should go to the prefectural city or nearby prefectures, so there is a means. The owner of this tavern can go further afield to buy high-end goods in the capital, so he is a well-connected person. The good wine by Huaniang in those small altars should be prepared for those passers-by who have higher requirements. Although not many people will buy it, it won't be bad, and it can also improve the level of the tavern. It is estimated that the wine purchased from the state capital and packed in small jars will taste better than those in gourds, but it is definitely not as strong. Fong Chong is not addicted to alcohol, but when he sees it, he will make a copy as he likes, so he is not picky. The reason why he didn't buy the other 2 cheaper ones was because they were all mixed with water. If they weren't mixed with water, they would be exactly the same as the gourd in his hand now. Adding water is an open secret, everyone knows it, but no one cares about it, because rich people will buy good wine to drink, but if it is not mixed with water, expensive wine will make many people unable to afford it, and those who just want to drink it will not be able to afford it. People who are refreshing with wine and taste are turned away by high consumption. He took another sip, swirled the sorghum wine on the back of his tongue, and swallowed it lightly. The mellow meaning is not only on the tip of the tongue, but it is more profound. Not far in front of the stone road, there is a house that is obviously taller and more luxurious than the surrounding ones. It should be the residence of the wealthy family in Huqiao town. Fong Chong wants to go and have a look, to find out why the strange things happened there according to the legend. It was quite deserted along the way. Although it is close to the official road, no one opened a shop near the house, and no one set up stalls on both sides of the gate, and there were even few pedestrians. Walking nearby, Fong Chong looked up. But I saw that the aura above the house was quite vicious. It seems that this house is not easy to mess with. But at the same time, this wisp of energy is dangerous, showing a slight decline, and it seems to be entangled by a faint strange energy between the teeth and claws. The strange aura was ethereal and tenacious, while tumbling and a bit sluggish, like a demon or a ghost. It is indeed a strange thing. Chapter 30, Mutton Noodle Stall. Have a bowl of mutton noodles. All right. Hearing Fong Chang's request, the stall owner happily responded, and his hands moved even more nimbly, kneading the dough, pulling the dough, and throwing it into the boiling cauldron. Flying flakes. The stall owner said while doing it. Guest, you are so lucky, there will be no mutton noodles when you come later. Fong Chang also had nothing to do, he took off the gourd, took a sip of wine, and asked the stall owner, how long has the old man been here? It's been more than 30 years. The stall owner was lost in memory, but his hands didn't stop. This stall was actually set up by my father. At that time, I followed him and helped all the time. In a few years, my father passed away, and I took over the stall by myself, making a living by making noodles for the customers who came from south to north every day. Alas, time flies so fast. In a blink of an eye, I also at the age of the father, the children have grown up. Hearing the stall owner's exclamation, Fong Chang smiled and said, it turns out that it is an old craft for decades, no wonder the business is booming. That's not true. I have a lot of repeat customers here, and some have come here for 10 years. Many people who often take this official road, every time they pass by the town, they always buy a bowl of noodles from me. My noodles are soft, tender, smooth, and fragrant. They are extremely smooth when eaten, warm and full. They are most suitable for those who have been working hard all day. Looking at the noodle eaters around, Guidu was full of travel and dust, eating one by one, fast and loud, each with a satisfied look on their faces. The stall owner looked at the thin noodles rolling in the pot, and continued to laugh. However, I just said that you are lucky, guest officer, and it's not a lie. I sell very good mutton noodles here, but I never dare to do more. A small business can't stand the storm. Meat is expensive. If you cook too much, one day the road is bad and there are fewer visitors, the taste will change the next day, so if you come later, guest officer, the mutton noodles will be gone, but the tofu noodles and sesame sauce noodles are good. How many? While talking, the stall owner scooped up the noodles with a large strainer, poured them smoothly into a large coarse porcelain bowl, and took out a few large slices of juicy, fat and thin mutton from the bucket next to him, covered the noodles, sprinkled some chopped green onions on top, 2 drops of sesame oil, and then a spoonful of noodle soup. Then, he yelled like a shop waiter. Your face is here. Thank you. Fong Chang took the noodles, and heard the stall owner continue, there are seasonings and side dishes on the table, you can add according to your own taste. There are soy sauce, vinegar, garlic, chives, flour, salt, chili and coriander on the table, which are placed in clay bottles and small wooden boxes for diners to take at will. Fong Chang didn't add anything, took out 2 bamboo chopsticks from the bamboo tube, and started tasting directly. It's really delicious. He took a few bites, and the noodles were as soft and smooth as the stall owner said. After entering his mouth, he couldn't help but go down his throat, with endless aftertaste. Hearing customers praise his work, the stall owner is a little proud. Everyone who eats my noodles will say that. In the past few decades, I have improved the noodles more than a dozen times. Maybe in a few years, I will make the noodles more delicious. Everyone in this Huqiao town, from old to young, knows that I, Lao Su, are good at making noodles. My reputation here is not much worse than fuhu cake. Fong Chang ate his noodles and said with a smile, speaking of Huqiao town, does the shopkeeper know what happened to Peng Yuanwai's family? Have a bowl of mutton noodles. A customer came over and said to the stall owner, then turned around and sat down at Fong Chang's table. All right. The stall owner responded quickly, and then continued to work on the dough. While tearing the noodles, he turned his head and smiled at Fong Chang, who was sitting at the table eating noodles. I dare not call the shopkeeper, I don't have a counter here, only an old noodle stall. Everyone knows about the strange thing about Peng Yuanwai's house. But don't dare to say too much, it will be a disaster if it spreads to the ears of outsiders, and my big family will continue to live in this Huqiao town. Well, that's right. Hearing that Fong Chang continued to eat the noodles were very good, and he had already eaten more than half a bowl in just a short while. The new customer next to him was waiting for his mutton noodles. He heard what Fong Chang had just said to the stall owner, and looked at Fong Chang. Seeing that this person was wearing worn-out clothes and sitting on a street stall sucking dough, but he couldn't hide his dusty temperament, so he felt good about him, bowed his hands in salute, and asked. "This friend invited me, but I don't know your name. Where did you come from?" Fong Chang raised his head and looked at the other party. He was a dusty pedestrian, just like most of the diners at this noodle stall. A shoulder pole was leaning against the table. Years of hard work had left thick calluses on his hands, and the daily exposure to the wind and cold had caused wrinkles to appear on the other party's face, with a few gray strands interspersed between his beard. Swallowing the dough in his mouth, he responded, "Your surname is Fong, it's just a scattered person in the world." The person on the other side also introduced himself, "Xie Guangan in Huifeng Mansion, known as Huifeng Lao Xie. I have heard about the strange things in Pang Yuanwai's family, but I don't know why Mr. Fong asked about it. Just curious." Nodding his head, Xie Guangan smiled and said, "That's good, don't go into this matter too much. In my opinion, it's just the retribution suffered by Pang Yuanwai." "Retribution?" Fong Chang picked up the dough, a little surprised. "Well, I'm not a local, and I don't have to be afraid of Pang Yuanwai's influence like the people in Huqiao town. I heard from my friends that this Pang Yuanwai has always acted brutally and cruelly. Recently, he even murdered a family." Hearing Xie Guangan's words, Fong Chang stopped the bamboo chopsticks in his hand. "Damned a family? Why?" "It is said that this family has 2 very good fields. Pang Yuanwai wanted to bid for them, and the family decided not to sell them for their livelihood. Then somehow, the owner of the family was arrested by the town guards, and the family broke up. Those 2 good fields naturally fell into Pang Yuanwai's hands. Does the government not care? The family didn't sue. Behind the guards, I heard that they are officials in the county government. This Huqiao town is easy to go to Longan Mansion in Huifeng Prefecture, but it is inconvenient to go to the government office of Ningyi Prefecture that governs this place. And what's the matter when we get there? It's not the official reception. This is not the first time this kind of thing happened. There were people who were assassinated before, and some people were disabled, and in the end, they didn't end up with nothing. Oh. It's a very cliched story, but for the parties involved, it is not stingy with disaster." Xie Guangan stirred the noodles in the bowl, and continued. "But almost at the same time, strange things happened frequently in Pang Yuan's house. Sometimes the items in the house disappeared and appeared in strange places. Sometimes the servants in the house were suddenly knocked down and appeared in the gutter on the roof. Inside. Because of this huge staff was unbearably disturbed and spent a lot of money to seek expert relief in the state capital. But after the experts came, they all said that this matter was difficult to solve. Gain didn't even know the specific situation, so he could only do it simply. One method left after the incident, and the strange incidents have continued since then, and everyone privately said it was retribution." Chapter 31, Capture. Fong Chang asked, "Didn't you find a real expert?" Xie Guangan chuckled, "Of course there are experts, but it's only money that can be used. And maybe, after seeing the bad deeds of this family, the experts don't want to care about it. Well, it's certainly possible." The 2 chatted a few words about the strange things in Pang Yuan's house, including the occurrence and approximate time of various strange things. In the end, the porter Xie Guangan lamented a few words about the injustice of the world, and then continued to bury his head, gobbled up his bowl of mutton noodles. Fong Chang also picked up the rough porcelain bowl, put the last piece of mutton from the bottom of the bowl into his mouth, and drank the last bit of soup. Got up and settled the account with the stall owner, and said goodbye to Xie Guangan who was devouring the noodles. Next, he was going to see with his own eyes what happened to Pang Yuanwai's family. Judging from the situation, there were no casualties, and it was just like a prank. But the troubled family of the evil gentry was restless, and the timing happened to be related to the murder of a family, which really made Fong Chang very interested. What's more, when he was standing next to Pang Yuanwai's house to watch the qi, he saw that the qi wrapped around it was very strange, like a ghost and a demon. Combined with the words left by the mage Wu Zhu who returned without success, that is, some people say it is a monster, and some people say it is a ghost. It is really interesting. However, before that, Fong Chong first went to find the victim. After chatting with a few passers-by, he learned the location of the family, so he walked over to have a look. It seems that the inside of the fence has not been cleaned for many days. A woman is washing vegetables in the yard. She has a sad face and forgets to move her hands from time to time. The pillars of the family were taken away, life and death were uncertain, and the fields of the family were plundered. This is very fatal for a family in an agricultural society. Generally speaking, the family has broken up. Fong Chong didn't get too close. He looked at this house, counting carefully with his fingers in his sleeves. Based on his current behavior, he is quite sure of his luck as an ordinary person. Unless this family has a very good fate, there will be high-ranking officials, generals, or practitioners in a few years, and that will only make the results of my own calculations obscure, and there will be no mistakes. It seems that there is no danger for the time being. Withdrew his hand, Fong Chong smiled to himself. Calculation results told him that the male owner of this family is only in prison, and his life will not be in danger for a while, and the turning point is in the near future. It seems that this turning point is likely to be yourself. Fong Chong didn't pay much attention to this, since the head of the family is not in danger of life. Fong Chong is going to go to see what is going on in that Pang Yuanwai's house. The sun sheds its last rays. Fong Chong leaned against the corner, quietly waiting for the sky to completely darken. There is no nightlife in the small town, because the lights are quite expensive, and it is not cost-effective to use them for business. And these days, even many state capitals still implement the curfew policy. Walking on the street at night will be arrested and questioned. This is a rule that has been passed down since ancient times. Of course, it does not apply to the rich and powerful. Seeing that the sky was completely dark, the night sky was filled with stars, and the rounding moon was gradually rising. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Fong Chong turned around and jumped onto the tree. The town has a long history, and there is no shortage of ancient trees in the ancient town. This tree, which was planted in unknown years and what species it belongs to, is covered with palm-sized leaves, rattling with the night wind. Finding a suitable branch, he put his left leg on the branch parallel to the branch, supported the other leg, and leaned comfortably on it. From this position, he could just see the courtyard of Pang Yuanwai's house. Fong Chong is going to squat here overnight. Because I learned from the porter surnamed Xie that strange things happen almost every night. He untied the hemp rope from his waist, took off the green wine gourd, opened it under the moonlight, raised his hand and took a sip, then recovered the gourd and tied it back to its original place. From a certain point of view, this situation is quite pleasant. After all, there is wine and moon. It would be more comfortable if there were 2 more poems. It's a pity that the stalker can't make a sound, and can't sing a song arty, otherwise it will be bad if the guards in the courtyard or the patrol watchmen find out. The sky turned and the night was quiet. No one would drive at night. There was no one on the bustling official road, and there were no lights in the town. There were only 2 yellow paper lanterns hanging on the gate of Pang Yuanwai's house, shining in the dark night. The chickens and dogs have already fallen asleep, except for the sound of crickets around. There is no movement at all. Not urgent. It doesn't matter if you stay for 2 days. Fong Chong watched it very carefully. He opened the gourd after a while, took a sip, and stayed quietly on the tree. This tree branch is very comfortable, no worse than my homemade bamboo bed. It's a pity that I don't need to sleep, otherwise it should be good to sleep on it. The starlight is so beautiful that Fong Chong can't get enough of it. There is no pollution and fog, and there is no red light reflecting the sky. The night sky here is very clear. Looking upwards, it seems that the sea of stars is pressing on him, deep and far away, making people feel small. Every time he looked at the night sky, he always vaguely noticed that his cultivation base had improved slightly, but if he looked carefully, he couldn't feel anything. According to the teaching in the cultivation method, Fong Chong adjusted his breathing, but did not go to sleep, as if he had returned to the cliff again. Until there was a slight movement not far away. Huh? Fong Chong withdrew his attention and gently sat up straight. Since he has achieved a small degree of cultivation, his eyes have become extraordinary. He can see subtleties, and he can also see ghosts and gods. Not far away, a black shadow floated by. The shadow passed through the wall and across the house, as if entering no one's land, shuttling through the small town, seemingly aimless, and seemed to have a plan. Is this a ghost? Seeing this scene, Fong Chong thought to himself strangely. As far as he knows, after the death of the creatures in this world, their souls will quickly enter reincarnation and rarely stay in the yang world. This is a rule. And there are those ghosts who are greedy for the prosperity of the world and don't want to leave. The city will quickly find out, and send night tour officers to catch them and send them into reincarnation. So although there are ghosts, they are almost invisible. Whether it is in the cheats or in the articles of ghosts, most of them don't talk about the word ghost deeply, so this black shadow suspected to be a ghost here is really strange. Could it be that this ghost did the strange things here? Fong Chong didn't want to think about it, so he simply caught the ghost and asked him to understand. Anyway, it's late at night, and no one pays attention to the outside of the house. He quietly descended the tree. After a few ups and downs, he has come to a place where the ghost must pass. After waiting quietly for a few breaths, I saw the black shadow pass through the facing wall and hit myself. He took a step forward, shot out suddenly, grabbed the ghost face to face, grabbed his arm and twisted it quickly, and cut him to the ground. Everything was like flowing clouds and flowing water, which was quite interesting. There was only one person and one ghost in this alley, and there was nothing else. People here. After being held down, the ghost struggled violently, but unfortunately it was an invisible body, its strength was far from comparable, and all kinds of movements were futile. Looking around, he pulled out his belt, breathed a sigh of relief, held the ghost down, tied the 4 horses upside down, carried it on his shoulders, and walked south of Huqiao town. He was going to ask about the situation. Chapter 32 The Head-Scratching Night Parade. There is a temple of earth in the south of Huqiao town. Thanks to this official road, this earth temple is much more magnificent than the temple of Zhongshan God in Yunzhong Mountain. Although there is no temple blessing, it has been repaired very new and strong, and it can be entered. In other words, this is a normal room. Although there are still no statues inside, only the gods of the local land are written, but this land temple is as tall as a person, 4 feet in front and back, and even has doors and windows. If you squeeze it, maybe 5 or 6 people can be squeezed inside. Compared to Zhang Shanshan's half-human taller temple, which is more than a foot deep, this place is simply a mansion. Carrying the ghost, Fong Chong walked to the earth temple and looked around. He twisted the tactic with one hand, stomped lightly on the stone pavement in front of the earth temple, then threw the ghost on the ground, and gently cupped his hands towards the temple gate, saying in a deep voice, "I'm a casual person, please see the Earth Lord here." This tactic is very particular, but it is used to alarm the local gods. If it is fully used, it can even bring the land of the mountain gods directly to the front. However, Fong Chong only made the first half, as if knocking on the door, and then said his intention. This means treating people politely. Our protagonist is much more qualified than that monkey king. However, the local landlord was awakened from his sleep. Under the power of the spell, it was as if someone separated his roof bone and poured a pot of spring water. He bounced off his Fuchu bed, his body was cold, and he hurriedly checked the situation outside. I saw only one person, carrying a ghost. Standing in front of the earth temple, he bowed his hands and saluted to ask for an audience. This is an expert. Where did it come from? For his own idea, the Lord of Earth has no doubts. If he is not an expert, how can he catch ghosts? Anyway, much taller than myself. Moreover, the ghost was by a mortal cloth belt, as if he had given up resistance, and he didn't know what kind of magical method was on the belt, so it could bind the ghost. Under careful feeling, this person doesn't seem to leave any breath, the other party stands there, like moonlight and breeze, almost perfectly belonging to this world. If it wasn't for the power of the gods, it would be difficult to notice anything near the Earth Temple. Walking around like a windmill in the hall of the mansion, gritting his teeth, the lord of the land appeared in front of the temple gate. The little pays homage to the immortal. As soon as your legs are weak, you have to salute. This appearance made Fong Chang pale with fright. He came here to ask for an audience, so why did he kneel down the master, and he was not a son of man? He quickly supported the land, and said, "Don't be a gentleman. I don't know why they came here, why?" The landlord was very worried about this, knocking on the door in the middle of the night, probably nothing good. The tall man in front of him is carrying an evil object, the way is unknown, and he has no ability to resist, so he is not at the mercy of others. As for the rumors that gods were killed or captured and driven by powerful monsters, the land bus tour is vast, and I have heard a lot of them, so I can't help but think wildly. Before the landlord was fully prepared, Fong Chang cupped his hands and said, "The next way is here. I just saw this ghost shuttle back and forth in Huqiao town. Its whereabouts are unknown, so I tied it up and brought it to the lord of the land to have a look. I wonder if you know this ghost." Ghost, signal to the landlord. Land did not dare to neglect, and immediately stepped forward to check. Seeing that the lord of the earth frowned more and more, and began to stroke his long beard under his chin, as if he was trying to remember and distinguish. After a while, Tu shook his head, bowed his head to Fong Chang and said, "Forgive me, God, I really can't remember who this is. It should not be from Huqiao town. Moreover, this shape is too strange. I have been here for hundreds of years, and I have seen many births, old ages, illnesses and deaths, but I have never seen it. Such a strange ghost. Oh. Excuse me, what's so strange?" Fong Chang asked curiously. "Shangxian looks like an ordinary ghost, most of whom are newly deceased. When a little aura enters reincarnation, it carries the imprint of life, so it has human nature and memory, but it's just a cloud of fresh air. Someone who has too much obsession will become tangible and qualitative due to blessing. This is the kind of ghost that ordinary people encounter, but this ghost is not." The land of Huqiao town pointed to the thing on the ground, which was made up of black shadows and was being bound upside down by a cloth belt. "This ghost is almost solid, with a ghostly aura, but it doesn't have the appearance of a fierce ghost. The most suspicious thing is that it only acts on instinct, and it is so dull that it looks like it has no sense of consciousness. Under normal circumstances, even if the ghost is crazy and stupid, this phenomenon will not occur. The little even suspects that this is not the property of this world, but this is too absurd." Oh, Fong Chang also felt that something was wrong, so he asked, "I don't know how to deal with wandering ghosts before." The land quickly replied, "This matter should be the job of the city god. If someone dies or dies young, a little true spirit will be attracted by the underworld and fly into the samsara. Send away. If Shangxian is interested, I am familiar with the local patrolling night messengers, and I can call them to deal with it." "Okay, then I will trouble the landlord. This Huqiao town is under the rule of Ningyi Prefecture." Not long after, 2 night tours of Ningyi Prefecture followed the land and came here. Meet the immortal. It seemed that they had been warned by the land announcement, and the 2 patrol officers came forward to salute. Their words were quite respectful, and they obviously regarded Fong Chang as an expert. Fong Chang did not neglect, and immediately took a step back to salute, then pointed to the ground beside him and said, "The 2 Yakian have invited you, please see here." The 2 parading night guards were all dressed in black, holding iron rulers and chains in their hands, and looked forward to the ghost together. They first locked the ghost with the chains, returned the cloth belt to Fong Chang, and then studied for a long time. I only heard one of them say to the other, "Why are there ghosts I haven't seen?" "Yeah, what is this?" "I haven't seen it, and I guess the Lord Qinghuang doesn't know. He doesn't even have as many ghosts as our brothers have seen. Shall I torture you?" "Okay, you can try it." The 2 parading night guards tried to torture, but there was no result, and they were still unable to communicate with this ghost. One of the tour guides was a little tall. He scratched his head, turned around and said to the chief and the land. It's really strange, but I don't know what this ghost is doing. Shangxian, lord of the land, why don't we lock him up in the city and ask the Lord City God to make a decision? Seeing that he has neither wisdom nor evil, he will be killed soon after. Send it to the underworld to die. Feng Chang and the land have no objection. The parade night messenger bid farewell, and escorted the ghost all the way into the distant night. Land said, there must be a reason for ghosts to cause trouble, but this endless thing really makes people helpless. The little is Wu Huijin, the land of this place, who doesn't know the name of the immortal. Long side of Xiaxianqi cliff. It turned out that Feng Shangxian was in person, and the little is polite. The two sides got to know each other again, and then chatted about the strange things about Pang Yuan's family. But Wu Huijin Land said that because Pang Yuanwei had done a lot of evil and was a bit evil, he didn't like to go there, let alone understand the reason for this. The next morning, when he came out of the gate of the Earth Temple, Feng Chang stretched his muscles and prepared to find something to eat. There is a small breakfast stall nearby. There are sesame seed cakes, deep-fried dough sticks, buns and wontons. The business is really booming. The most popular is tofu now, which is sold in vats and sold in bowls. There are bone broth, soy sauce, chili powder, snow sugar, pepper and salt and other toppings to choose from, which can meet the needs of tourists from all over the world. Before I got close, I heard a resident not far away say to others. Did you hear that something happened to Pang Yuanwei's house again? Chapter 33, Troublemaker. Wrong catch. Feng Chang instantly realized that it wasn't the catching of the ghost last night that caused the strange things in Pang Yuanwei's house. Because last night, he started to watch from the very beginning of the night, so before the ghost had time to do anything, he was held down and tied up, and finally escorted away by the parade night guards, and will be sent to the reincarnation of the underworld after the city has seen it. But this is also very good. Although catching the wrong ghost, a wild ghost wandering in the world has huge hidden dangers after all. It is the right thing to assist the city to enforce the law. It's just that I now know that the cause of the problem has not been fully ascertained, and the original plan to punish Pang Yuanwei and help the family who was framed to escape the robbery will be postponed. The breakfast stall is quite crowded. After getting up, many travelers and businessmen will pack up and come here in groups, put their stomachs on a pad, and continue along the official road. For this reason, there are always not enough tables at the stalls. Many people who are in a hurry will choose to hold a bowl and eat, squat aside and finish eating, wipe their mouths and leave. But Feng Chang is not like this. As an idler, he took his time, waiting for the crowds to thin out and a table to be vacant, before he walked up and said to the owner of the breakfast stall, "Here is a bowl of tofu now and 2 deep-fried dough sticks. What kind of taste do you want?" Bone broth, soy sauce, chili, snow sugar, salt and pepper, you can find everything here. Bone broth. Okay. Wait a minute, sir, I'll be here right away. Feng Chang found an empty seat and sat down, took out his chopsticks, and waited for the stall owner to bring the food over. Pure white bean curd is poured with thick bone broth. It looks very appetizing. The deep-fried dough sticks are golden and crispy, with a tangy aroma. When dipped in, the soup is richer, soft and delicious, and has a bean aroma. Easy. It was still the big tree. Feng Chang was leaning on the same branch in the same posture as yesterday. The surrounding environment is also the same. In the surrounding darkness, only 2 yellow paper lanterns in front of Pang Yuanwei's house are shining brightly, but this is far less than the bright moon in the sky. Today it can be said that the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Although with long eyesight, he can still clearly see the endless galaxy in the sky above his head. Drinking wine is not diligent today, there is still more than half of the sorghum wine in the gourd on the waist. Untying the hemp rope that tied the gourd, he raised the gourd, took a sip, then adjusted to a more comfortable posture, looking in the direction of Pang Yuanwei's house. Hope to have something tonight. Adjusting his breathing, Fong Chang re-entered a state of tranquility. It wasn't until the watchman rang the clapper 3 times that there was no new movement from the target. A thin black figure appeared from the corner of the street and approached Pang Yuany's house furtively. Slip up to the roof. Fong Chang saw clearly with his extraordinary eyesight that it was a yellow dog. It is the most common kind of native dog in villages and towns. It is often raised as a housekeeper. It also wears a cloth collar around its neck. It looks like a domestic dog, but it has obviously become a fine dog. Even an ordinary person here would notice the abnormality of this yellow dog. Because there has never been a normal dog that can walk on 2 hind legs, and when it walks on the roof with 2 hind legs, it will be careful not to trample the tiles to make a sound. Fong Chang untied the gourd, cheerfully took a big gulp of wine, and watched the yellow dog's movements with great interest. I saw the dog go sneaking up on the roof, holding a stone in its right paw, and it was obviously spying on the yard of Pang Yuany's house. This time I found the right owner. The ghost last night was a little bit wronged. In Fong Chang's playful sight, the yellow dog on the roof found the target in Pang Yuan's outer courtyard, took a good look at it, took a slither after the run-up, threw the stone out, and made loud noises steadily, as if there was something utensils such as water tanks were hit. In an instant, Pang Yuan's outer courtyard was full of chickens and dogs, and people's voices were noisy. Seeing that he had succeeded, the yellow dog lowered his body, slipped down from the roof, and ran towards the distance cautiously, without making a sound. Fong Chang smiled, tied the wine gourd in his hand, jumped off the branch, and followed lightly. The dog got back on all 4s, ran nimbly, and headed out of the town. It is quite alert, and it will suddenly change direction after running for a while, just like a rabbit that is often chased during hunting, as if to throw off possible pursuers. Fong Chang followed behind, neither far nor near. His movements were as natural as an antelope hanging horns, unable to distinguish face to face, so the dog in front had no idea that there was a person behind him. This level of vigilance, combined with the hit-and-run tactics, it's no wonder they always go undetected. It was not until a grass nest in the distance that the yellow dog got into it silently, ready to rest. This dog brother invited. The sound rang out, frightening the yellow dog, its ears pricked up, its legs trembled wildly, and its tail was clamped tightly. Who? It seemed that it was too shocking for a dog to confide in human words, so it added another sentence like stealing the bell, wow. The man opposite him smelled strongly of alcohol and smoke. But with his sense of smell, he completely ignored when he came to his side. Moreover, the person standing opposite gave the dog the feeling of facing the mountains and rivers, and it must be invincible. Could it be the helper that Pang Yuan invited? This is the end. Seeing this, the yellow dog fortunately stopped hiding, let go of his tail, and asked, "Who is under your feet?" Fong Chang saw that the dog demon did not run away, so he smiled and comforted it. "Don't worry, I have no preference for what you did to Pang Yuan's family, but I am curious about it." "Why did you do this?" The yellow dog in front of him bowed his head and thought for a while, and finally decided to tell the truth. "The little demon originally lives at home. Although the master's family is not rich, it never lacks my daily meals. When I take care of the house and nurse the house every day, I spend my days playing and having a good time." Unexpectedly, this Pang officer saw how many acres of good land the master's family had, so he colluded with the town guards, framed the male master of the family, arrested him, and took away the few acres of good land. Affected by this, people in the family were panicked. He even stopped cooking frequently. The little demon felt pain in my heart, so she wanted to take revenge on Pang Yuan, so that he would return and release his master despite the difficulty. Hearing what the yellow dog said, Fong Chang nodded and said, "That's reasonable, but why did you come to this wilderness?" "I'm afraid that things will come to light and hurt the master's family, so I'll just kill me at that time, but it seems that Pang Yuan's family can't invite any high-level people, and none of them even found me. So during this time, every night I would pick a time at random and go to Pang Yuany's house to make a fuss, until now I was discovered. On the contrary, there is only a good dog demon who is loyal, and alert. But I heard the dog monster continue to say, to go to Pang Yuan's house to make trouble. The biggest idea is to see if the owner can be rescued, but this may make the owner's family wanted. I'm still thinking about it. Another purpose, but I have a friend who is also trapped in Pang Yuan's house, and I want to rescue him. Oh. Chapter 34, A Huang and a Nyo. Seeing the surprise in the tone of the expert opposite, the yellow dog demon said quickly. It's an old friend of Xiaoyao's family. A black cow of the master's family also opened Linghui early, and we get along very well. After Pang Yuanwei took the field away, he even took the cow away. Now he is trapped in his home, and his life and death are uncertain. I just need to keep doing the job of the owner, little demon, but I once eavesdropped on the conversation between Pang Yuanwei and the guard. They kill 2 cows every year. I don't know when, my old friend will become a soul killed by a sword, and meat stewed in a pot, so I am very anxious. Fong Chong was taken aback. The family who was murdered by Pang Yuanwei this time, the family dog has become a spirit, and the family cattle have also become spirits. What kind of family is this? Good luck on the side. Among domestic animals, dogs are actually the most likely to become mature. One is that cats and dogs are kept close to each other, have a lot of contact with humans, and are intelligent. Among them, dogs are more likely to become demons than cats, because dogs are closer to people than cats, and their wildness is most thoroughly eliminated. Compared with chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep, there is no trouble in cooking unless there is a famine. The second is farming cattle, which are farm treasures and are often treated as important family members. Moreover, cattle are docile, easy to understand human nature, and relatively easy to open up. But even so, it is a small probability event for 2 livestock to become sperm in one family, which is rare in 100 years. Fong Chong never hesitated about which side he wanted to help and whether he wanted to participate in the game. After learning about the incident in Huqiao Town the day before yesterday, he knew that it was fine if he didn't meet him, and since he did, he must take care of this matter, so that it can be said that it is not against his heart. He asked the yellow dog who bowed his head silently after the statement in front of him. May I have your name? I don't have a surname, little demon. My master always calls me Huang. If I think about it, I can follow the master's surname Lu, and call me Lu Huang or Lu Huang. I don't know, Shangxian, what should I call him? My name is Fong Chong, you can call me Mr. Fong. So, I don't know how Mr. Fong plans to deal with me. The yellow dog lowered his head and ears, squatting on the ground and asked. Fong Chong turned his hands away, turned and looked up at the sky. The moonlight was bright and clear, but it was not full yet. Amidst the restlessness of the dog demon, he said, Come with me, go and rescue your friend first. The yellow dog was overjoyed, and his tail began to wag involuntarily. Lu Huang, are you sure it's here? Glancing at Fong Chong, the yellow dog demon groaned slightly and nodded. Although the dog demon told Fong Chong that he could call him Lu Huang or Lu Huang, but after hesitating for a while, Fong Chong decided to call him Lu Huang instead of Lu Huang, because the homonym was not sharp enough. They have returned to Huqiao Town together, standing by the wall of Pang Yuanwei's house. This section of the courtyard wall is located at the back, so the main entrance cannot be seen, and naturally the 2 yellow paper lanterns cannot be seen. Only the light of the bright moon illuminates this alley. In this case, you step back. The dog monster Lu Huang heard the words, immediately jumped a few steps, and hid not far away. Fong Chong transports his strength and makes a move. He kicked on the courtyard wall, but there was no sound or vibration. The stressed courtyard wall did not collapse, but suddenly turned into a cloud of dust, which fell on the ground not far away like flour. According to the previous rules, there will only be one accident in Pang Yuanwei's house every night. After a long time, the panic in the courtyard has gradually decreased, and they have become a little numb. Tonight they have ushered in a stone and lost a water tank, so the people in the yard and the nursing home have already fallen asleep, and no one pays attention to the movement here. It's done. Fong Chong said. The dog demon Lua Huang rushed in without waiting for the dust to stop, and bit off a rein that was tightly tied to a post in a shed not far away. Inside the courtyard wall is the location of Pang Yuany's barn. This yellow dog has already found out about this matter, and has even started planning how to rescue the cattle these days. After Fong Chong learned the location from it, he came directly to break the courtyard wall. The other end of the rein is connected to a cow with smooth fur, which looks very strong. In the eyes of the cow, there was agility that other cattle did not have. After it was taken aback, it was full of surprises when it saw the yellow dog coming in. Go! The dog demon Lua Huang spoke out, very anxious. The cow demon always obeyed his friend's words. He immediately ran out of the gap in the courtyard wall with the yellow dog, glanced at Fong Chong in front, swallowed his doubts, and ran out of the town together. 3 figures, large, medium and small, moved forward quickly under the moon. Going all the way to the wilderness far away from the north pole of the town, Fong Chong, who was walking the fastest, but seemed to be strutting, stopped, turned around and looked behind, waiting for the panting cow and the tongue-sticking dog to catch up. Wait until the 3 stood still, then the cow demon asked the dog demon next to him. "Ah Huang, who is this?" "This is Mr. Fong, and he is an expert. You and your master have been arrested these days. I have been targeting Pang Yuany's family, and it has been quite effective. Pang Yuany invited many wizards, Wu Zhu, but they couldn't find me. But I was found by this Mr. Fong, fortunately he is an upright person. Anyo met Mr. Fong." Hearing this, the bull demon stood up and bowed to Fong Chong. "Recently, Pang Yuan's family is always restless. I also heard from time to time that the servant who looks after the livestock shed talks about it every day, but this does not save the Lord. My family, I hope that Mr. Fong can lend a helping hand and save my master." Although this bull demon has no special abilities, he is calmer and smarter than the yellow dog. It can clearly feel, in this situation, what is a better way out for his family. Fong Chong nodded, "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fong." The cow demon was very happy, and bowed again with the yellow dog next to him. "Don't thank me, that Pang Yuany's behavior like this is hurting the harmony of nature. Since I have encountered it, I can't stand by and watch, otherwise I will just sit and watch the evil deeds and my mood will be reversed, and my Taoism will be broken. Looking at the sky, the east is already pale." He smiled at the 2 demons. "Next, I will take Lua Huang with me, maybe I need it. But when dawn comes, Pang Yuan's family will definitely find out that something happened to the courtyard wall and the cow is gone. You are too big, Anyo, and I can't protect you. What are your plans next? But please don't go hungry, and ask Mr. Fong to show you the way." "Well, since this is the case, there is a good place for you. There are mountains in the clouds ahead, rich in products and many wild animals. Since you are no longer fit to go back, why not go to the mountains and find a new life? Anyway, you have become a demon, and you were lucky enough to refine Henggu. You can't stay here forever, and there will be such a day. You don't have to come back in the future. When you are successful in cultivation and get a human body, you can consider returning to the mortal world. Get out. Thank you for your guidance, the little demon." The bull demon bowed his head in thanks. Finally, he changed the title of the head of the other party, because he could tell before Ah Huang that the Mr. Fong opposite was not an ordinary person. On the other hand, Ah Huang next to him was still in a daze, and for the time being, he didn't want to understand why Anyo next to him changed his name. The cow demon and the dog demon rubbed their cheeks and said, "Ah Huang, let's go and say goodbye. I don't know when we will see each other again. We cherish it forever." Ah Huang happily wagged his tail and said, "Take care too, I'll come to find you again after the master has been around for 100 years. Okay, see you someday." The cow demon turned around and walked towards the vast mountains in the distance. Chapter 35, Advising a Dream to Give a Good Prescription. On the far horizon in the east, the sky has turned from whitish to golden yellow, illuminating one side of the high-altitude clouds. One person and one dog stood in the wilderness, looking to the north, and seeing that Nyo was walking far away, they turned their eyes back and looked at each other. Fong Chang looked down at Ah Huang and said, "Ah Huang, please tell me in detail the cause and effect of your master's victimization, especially the past actions of that Pang officer in the town. There is also the family situation of the guard he colluded with, and as for who the officials behind the guards are, just say what you know, and it must be comprehensive." The yellow dog nodded. "Okay, Mr. Fong. It's actually not the first time they've done this kind of thing. Before, there were two families in the town whose land was taken away, and the head of the family was killed or assassinated. As for my family, I started 5 years ago. My family has a few acres of well-irrigated land by the river, and there are Pang Yuan's family's plots on both sides. The output of this land is very good, so the family is still relatively well off. But Pang Yuanwei wanted to join his family's land together, so he asked the housekeeper many times to buy it. The family depends on this, and the price they give is low, and there are many threats in their words. The master has a tough temper. Pang Yuanwei." The dog demon followed, narrating softly. Fong Chang took it with him, and walked towards the center of the town. As the sky gets brighter, the town seems to come alive. There were people on the street, vendors started to set up stuff, prepare materials, and prepare for a day's livelihood. The travelers in the hotel also woke up. Feed the horses and mules, and repack. Bringing Ah Huang, Fong Chang went to find the earth temple here. In the mansion of landlord Wu Huijin in Huqiao town, Fong Chang and landlord greeted each other and sat down with tea respectively. This is not the first meeting, and the two parties are already familiar with each other. Landlord Wu Huijin has a cheerful personality and a wide range of friends. Although he is full of respect for the elder, after the contact last night, he is no longer afraid, so he began to provoke the topic actively, preparing to enhance the relationship between the two parties. He first asked the yellow dog next to him. "Fong Shangxian, this dog looks quite extraordinary, what breed is it?" Hearing the question from the landlord, Fong Chang put down his cup and said with a smile, "This is Lu Ah Huang, a dog demon who was born and raised in Huqiao town." "Ah Huang, hurry up and greet the landlord." The dog demon was still immersed in the sudden change of the environment and was shocked to see the local gods. Hearing this, it immediately stood up, bowed its hands towards the land, and opened its mouth and said, "Little demon Lu Ah Huang, I've seen the lord of the land." "Huh? You can already speak to others. Which family are you from?" "West of the town, Lu Changqing's house." Ah Huang said respectfully. "Oh. It's you, I remembered. When I passed Lu Changqing's house before, I saw a dog in the yard. I didn't expect you to become a spirit. When did it happen?" The landowner was quite surprised. "About 3 years ago, I refined the crossbone at the same time as the farm cattle at home. It happened that there was heavy rain, lightning and thunder, so there was no thunderbolt in the clear sky, and no one was alarmed. Then Lu Changqing's family still has a bull demon." The landlord was really surprised. Fong Chang took up the conversation from the side. "Yes, but I have already pointed the direction for the bull monster to go to Yunzhong Mountain, and that is also a good destination." Then he picked up the cup and continued to taste the tea from the land government. "It seems to be a new product this year, and it tastes good." After chatting for a while, the topic turned to Pang Yuanwei's family, Fong Chang and the dog demon Ah Huang, respectively, from their own perspectives, told the landlord that Pang Yuanwei had colluded with the town servants and framed Lu Changqing. Land Wu Huijin was quite annoyed after hearing this. "I knew that Pang Yongnian was evil, but I never thought that such extreme things would happen. In this regard, it is not that the landlord is negligent in his duties. As a god, the landlord manages the local household registration, but unlike the county, it is the register of people who are born and died. Whenever someone is born or dies in the local area, they must first go through a procedure with the land god, which is a very narrow authority. In addition, it is to protect one party. If there are natural disasters and beasts, etc., they need to help them secretly to help humans tide over the difficulties. For the rest, there are trivial matters such as building houses and opening land, such as chickens and dogs, and there are also land records and supervision. As for Pang Yuny's matter, strictly speaking, it should be under the jurisdiction of human officials, and should not be involved in the duties of gods. Fong Chong said to the lord of the land. I came here this time to ask the landlord for something. Please also inform Lu Changqing's family and go to the mansion to file a complaint. Don't dare not dare, the little will definitely take care of such evil things in Huqiao town, how dare you say please. The order of the gods, the little is obliged. Wu Huijin, the landlord, said seriously. He was also very annoyed by what the staff members did. It has been a while since the head of the family, Lu Changqing, was locked up by the guards. But the gloom of this family became more and more serious. Lost strong labor force, lost fields and cattle, this year's livelihood has become a fatal problem. They had to go out separately and do more chores in order to earn some money to save and buy rice for the rest of the time. The rest of the time, he ran around the town, trying to rescue the patriarch, but with little effect. He didn't dare to go to the mansion, because Gain knew that the officer Yuan Shan was behind the mansion officials, and he had already blocked this way. The first two families suffered such misfortune, and it wasn't because they didn't want to file a complaint first, but they were arrested by Pang Yuny's nursing home and severely beaten. Life should be lived and lived. This morning, due to the custom of, get up early and don't talk about dreams, Lu Changqing's wife endured it until after breakfast, and then said to her parents-in-law, last night I dreamed about the land government's entrusted dream, saying that I should file a complaint and do a good job for Changqing. Injustice. Oh. Hearing this, Lu Changqing's old father immediately put down his chopsticks and said seriously, what a coincidence, I also dreamed about it. The child at the dining table also raised his head and told his mother that he dreamed of a white-bearded grandfather last night, and told himself that someone from the family should sue and rescue his father. Me too. Lu Changqing's mother showed a smile, could it be that the lord of the land has paid attention to this matter, and my son has turned around? So we must obey the lord of the land. Our whole family had the same dream, it must be true. If so, the sooner the better. Xiangqin, you don't need to clean up after dinner, leave it to me, you two prepare your luggage first, and I will take you go to the mansion and seek justice for my son. Lu Changqing's father gritted his teeth and said to his wife and daughter-in-law. With hope, there is a sudden look on his face. Xiangqin, Lu Changqing's wife, nodded vigorously. As the saying goes, the road to wealth for a poor family, the family cleaned up the property, took out most of the money they saved, and made a pile of dry food, and then Lu Changqing's father and wife went to the mansion together with the package on their backs. There are no official roads to go to this government, and it is a small road, which is very difficult to walk, but you can arrive before nightfall. Chapter 36, City God of Ningyi Prefecture. At the same time, Fang Chang and Lua Huang, the dog demon, had already walked more than half of the distance. After he announced his farewell to the land, he took the yellow dog and headed for Ningyi Prefecture together. Huqiao town is located within the jurisdiction of Ningyi Prefecture, but it is a marginal area, and an official road connecting Huifeng Mansion and Long'an Mansion on the east and west sides passes through Huqiao town, which makes it easier to go to the other two prefectures than to go to Ningyi Prefecture. Hefu Fucheng is more convenient. The road along the way is relatively barren, all of which are small roads. Although most of Ningyi Prefecture is a plain, there are not few gullies and gentle slopes. The Baigo River comes out of Yunzhong Mountain and forms an alluvial fan at the mountain pass. Huqiao town is at the root of this alluvial fan. Historically, whenever mountain torrents broke out, the Baigo River would flood, often causing heavy damage. After continuous dredging, straightening, and water conservancy construction, the disaster of the Baigo River was finally stopped nearly 100 years ago. This is also the origin of the name Ningyi Prefecture. Because of the remoteness, Fang Chang and the dog demon Lua Huang slept in the wild at night. They found a shelter from the wind, lit a fire, roasted and ate the unfinished plant tubers in Fang Chang's package. Looking at the moonlight and starry sky, they talked a lot. Lua Huang has never said so many words before, and it has benefited a lot from Fang Chang's chat. It feels that after communicating with this Mr. Fang, his cultivation base has also improved a lot without knowing it. Perhaps I should find time to change my words and call the person in front of me Fang Xianchang. Ah Huang, is Ningyi Fuching ahead? Fang Chang stopped and looked at the small town ahead. Different from Huqiao town, this small town is surrounded by a city wall. The city wall is not too high, about twice the height of ordinary houses. The wall surface is slightly inward to make it more stable. The Cyan city bricks are wrapped in the outer skin, showing a special texture. Fucheng is surrounded by farmland, and there are no villages near or far away. One person and one dog are facing the city gate, where there are two soldiers lazily collecting the city tax and occasionally checking the goods. Those who go out of the city don't care, and those who enter the city are queuing up, and then they will offer copper coins in a proper manner. This is a big source of income everywhere. Fang Chang looked at it, smiled at Lua Huang at his feet. Fortunately, we only need to pay the city entrance tax for one person. There were many pedestrians around. Huang didn't dare to speak, but just nodded. Looking up at the sky, Fang Chang wrapped it tightly, stepped forward to pay a copper coin to enter the city, and brought the dog demon Lua Huang into the city of Ningyi Prefecture. Compared to the outside of the city, the inside of the city looks different. Although it is not as prosperous as Huqiao town on the official road, the city is more clean and tidy. There is no rush to go to the county government and other places. In the eyes of people around, Fang Chang seemed to be talking to himself, but he was actually talking to Lua Huang next to him. However, it's strange. Why in a prefectural city, the yamen inside are called county yamen, and the highest officials are called magistrates? But the prefectures above are prefectures and magistrates? Shouldn't they be called fuya and magistrates? As a demon dog, Lua Huang certainly cannot answer this question. It can know that there are prefectural cities, county government offices, and county magistrates in the world, and it can already be regarded as a well-informed monster. The surrounding environment is quite different from that of Huqiao town. There are mostly shops along the street, and brick houses in the city. The eaves stretch out towards the street, covering a little bit of the sky above, bringing a sense of stability. Being in a hurry, Fang Chang didn't look at the shops on both sides, but took the yellow dog and walked in the direction of saying hello. City God Temple. There are many people in Fucheng, and the incense here is quite strong. Holding the letter from the landlord Wu Huijin, Fang Chang bought a stick of fine incense at the incense candle stand at the entrance, lined up to light the offering, and then whispered in his mouth. The city god of Ningyi Mansion, Rong Bao, was entrusted by Wu Huijin, the land of Huqiao town, to bring a letter and tell him about something. He also hoped that the city god would show up to meet him. Fang Chang, the Sanren of Xianxia, nodded his head. Then he cupped his hands and exited the Chenghuang temple to wait. Before coming here, while chatting with Wu Huijin, the landlord of Huqiao town, Fang Chang learned that the landlord is indeed known to have a wide range of friends. Therefore, considering that it would be much easier to have the help of the local gods to do things here, I asked the lord of the land for this letter, and came here to meet the city god of Ningyi Prefecture first. If he is willing to help, things will go well. After a while, an old man came over alone and asked. Is it Xianxia Sanren Fang Chang? I am a friend of Wu Huijin, and I heard that a letter has been brought. Fang Chang saw that although the opponent was clothed in ordinary clothes and grass shoes, his steps were steady and his appearance was imposing, and there was a hint of majesty in his gestures, so he smiled and said. Exactly. The other party bowed his head and cupped his hands, and saluted slightly. Thank you for your footsteps. This is the city of Ningyi Mansion, Zhaorong. If you don't dislike it, please come to the mansion for a while. Naturally, I am willing to do so. Looking at Fong Chang's feet, the dog demon, city god Zhao Rong waved his hand, and the surrounding scenery changed instantly, but he came to the city god temple. Escorts come and go, all of them are from the city god's mansion. It can be seen that the office here is busy. Let one person and one dog into the living room, let the people next to you serve tea, and when the two parties are seated, the city god asks, I see the cultivation level of my steppe is high, but I don't know where is the fairyland. Where is this fairy cliff? Not far from under the jurisdiction of Ningyi Mansion, in the Yunzhong Mountain, there is a cliff where immortals live, and I am practicing on that cliff. Then this, dog demon. This is an aborigine in Huqiao town. He has already achieved success in cultivation and refined the horizontal bone. Ah Huang, come and meet the city god soon. The dog demon who had been restrained and dared not speak before heard the words, immediately got up and cupped his hands, and said respectfully, Little demon Lu Huang pays homage to Master Cheng Huang. City god cupped his hands slightly in return. Fong Chang continued, the matter of coming this time is related to this dog demon, but Zhao Qinghuang should read the letter first. Then he took out the letter written by Land Wu Huijin and handed it to Qinghuang. After taking it, Qinghuang didn't avoid people, took it apart, scanned it from top to bottom, and said with a smile, Old Wu said in the letter, let me try my best to meet Fong Xianchang's request, don't be negligent, I don't know what Fong Xianchang is doing this trip. He didn't mention it in the letter. Fong Chang arched his hands and said. But in this Huqiao town, there are evil gentry and guards colluding to trap a family, which is the master of this dog monster Lua Huang. The evil gentry wanted to embezzle the other party's land, but there were more than one evil incidents. Behind the guard was Qian Wenrui, an old official in the county government. He relied on his power to block the way for the victims to file complaints. Although I am a casual person, but seeing this injustice, I will take care of it, so I am running around. I still hope that Zhao Qinghuang will warn the official Qian Wenrui and remind the county magistrate that the victim is on his way. Here, prepare to beat the drums to avenge your grievances. City God responded readily. Since Lao Wu is willing to write a letter, I think this matter will not be bad. I hope Fong Shangxian will wait for a while, and I will take care of this matter next time. Please wait for the good news. Chapter 37, Magistrate's Promotion to the Hall. As an old official in the county, Qian Wenrui has lived a happy life these years. As the saying goes, officials have no feudalism, but officials have feudalism. Many of these officials are family heirlooms and can be succeeded from generation to generation. They can control most of the local resources, and the officials also rely on these officials to do things. Fortunately, officials hold the ultimate power in their hands and can form checks and balances with them. This also makes these officials choose to deceive as much as possible. With a lot of income, this old official Qian Wenrui has very high requirements on the quality of life, and the clothes and food can be described. Qian Wenrui's favorite thing is to lie on the couch in a satin nightgown and eat all kinds of preserved meat with the new tea from Mingqian. This is a unique hobby. The maid next to him holds a white porcelain pot and keeps adding tea for him. In the smog, Qian Wenrui remembered what happened during the day when he was dealing with official duties, and thought to himself, tomorrow, I will definitely let those two traveling businessmen from other places pay a little more money. Thinking about these chores, he gradually became a little drowsy, and then his eyelids couldn't hold up, so he fell asleep on the couch. The maids at the side hurriedly put down the teapot, etc. and came over to cover Qian Wenrui with a quilt, adjusted his sleeping position, and removed the tea bowl and dried meat. They were very familiar with their actions, because Mr. Qian fell asleep in this posture, but normal. In a daze, Qian Wenrui felt himself flying lightly. Dream? His consciousness is still clear, but he can't wake up, and he can't control himself in the dream. Then, Qian Wenrui felt that he had passed through the roof, came to the top of the house, and landed lightly on the street. During this process, the surrounding environment was vaguely visible. He could see the maids who were going away to prepare for a shift change, he could see the servants gathered in the courtyard chatting, and he could see the busy residents outside the courtyard. Is it a dream? Is true? Two gongs sounded. The sound seemed to explode in his ears. Qian Wenrui heard it clearly, but the people who were still active on the road were not affected at all. Then a group of people came, holding axes, spears, halberds, and marching under banners. Those who looked like clerks spread out the scrolls in their hands and nodded to the side, and then several green-faced and long-toothed guards stepped forward and took Qian Wenrui without saying a word. Put a chain around his neck and drag him away. Who are you, in broad daylight? Snapped. With the sound of a whip, Qian Wenrui felt a burning pain in his back, and immediately shut up, daring not to speak, and obediently followed. Turned a few streets and alleys, and came to a familiar place. City God Temple. Before the old official Qian Wenrui could think too much, the guard behind him stretched out his hand and pushed him. He stumbled and fell into the door, and then he was picked up and thrown into the lobby. Hearing a gavel sound, Qian Wenrui immediately looked up to check, but saw a middle-aged man in a winged hat and brocade clothes, sitting behind the tall table, not angry and pretentious, shouting to himself. Who is under the hall? The sound shocked him, and he immediately lowered his head, and vaguely saw a plaque hanging on the hall, looking upright. After thinking about it for a while, I feel that the people sitting in this hall are very similar to the statues of the city god that I saw when planning the Fucheng sacrifices over the years. Was this captured by the city god? I am dead. He was inexplicably surprised. Before he could think about it carefully, the person who looked like a clerk flashed over from the arresting team just next to him, and he came forward with a book and said, Master Cheng Huang, this is Qian Wenrui, the clerk of the government office in the city. We will learn about his wandering spirit. Wandering in the street, I gathered all my hands to catch him here, and wait for the Lord Cheng Huang to judge him. When Qian Wenrui heard this, he was terrified and speechless. But I heard the city god ask in the hall, how is this person's conduct on weekdays? Does he have any good deeds? The clerk replied, evil is full of evil. In the hall, Qian Wenrui was terrified, trembling on the ground, wanting to ask for forgiveness but feeling unable to open his mouth. The clerk next to him opened the book and recited the crimes committed by Qian Wenrui one by one. After hearing this, Qian Wenrui trembled even more when he saw that his usual actions were all on it. Finally, I listened to the document praying, such a wicked person, according to the rules, will be reborn as a larvae and a carnivore, and he will not be born for 1,000,000 years. The city god in the hall heard this, and said sternly, although what this person has done in this life, he has his own retribution and reincarnation to determine his responsibility, but he committed the crime in this house, and he was born and raised locally, so he should have the right to punish him. Sentence him 1,000 years. Staff, cut off 50 rounds. Seeing that the situation is not good, Qian Wenrui finally overcomes the fear in his body and begs for mercy. Master Cheng Huang, spare me. You have committed a lot of evil, and you should not be spared. Let's move on. Obey. The two squads on the left and right held up big sticks and long knives, and they were about to drag Qian Wenrui down to execute the sentence. Suddenly, a squad officer said, this person is getting heavier and heavier, he must not be a dead wandering soul. Oh. Quickly check this person's longevity. The document took out another volume from his bosom, flipped through it and said, Qian Wenrui, a resident of Fucheng, if there is no accident, will live to be 54 years old, and he will have 3 years to live. In this way, he should be a soul wanderer, and his lifespan is not yet exhausted. City God nodded, oh, then put it back first, lock it up within 3 years, and send it to reincarnation after execution. After finishing speaking, he waved his hands and asked everyone in the hall to send him back to the original place. After being thrown back to the street outside the wall of his courtyard, Qian Wenrui felt in a daze and knew he was about to wake up, so he struggled desperately. Then I felt my body fly up again, pass through the room and enter the room, and return to the couch in an instant. Qian Wenrui suddenly opened his eyes, gasped for breath, and felt that his whole body was dripping with sweat. The second day. Ningyi County Yuzhong, Naji County is being promoted early in the morning to handle official duties. He has been very diligent in the past few years as an official after being a jinshi. After waiting for a while, I found that there was one missing person on both sides. Why didn't the Qian scribe come here today? Hearing the county magistrate's question, the staff in charge of attendance came out and worshipped with his hand. This morning, Qian Shuli sent someone from the mansion to ask for leave, but he was sick and bedridden, so he couldn't manage the affairs. Well, I see. The magistrate nodded and said nothing. This makes everyone in the hall a little strange, because since the county magistrate took office, he has used some means to control his kindness and power. When someone complains about illness on weekdays, he usually sends someone to express his condolences, instead of just expressing his knowledge as he does now. Say no more. This unpredictable situation of Anwei made all the gentlemen feel more pressured and dared not speak up. Boom boom boom. What's going on outside? A messenger came out of the lobby to watch, and then came back quickly and said, there are old men and young women, who are beating the drum of grievance. The county magistrate said, ascend to the hall, and bring people up. After that, he straightened his official hat and robe, and sat on the hall. The people who came were the father and wife of Lu Chongqing from Nahukio town. They came to the Fucheng smoothly after the landlord entrusted them with a dream. According to the past situation, Peng Yuanwei of Huqiao town will send someone to notify Qian Shuli before the complainant. After Qian Shuli received the news, he would have people intercept him and send the complainant back to Huqiao town. Peng Yuanwei still sent someone this time, but Qian Shuli was frightened and closed the door to thank the guests. Therefore, the messenger did not see Qian Wenrui, nor did he deliver the message. Chapter 38, The Truth is Revealed, Where to Go. Such things as complaining about grievances actually existed in ancient times. At that time, it was used for admonishment. Later, a certain generation of emperors decided to promote this model to the world, and ordered that this drum should be erected in front of every yamen. Working hours work. This is a very humane move. Especially in this era, the chief officials in various places are caught by the administrative judiciary, so setting up this drum is quite effective. So when Peng Yuanwei of Nahukio town colluded with Yuan Shan, the town officer, and ran amok with the money clerk behind him, one of the key points was to prevent the relevant people from approaching the grievance drum. This time they finally missed. The county magistrate slapped the gavel after the long case, and the officials on both sides shouted mighty. In such a situation, the two plaintiffs, who had hardly traveled far, had their legs trembling and their urge to urinate welling up. Thinking of Lu Chongqing, who hadn't recovered from his suffering, they persisted in not lying down. What is the grievance of the people in the hall? Why are you beating the grievance drum in front of the yamen? Lu Chongqing's father stood under the hall, bent down to salute, and then cried. The county is honored, and the little old man is under the rule of Fucheng. The people in Huqiao town to the north have made a living by farming for generations. I have a son Lu Chongqing, and this is my daughter-in-law Du Xiangqin. There is a good piece of land passed down from generation to generation in the family. If it doesn't fit, Pang Yongnian, a member of Pang Yongnian from Huqiao town, wants to buy it at 10% of the market price. That Pang Yuanwei is so domineering, where is Kenyi at home? But Pang Yuanwei colluded with Yuan Shan, the town officer, and charged my son with arrest and imprisonment. It is said that he will be sent to a distant place, and he took away the farmland and cattle at home. It is said that Pang Yuanwei and Yuan Yuan are backed by people from the county government. Similar incidents have occurred before, and no one has successfully come to the county government to file a complaint. The small family is already hopeless, but the landlord of Huqiao town entrusted my whole family to come here to make an appeal, so we took the risk to come here together, and I hope the county lord will uphold justice. Hearing the accusation below, the county official was silent for a while, and said angrily, when did you come to the county to complain, and it turned out to be adventure here? Then He Yen said to the two people in the hall, I already know about this matter, and I will preside over justice. Without waiting for the two to answer, the county magistrate took out two order signs and called out, Where is the arrest? One of the two classes of yamen servants in the hall flashed out, The subordinate is here. You take this order and sign, and arrest Pang Yongnian, a member of the Huqiao Township, and Yuan Shan, an officer, and bring them to justice. By the way, propose Lu Chongqing, and bring them together to the yamen, and bring more people. The head catcher was waiting to take orders, but he heard the magistrate continue to say, Then, you personally bring people to the house of the scribe Qian, and arrest Qian Wenrui himself here. Hearing the order from the county magistrate, the arresters were taken aback for a moment, and after reconfirming that they had heard correctly, they arranged for the patrols to act quickly. The money clerk's house arrested people. Then, the county magistrate continued to arrange, order to invite these two people to the guest room of the Huya, and settle them down and protect them. After both parties are here, I will be promoted to the hall. The two complainants wanted to say something more, but they were asked to leave by the two civil servants behind them. This operation puzzled everyone in the hall, especially the officials. Why did you believe it just based on one side of the story without interrogation? Everyone could hear clearly that the county official used the term, catch and bring to justice, which proved that the other party had been identified as a criminal. And, well, why did you arrest Qian Shuli? The public officials were puzzled and confused. The county magistrate looked at everyone in the hall with a smile on his face. After the father and wife of Lu Chongqing who came to sue were invited away and sent to the guest room of the Huya, he smiled and said, Last night, the city god entrusted this official with a dream, specifically entrusting this matter, and even listed the bad deeds of the money scribe one by one. This official remembers it clearly. Besides, the city god also explained this matter to me in detail. This officer already knew about the incident, the people involved on both sides, and the fact that the victim will come to file a complaint today, so he acted like this. All the officials in the hall bowed down one after another, sincerely convinced. At least superficially convinced. Fong Chong took the yellow dog and walked towards the government office. These 2 days, they stayed at Zhao Qinghuang's mansion, and they were well received. Chang Fong already knew everything that happened in the county government office, and he just waited for the arrested people from Huqiao town to arrive at Fuqing to see the outcome. When the hall was promoted, the people who got the news in advance had already surrounded the gate of the yamen, but 2 guards erected it with water and fire sticks to prevent them from getting any closer, so as not to disturb the county magistrate's trial. Wei, Wu. After years of practice, the shouting voices of the yamen servants have become quite shocking, and the magistrate of the hall is also more majestic. Fong Chong and the yellow dog mingled among the people, looking at the situation inside. The surrounding voices also entered his ears verbatim. The magistrate of Yao County is a good official, and the market has calmed down a lot in recent years. Yes. I heard that the money scribe is going to be interrogated today. This is really happy people, happy people. Ha! The common people reacted quite melodramatically, and didn't care too much about the grievances of Pang Yuanwei or Lu Chongqing's family inside. Instead, they were happy that the county clerk Qian Shu was arrested. But it is also this person who has a long history of misbehavior. His bad deeds can be hidden from the county officials above, but they cannot be hidden from the people who are discerning. Na Xianzuan patted the gavel and said, Bring both parties to the court. The next situation did not satisfy the psychological needs of the people who eat melons. There were no criminals denying in every possible way, there was no brilliant confrontation between the two sides, and there was no fight. The county magistrate just directly explained what happened, and then listed the various crimes of Qian Wenrui, who was carried on a stretcher, and lost his resistance. The 3 criminals bowed their heads and pleaded guilty, expressing that they obeyed the law. This disappointed the people surrounding the county government gate. But then, the magistrate announced the result of the trial, which made everyone excited and restless again. The county venerable grabbed a few sticks and said, Pang Yongnian in Huqiao town colluded with Yuan Shan, a servant, to run amok in the town and oppress good people. According to the law, these two people will serve as soldiers, sent 5,000 miles away, and will never return. His family property will be confiscated, all illegal activities will be investigated, and he will be recalled. People who have been framed will have to return their property. Hearing this, Peng Yuanwei and the guard Yuan Shan were ashamed. Just listen to the county venerable continue to say, Qian Wenrui, the clerk of the Ningyi prefecture, has done all kinds of bad things for many years, and he is full of evil. He should be executed. To this, Qian Wenrui on the stretcher just moved his head without much reaction. Instead, the crowd outside applauded. Fong Chang smiled, took the dog monster Lua Huang a little away, and asked, The matter is over, Huang, what is your plan next? Chapter 39, It's time to brush your clothes and go. Regarding the future road, the dog demon Lua Huang did not hesitate, it whispered. Fong immortal, little demon, I will continue to accompany my master. I will go to Yunzhong Mountain to look for a Nyo after the master is 100 years old. If the immortal meets it in the mountains, I hope it will be just for the sake of a chance, and take care of it for a while. Down. Hearing the words, Chang Fong nodded, appreciating the loyalty of the dog demon. Okay, then I wish you a safe trip. In addition, Huang, if you have the opportunity, you can consider learning how to read and write. This is a hurdle for monsters. The yellow dog looked around and saw that no one was paying attention here, so he got up slightly and bowed, thanking Fong Chang. For monsters, as long as they refine their bones, they are born able to speak, but the level of literacy requires hard work, no matter whether it is time or energy, it cannot be saved. Even if he obtains a human body, this is still a major juncture on the road of cultivation. Fong Chang's guidance can save this unformed dog demon from many detours. Seeing that there was little movement in the county government office, he said to Huang, Things are almost over there, let's go back. In it, Yaoji County's case trial has been completed, and it is waiting for the clerk to make a final summary. At the same time, Lu Chongqing is also being released on the spot after being cleared of his grievances. Standing at the entrance of the lobby, Fong Chang looked inside. He took a closer look, but saw that the county magistrate had a prosperous official career, but this county magistrate was upright and his actions were very popular with the people. Yu Qingyun was helpful, and his future achievements were not low. Good people will be rewarded, and evil people will be rewarded. This matter has a good ending. Fong Chang felt that he had a clear idea, and he smiled at the feet next to him. Although this matter has been resolved, if you encounter injustice, you still have to fight on your own, and you can't just wait for others to give it to you, otherwise you will usually get unsatisfactory results. God helps those who help themselves. Inside the hall, Lu Chongqing's clothes were torn, his expression was sluggish, and his face was disheveled. It can be seen that these days in custody are not easy. Seeing his father and wife, he shouted excitedly. Dad! Passage! Immediately struggled from the ground and was about to rush over. His father and wife who were opposite immediately came to support him, and the three of them hugged together, and they were about to cry with joy. At this time, the dog demon beside Fong Changjiao also rushed over. Huang! Why are you here? After a while, the expressions of several people settled down a bit. Du Xiangqin just kept laughing with red eyes. The father next to Lu Chongqing said to him. Your mother is still waiting at home, let's wrap up and go back as soon as possible. Good. Seeing the reunited family inside, telling each other about the situation during this time, Fong Chang smiled and left lightly. Although Fuqing is prosperous, there is not much to see. Fong Chang bought a candied haws from the side of the road, and headed straight for the door. This stick of candied haws is indeed made of high-quality rock sugar, crystal clear, not bitter or sticky, the shell is crunchy and sweet, and the hawthorn is sour and fragrant. The taste is really good. Out of the north of the city, there is still endless farmland and wilderness. The distribution of millet and wheat fields is not neat, but the growth is quite good. This year is bound to be a bumper year for the government. Looking up from here, you can see Yunzhong Mountain is just in front of you, towering into the clouds. It is just an illusion that Yunzhongshan is so close, and it is also the reason for the saying, watching the mountain and running to death, with Fang's long legs. Even without the dragging of the yellow dog, it took a full hour to return to Tiger Bridge town. It's business as usual here. Because it is not the local residents who support the prosperity of this Huqiao town, but the pedestrian caravans passing by here. Prosperity is here to stay. This trip down the mountain is very beneficial to Fang Chang's practice. Everything is going with the flow. At the beginning, when I made the choice to enter the mountain, it was natural to go to Yunzhong Mountain by selling money. Now I go down the mountain temporarily to have a look, and it is also natural. Everything is done according to the heart, and it is more in line with the law and the way in the book. The news of the trial in Fuqing did not reach Huqiao town. A group of patrols came to the county government, and suddenly the big family member Pang Yuanwei and the town officer Yuan Shan were arrested, causing the townspeople to talk a lot. Have you heard that Pang Yuanwei was arrested? When did it happen? Just at noon yesterday, a team of wolves and tigers came to patrol suddenly. After the magistrate's order was issued, they broke into Pang Yuanwei's house, locked him away, and left someone to watch the gate of the house. People come and go. Is this the incident? If it is true, it will be really gratifying. Oh. I hope. The guard Yuan Shan was also arrested together. Someone saw that Lu Chongqing from the village head, who was arrested by Yuan Shan, was also brought up together and headed towards the government office. That family is very miserable. It seems that this is the end of all hardships. It is really blessed by the gods. Yeah, that Pang Yuanwei bullies goodness all day long. I knew that he would have such a day in the end. Speaking of which, the two of them sent the patriarch to the family in the border area before. Is there a chance of redressing his injustice? Do you want to inform them? Good idea. Let's sneak in. Go together, go together. Fang Chang is not worried about the follow-up matters, so he doesn't care. He knew that once the volcano that had been suppressed for a long time opened its mouth, the eruption would become more and more intense like a snowball, unstoppable. The Shaojia silk and satin shop is not far in front, and the one with the word cloth on the flagpole outside the door is blowing with the wind. Cloth is a necessity of life, although the business here is located in a small town. It's not hot online, but it's stable. The shopkeeper of the silk and satin village still knew Fang Chang, and when he saw him coming in, he immediately walked around from behind the counter to meet him. Guest officer, are you here? The clothes are ready, but you want to pick them up today? I'm sorry, I have something to do in the past 2 days, so I'm a little late to pick it up. Now that it's ready, I want to take away the robe I ordered a few days ago. Fang Chang simply cupped his hands and said to the shopkeeper of the silk and satin village. It's okay, please come with me, guest officer. Although this silk and satin shop does not sell any silk and satin, it is very concerned about the business. There is a special wardrobe inside for storing custom-made clothes. The shopkeeper opens the door, takes out a square cloth package, and unfolds it on the table next to it. Guest officer, please look, this dress has been sewn, washed and ironed. You can take it out directly, or you can try it on here before taking it out. There is a special changing room here. Then I'll try it on. Fang Chang picked up the soap-colored robe and went into the dressing room to change. This is a shop in a small town, and I can't afford to buy a bronze mirror for clothes, but the shopkeeper also brought a round mirror for Fang Chang to look after himself. Good. The clothes fit quite well. After a brief look at his appearance, Fang Chang praised him, then paid the final bill, and walked out of Xiao's silk and satin shop. It's sunny outside. Squeezed the package, and there were some scattered copper coins inside. Fang Chang didn't plan to keep it, and he wouldn't use it on the cliff, so he just spent it. Chapter 40, Return to Xianqi Cliff. Before coming out of the silk and satin shop, the shopkeeper of the silk and satin shop said that the square cloth used to wrap Fong Chang's new clothes belonged to the outer packaging, so he gave it to Fong Chang when he checked out. Being able to do this is considered a conscientious businessman. Gain in this era, cloth, like copper coins, has the nature of currency and is a high-value item. Giving such a piece of cloth as a gift is equivalent to sending money. Changing out of the old clothes, he wrapped them in this square cloth and stuffed them into the bag. Fong Chang looked around. Not far ahead was the tavern where he bought sorghum wine before. He weighed the gourd on his waist and walked towards it. The environment in the tavern was similar to the last time I was here. Drinkers came and went. The benches by the tables, in front of the counter, and under the wall outside the tavern were all full of people. Dried peanuts, or drinking with iron nails. Occasionally, someone would come in and ask for a bowl of the worst quality wine mixed with water, and when his neck dried up, he would wipe his mouth and stagger away. Seeing Fong Chang approaching, the shopkeeper asked courteously. "Guest officer, what kind of wine do you want?" "The first-class wine, top it up." Fong Chang handed over the gourd. "Okay." The shopkeeper of the tavern swiftly opened the wine jar, opened the gourd stopper, and put the wine funnel in the middle to add wine, which was skillful. After taking the filled gourd, Fong Chang asked. "Shopkeeper, is your sorghum wine brewed by yourself or imported from outside?" Hearing this question, the shopkeeper looked up at Fong Chang. "I don't know how to make wine." "Of course, these are imported from the outside. Fortunately, the spirits are drunk slowly and are not too heavy." Fong Chang continued to ask, "Does the shopkeeper know where to find some sorghum seeds?" Under the current production model, there is no seed cultivation industry. Farmers grow things, mostly relying on their own seeds or private exchanges. Well, it's really hard to find. If you have a need, you can go to the old Xie's house who grows vegetables in the town. He grows vegetables all year round to supply various restaurants in the town, and often leaves some different seeds. It's easy to identify there. Walking all the way to the northwest of the town, you can see a large vegetable field in front of the door. He treats people kindly and is easy to talk to. "Thank you, shopkeeper, for your guidance." Fong Chang nodded his thanks, then he paid for the drink, carried the gourd, and walked towards the northwest of the town. The large vegetable field is really easy to identify. Clusters of vegetables of various colors grow very robustly in the field, which is really gratifying to look at. An old man is holding a bucket, holding on to the ladle, and carefully watering the vegetable field. Although the income of garden irrigation is good, it has always been tiring and labor-intensive, and it is a test of patience and carefulness, so it is considered to have a high technical content. This old man invited me. The old man who was watering the vegetable field straightened up after hearing the words, and said, "I don't know what's the matter with the guest." Fong Chang told the other party that he was looking for old Xie who grows vegetables. The old man smiled after hearing this. "It's me, I don't know what the guests want. There are all kinds of melons, fruits and vegetables here. But it's not for this reason." Fong Chang shook his head and explained his intentions. "I just found out that you have the most complete variety of seeds here, so I want to buy some seeds, especially sorghum." "That's it." The old man threw the water scoop back into the bucket, splashing some water. "The guest has found the right person. In the whole Huqiao town, no one has more varieties of seeds and better quality than mine. Every time if you have any fresh things you want to plant, you must first come to me to look for them." After finishing speaking, he took out the key and led Fong Chang into a room. "Guests, please choose by yourself. If there are any varieties you don't know, you can ask me. If the demand is not large, you can just take it away without using money." Fong Chang walked in, and saw cloth bags of various sizes on the shelves in the room, all with their mouths open, exposing the seeds inside. "This is sorghum, how much does the guest need?" "A small handful is enough. Then the guest can take it." After the old man finished speaking, he grabbed a handful and was about to stuff it to Fong Chang. Fong Chang took it immediately, took out a coin and handed it to the vegetable farmer surnamed Xie, who immediately began to refuse, and finally he had to say, "I am going to choose some vegetable seeds, not only these, but please feel free to accept it." Lao Xie gave up, put the copper coins in his arms, and then said, "The guests are so polite. These are the seeds I left for myself, and they cost nothing. Please choose more." Fong Chang only picked some common vegetables, each took a little bit, and then said goodbye to the old vegetable farmers. "The rest of the money is just enough to eat a bowl of mutton noodles. Actually, it's okay to buy 2 tiger cakes," but after thinking about it, Fong Chang found that for him, the handicraft of Lao Su's noodles is more suitable for his taste. "Have a bowl of mutton noodles." "Okay, please sit down, guest officer. Hey, are you here again today?" For Fong Chang, the noodle stall owner obviously still had an impression. He said hello, and at the same time kept moving his hands, quickly grabbed the dough and threw it into the pot. The noodles are as thin as paper, and the water is tumbling up and down in the pot, and it is cooked very quickly. While eating noodles, an acquaintance came over. "Isn't this Mr. Fong? We meet again." The person who came was Xie Guangnan from Huifeng Mansion. He didn't carry a pole this time, but carried a package half a person tall. After meeting with the stall owner, he put down the package and sat on Fong Chang's table. "Nice to meet you," Fong Chang replied. Not seeing each other for a few days, the two greeted each other a few words. After Xie Guanan's bowl of mutton noodles came, the two began to chat while eating. Soon, the topic turned to Peng Yuanwei who had been taken away. After talking about the news he had heard, Xie Guangnan sighed, "The last time I saw Mr. Fong, I was still talking about this matter. I didn't expect to see you this time, and that family that was originally in a desperate situation would have a big turnaround. It's really a good thing. It's the gods who appear." Fong Chang nodded and continued eating noodles. Laugh without saying a word. The way back to Yunzhong Mountain, Fong Chang walked very smoothly, and before evening, he returned to Xianqi Cliff. This time he didn't attract anyone's attention, just like when he was going down the mountain. Everything remains the same. It is because he has not been active here these days, which made some grass sprouts grow much higher in the open space. The sky is getting late, and the setting sun is gradually sinking to the horizon. Pushing open the fence door of his thatched hut, Fong Chang took off the wine gourd from his waist first, and hung it on the bamboo wall. Then, he picked up the fire bough, touched some hay from under the bedboard, and after confirming that it was dry, he drilled a log and lit a fire to light the fire pit again. The sun had already set, and the bright yellow firelight shone on the bamboo and wooden hut, bringing warmth and light, and dispelling the cold and damp feeling produced by the hut due to no one for many days. The firewood and hay in the house are still dry, but the bedding on the bamboo bed is slightly damp. Wait for the sun to come out tomorrow, you can bask in the sun, that way tomorrow night will be more comfortable. Anyway, after he had achieved success in cultivation, Fong Chang was not afraid of the cold. He covered the quilt and laid the quilt just for comfort. Since it was a little damp, he simply folded the quilt and put it aside. Then he lay on the bamboo bed like that, adjusted his breathing rhythm, and fell into a deep sleep. The second update, thank you Xiao Xiao Dan Rushue for your reward. Xie Jinheng Yanzhu and Gray Misui gave a reward. Chapter 41, White Clothes Prospect in Gourd Seeds. There is a cave not far from the residence, the front and back are transparent, and because it is only about a foot deep, it looks more like a stone ring. Woke up early in the morning, went to the big rock where he used to stay and practiced breathing. After finishing breathing, Fong Chang lit a fire in the house, took a bamboo tube to boil water, and prepared to make tea for a while. Then he went out, took a long cane from the valley, and tied it to the stone ring in the distance. He also wove some ropes, using thatch, rattan skin, etc., which was a pastime when reading a book in front of the campfire at night, but those ropes were not long enough, so this time he could only use rattan. Then Fong Chang took the quilt out, unfolded it, and hung it on the vine to dry. Since the quilt was a little damp, he didn't use it last night, and kept stacking it on the bedside. The sun is good today. The bright sunshine dispelled the fog, exposing the green carpet-like mountain peaks under the blue sky, covered with lush vegetation, and the folds of the surrounding mountain peaks are clearly reflected in the sunlight. Mark of. Clap your hands. He is going to grab a small animal and bake it for breakfast, and then he will continue with the few things he didn't finish before going down the mountain. Such as charcoal kiln. The semicircular charcoal kiln is still lying there, and it hasn't rained in the past few days when he went down the mountain, so the charcoal kiln is not much different from before he went down the mountain, just like a grave bag. Let's take it off quickly. Before starting, Fong Chong checked his shed first. The thatched shed next to the hut is not bad, it is strong enough, it has not changed during the period of time away, and it can block the rain. There is no humidity in the pond built with homemade bricks in the middle of the thatched shed, where the charcoal from the kiln is going to be stored. He gently opened the outer wall of the charcoal kiln, and saw that the firewood inside had already turned dark gray, and the roots were standing upright, but still maintained the shape before entering the kiln. Take out 2 sticks and knock on each other, there is a clanging metal sound. After breaking apart, you can see that the wood inside is completely charred. Well, very successful, good charcoal. The charcoal kiln is a one-time product, and it cannot be used after being opened this time. If you want to burn the next batch, you need to build a new kiln with mud. Although Fong Chong never lacks time, everything can be built slowly, but someday he is in the mood to build a charcoal kiln that can reuse most of the kiln body. After smashing the shell and soil to open the kiln, Fong Chong picked up the charcoal blocks from it, put them into the back basket, and then carried them to the shed one by one, and poured them into the built charcoal pool. The results of this kiln filled the small half-pond. But Fong Chang's hands and body were stained with spots by the black charcoal powder flying up during the labor process. Looking at his new clothes and palms, and at the stream in the distance, Fong Chong pondered for a moment. Perhaps, sometimes, it's not as good to be completely hands-free. In this barren mountain, he has never had anything to live by himself, just enjoying the fun of creating things by himself, experiencing the natural and contented artistic conception, rather than torturing himself. So. Fong Chong waved his fingers, concentrating on running his mana. Like a gust of wind, the black charcoal dust on his soapy clothes and hands, and even the dust on his body before, were all pushed away 3 feet from the surrounding area and fell to the ground, vaguely forming a circular shape. Trace. Descaling. This is a very useful little spell, which can save a lot of effort and allow people to get closer to nature in a more comfortable posture. This is the first time for Fong Chong to use it. There is no need for spells, gestures, tricks and cheats. He really doesn't like doing laundry. Perhaps, I can consider wearing white clothes in the future. For the next period of time, Fong Chong will be in the process of repeated work. Burning lime, burning bricks, burning charcoal. Fong Chong didn't stop until the limestone piled up into piles, bricks piled up into stacks, and charcoal filled the 2 pools. Looking at these results, he was very satisfied. The fire pit in the house was burning. In addition to making charcoal, lime, and bricks, Fong Chong often went to the woods to collect firewood. This made his firewood reserves increase instead of decrease, and they were neatly stacked in the grass shed. The abandoned shack before was also filled with firewood and hay. The thatched hut where Fong Chong lived is no longer the main storage place for firewood as it used to be. Inside, there are only hay and firewood piled up under Fong Chang's bamboo bed as spares. That pile is being used. In the fire pit, the pine and cypress branches burn quietly, occasionally making a sound of peeling, and the smoke floats upwards, smoking the bacon hanging high and low above the fire pit, infusing it with fragrance, and then bypassing the roof and following the gaps on both sides escape into the outside. However, the time has not yet come, and the bacon is not yet finished. Fong Chong only used the wild boar to make bacon once at the beginning, because when he first went up the mountain, the bag of coarse salt he brought had been used up, so he couldn't make pickled products anymore. It also makes my diet a bit dull recently. Currently, the dojo is just starting up. Except for the bamboo bed and the fire pit, there is no furniture in the house. There is only a small piece of large tree trunk, and Fong Chang uses it as a bench. On the wall made of bamboo chips, there are several bundles of ropes hanging, which are Fong Chang's pastimes at night. There is also a big gourd next to it, the skin color is still green. Picking it off, he could feel that the inside of the gourd was empty, and he had already finished drinking the sorghum wine he bought from the town at the foot of the mountain. Since it was brought up the mountain and hung on the wall, this gourd will always be taken down at night, and Fong Changhui will take a small sip to drink in front of the kiln fire and the bright moon and starry sky. Wine and the moon match very well. Shaking the gourd, Fong Chang hung it on the wall again. The lack of alcohol has little impact on life, it just lowers the style. It is estimated that this gourd will not be untied for a long time, and Fong Chang does not know whether it can last until the next time it goes down the mountain without spoiling. He opened the bedside package and searched for the seeds that had been wrapped before taking it out. They are the same size as melon seeds, but they are more square in shape, and they are very bulging. There are also those seeds purchased from Huqiao town next to them, and they have not been sown, but Fong Chang ignored them and poured the gourd seeds in hand. Looking at the gourd seeds in his hands, Fong Chang smiled at them. This will plant you down and live well. Turning around beside the melon field, he felt that it was not suitable. Gourds like shade, and they are not suitable for growing with melons. Looked at it, and compared the two places behind the thatched cottage and the edge of the cliff, Fong Chang still chose the edge of the cliff. Maybe one day, the thatched cottage will need to be flipped over, which is a bit dangerous for the seedlings behind the house, and the delicate vines cannot bear too much action. He turned the soil and planted on the shady side of the big rock that he used to stay in the morning. The location here is good, shady, fertile, easy to water, and there are big stones for gourds to climb. Fong Chang's craftsmanship is very rough. There is no seed soaking or germination selection, just level the land, remove the weeds, and put the gourd seeds into the land. He is not prepared to take too much care, as for the growth and results, it all depends on God's will. Chapter 42, Inquiry about Salt Traces. In the stone pit not far away, the lime has been disintegrated. Fong Chang picked up some and looked at it. He felt that the quality was not bad, and he could use it to resurface the floor in the room. This is mainly for waterproof and moisture-proof. The steps are relatively simple. Take some soil and mix it with slaked lime, mix well and spread it in the house. Although this mixture will not absorb water, it has a better effect on moisture insulation. In addition, the fire pit in the house is always burning, which can improve the comfort of the house to a higher level. The most troublesome thing in this process is that the firewood supporting the bamboo plank bed needs to be moved out, and after the ground is paved with mixed soil and compacted, these things need to be moved back and placed high. Finally, relay the hay and bamboo bed boards on top. Although Fong Chang fired a lot of bricks, the bricks are very useful, and he does not plan to use them for paving the ground for the time being. However, he spent some time dismantling the piles of bricks that he had stacked up before, and then made them for the straw shed. Built a wall. It is only 2 feet high, which is considered a circle of protection. And without the use of adhesives. Afterwards, he simply spread concrete and waterproofed the grass shed and shack. Minor modifications to the environment will eventually make people more comfortable. After drying the textiles, there is a fragrance of sunshine. Some people also say that it is the barbecue aroma of the corpses after the mites are killed by light, but no matter which explanation, it does not affect its good smell. Fong Chang put away the quilt hanging in the stone ring. They've been in the afternoon sun, dry and fluffy again. Remade his bamboo bed, looked outside, the sun was gradually setting to the west, he threw the stone axe into the back basket, and walked down the cliff. Hunting time. After the deer ran away for a short while, he jumped more than 10 feet, flew into the bushes, and held down a hare. Where are you going? This rabbit has seen Fang Chang hunt from afar, and he still remembers his fierce figure and decisive and fierce hands. Now seeing that he has fallen into the other party's hands, he struggled twice but still managed to get out, so he closed his eyes and thought to himself. Ah, I'm dead. So he gave up resistance and was at the mercy of Fang Chang. My mind is full of the situation of this person catching the prey and killing him casually, all thoughts are lost. It turned out that it only opened the spirit again. Fang Chang held the rabbit ears and picked them up, feeling a little regretful, lamenting that there are too many monsters in the mountains. Yunzhong Mountain is so beautiful. And the one in his hand seems to have been saved from the flood. Although it is delicious in the legends of the Kaling monster beast, Fang Chang is not going to taste it, it will hinder his practice and even his spirit, and these little creatures with wisdom. It's really cute. After shaking for a few times, Fang Chang said with a smile, "Don't act like you have nothing to love, don't worry, I won't hurt you." The rabbit relaxed his tense body and looked at Fang Chang. Fang Chang saw his appearance and asked. "Maybe people say." Although he was grabbed by the ears and lifted up, the little rabbit demon still shook his head with difficulty, expressing that he hadn't refined his bones yet. The monsters are quite easy to distinguish when they have spiritual intelligence, but because the horizontal bone is not a real bone, it is difficult to distinguish on the spot, so we can only ask. Seeing the rabbit demon shaking his head, Fang Chang was not disappointed. Refining the crossbone is not a simple matter, there is no 1 out of 10, and he encountered so many capable people during this period of time, which is actually an accidental event under a low sample size, which does not have much statistical significance. Do you know where there is salt in this cloud mountain? Hearing Fang Chang's question, the rabbit demon was taken aback. It didn't seem to know what salt was, or it might just be shocked. Seeing that the rabbit was a little dull in his hand, Fang Chang thought for a while, and then changed his words, "It's just that if you don't lick it, you will feel weak. It may be some soil, or it may be on the rock wall of the cave, or it may be white." The bag of coarse salt he brought up when he went up the mountain had already been used up. When he asked this question, he suddenly thought that these herbivores must have salt supplements. Ask around and you might be able to find the place of origin, so you can make brine and boil salt in pottery. He has no shortage of fuel or time. This time, the rabbit seemed to understand, bowed in the air, stretched out a front leg, turned around to point out the direction for Fang Chang. Because it was being carried by the ears, this action made it a little wobbly, so I could only keep exerting strength to keep the position of the front legs constant. Fang Chang smiled, put it on the ground, and said, "Can Brother Rabbit help me lead the way?" Of course the rabbit demon had no objection. He turned his head and bowed, then pointed in the direction, and ran forward. Fang Chang stepped forward to keep up. After turning over a dozen hills, there is a rocky peak in front of it. The rabbit monster in front of it is looking for a familiar route, jumping forward among the rocks. Its ears bounced up and down with the jump, and it climbed several feet in an instant. Fang Chang did not lag behind, and followed closely. When he took a step forward, it required the rabbit to climb up and jump many times, so he seemed to be strolling in the garden as usual. As the altitude gradually rises, the place gradually dries up, and the wind direction causes little water vapor here. The white figure in front suddenly stopped in one place, and then looked at himself. Fang Chang also stepped forward, and saw that this was a cave with a slanted, irregular opening. Seeing that Fang Chang followed, the rabbit demon walked slowly in. "Why did you come to such a high place? Could it be that the rabbit demon ambushed 500 knives and axes in the cave?" A very interesting thought came to Fang Chang's mind. He shook his head and followed the rabbit into the hole. However, he could notice that there were many animal traces around the entrance of the cave, most of which were hoof prints, which showed that this place was indeed a place for herbivores to collect salt in the mountains. Salt mine. It turned out to be a salt mine. Standing half a foot away from the entrance of the cave, Fang Chang stood still, a little surprised. Yunzhong Mountain is really rich in products. Now there is no need to boil the brine. The cave is slightly slanted upwards, and the inside is still a slanted flat space, but it gradually widens inside, like a crack. A few feet inside the cave, the walls are covered with entangled large and small square crystals, most of which are transparent or translucent, that is pure salt. Between the crystalline salt and the rock at the entrance of the cave, there is a layer of white minerals about a foot thick, which is cold water stone, that is, gypsum. Light comes in from the entrance of the cave, making the cave crystal clear and colorful. The rabbit demon squatted beside him, looking at the fairy next to him, and also at this cave. Fong Chang knew that he had saved the rabbit, but he didn't want to owe people the cause and effect, so he made some calculations and pointed out. "Thank you, Brother Rabbit, for your guidance. This is of great use to me. I would like to give you a word of advice. Your opportunity to refine ginkgo is in the north of Yunzhong Mountain. If you have free time, you can go to the north more often." The expression of the rabbit demon was colorful when he heard the words. It turned to Fong Chang, kowtowed 3 times, and then jumped out of the salt cave and headed down the mountain. Fong Chang turned his gaze back and looked at the salt crystals in the cave. Some of the lower places were still licked by animals for many years. He knocked off a few pieces and tasted them. Kosher salt is much better. Such a huge amount of salt deposits proves that Yunzhong was once a vast ocean in the long geological time. This is the vicissitudes of life. Recalling the long time ago that is hard to go back, in the era far beyond written history, Yunzhong Mountain, a towering inland mountain, used to be a plain, located in the depths of the ocean. However, the change of time and geological movement made this place shallower, and the seawater evaporated and deposited, eventually forming a salt deposit. After another long time, this place became a towering peak due to the extrusion and uplift of the earth. Feeling the ancient time, Fong Chang's breath and mind are more in harmony with the heaven and the earth, and his cultivation has advanced to another level. Standing in the cave for a long time, even many antelope deer, muntjac hares and other animals passed by, licking the salt block, as if they didn't see the practitioner next to him. Taking a deep breath, Fong Chang came back to his senses. He picked pure square salt crystals from the salt wall, knocked off a few pieces, put them in a back basket and took them away. If seasoned, it can be used for a long time. Chapter 43, Go to Visit. When he has nothing to do every day, Fong Chang always cleans the surrounding ground, removes weeds, levels the land, and sweeps carefully with a broom made of branches and strings. Clouds come and go in the sky, mist gathers and disperses in the mountains, immortals live on cliffs, and the days pass by. Fong Chang lives a very leisurely life. There is no shortage of food, there is oil and salt, the products in Yunzhong Mountain are rich, the prey vegetables and fruits are abundant, and the days are quite moist. The thatched hut is very strong and can shelter from the wind and rain. This fairy cliff is not disturbed by outsiders, it is a quiet and blessed place. If you have nothing to do, you can collect materials, tap them, add some utensils to yourself, or open a kiln to refine and burn some objects. This life can really feel the natural intention. In the world of mortals, there is nowhere where one can be more at ease than here. When he has nothing to do, Fong Chang will also bring water and food, and walk around in this cloud mountain, take a look at the scenery of various places, and watch the peaks and grains. As he continued to sway, he could better appreciate the fact that Yunzhong is rich in products. Frequent wandering in the mountains has greatly enriched Fong Chang's recipes, various berries, dried fruits, wild fruits, mushrooms, roots, stems and leaves, as well as various flying and running delicacies, as well as various seasonings in the mountains. Put the mood in the back basket and bring it back to Xianqi Cliff to enjoy. He also went to the mountain full of chestnut trees mentioned by the mountain of Yunzhong Mountain, and brought back a basket full of chestnut trees. Not caring about the thorny shells, he squeezed them open one by one and took out the chestnuts inside for storage. Chestnut and pheasant are stewed together, which is also delicious. Thinking of the Yunzhong Mountain god, Fong Chang suddenly wanted to take a look. He hadn't left Xianqi Cliff for a long time, so he could chat with someone. Since his mind moved, he got up and wanted to do it. Looking around in his thatched hut, he selected a long bamboo tube, tied both ends with rattan, carried it behind his back, covered the fence gate, and went down the cliff. The mountain temple is a few hills away from the side, and there is no need to use the quick downhill method. Fong Chang walked for less than half an hour and came to the hillside where this small temple is located. The appearance of the small temple has not changed, it is the same as the last time I came. There are no new traces, which proves that Zhang Shanshan has not received much incense during this period. Well, it was miserable. Putting away his emotions, Fong Chang came to the gate of the temple. He didn't burn incense, but lightly pinched half of the formula, and attached a sentence, Zhang Shanshan, the old Fong Chang is here to visit. For the mountain god, this magical technique is only half used, just like ordinary people knocking on the door. Hearing that it was Fong Chang, Zhang Shanshan didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly stepped out, and the Fong Chang saluted. I don't know Fong Shanshan came to visit, but the little has not greeted him from afar, and I hope to forgive my sin. Fong Chang hurriedly returned the salute, and said with a smile, it's rude of me to visit rashly. Giving Fong Chang to the big rock before, Zhang Shanshan brought out some chestnut pine nuts, and said with some guilt, it's narrow in the lower mansion, but it can only be entertained here. It's very good here. There are big stones that can be used as tables and stools, shaded by pines and cypresses, and there is a beautiful view in the valley on the side. It is also quite fun with white clouds and birds. Fong Chang comforted. Looking at the other party carefully, Zhang Shanshan only felt that Fong Chang's aura was more elegant and lingering. His body seemed to run through the sky and the earth, and seemed to be the sky and the earth. The mountain arches his hands. Fong Shanshan's cultivation base has improved again, which is really gratifying. Zhang Shanshan really has good eyesight, and Yu Xiuwei has indeed advanced a bit, which can be called congratulations. Fong Chang was not humble either, he took off the long bamboo tube on his back, held it with both hands and handed it to the mountain god. Xianxi, there are a few good tea trees growing on the edge of the cliff, and I can see them every day, so I picked some tea leaves to dry, and gave you some to taste, and I hope you don't dislike them. How can this be? How can this be? Fong Shanshan is so polite. It seemed that he hadn't received a gift for many years. The mountain was a little embarrassed, so he quickly made a polite gesture. Seeing Fong Chang's firm attitude, he accepted it. He unscrewed the bamboo tube and said with a smile, don't be afraid of Shanshan's jokes, there is little incense here, that is, after expelling monsters with Shanshan and saving Linxi village recently, some passers-by on the official road came here to worship. Before the mountain people came to feast, no one offered this thing, and the little didn't know much about tea or how to make tea. He only used white water every day and didn't taste the taste of this thing. It has been more than 400 years. Fong Chang also felt a little sad when he heard it. There are a lot of tea trees on Xianxi Cliff, and I have prepared some. If the mountain likes it, I will bring it next time. Enough is enough, these can be used for a long time. The mountain hastily declined, and then said, I have a set of good tea sets, but it was a gift from Hufeng more than 100 years ago, but it has never been opened since I got it. Why don't you try Shanshan's new tea together? My pleasure. After drying the tea, Fong Chang kept brewing it in bamboo tubes instead of using ceramic cups and bowls. At this time, the mountain turned back, took a set of fine porcelain tea sets, put them on the big stone between the two of them, took out tea leaves from the bamboo tube, put them into the teacup, and laughed, the little has already boiled the water, and after a while, just boil it. Then he reached into his arms and took out a book, and the other party said, Look, the little god's mansion is barren, and there is nothing to return gifts. There are only a few books in the collection. This, miscellaneous notes on geography, mountains, and rivers, was obtained by the little more than 300 years ago. It is quite interesting in it. Give it to Fong Shanshan, and talk about it for entertainment. Sending books is an elegant matter, and Fong Chang is indeed interested in the contents, so he said. This tea is made by me. It's not worth being Zhang Shanshan's love for it. I'd better go back and read it, and return it to Zhang Shanshan after reading it. After Fang Chang finished speaking, one person and one declined each other for a while. After all, the mountain god, who hadn't contacted people for too long, was defeated and had to promise Fang Chang to return the book after reading it. Fang Chang flipped through briefly, and saw some common-sense story descriptions, including those things about gods, practitioners, and monsters. It is estimated that some are true and some are false, and it is mainly for entertainment. So this book is just an ordinary book, without any other special effects, such as reading it with spiritual consciousness after cultivation. For example, there are words in the book that need to be soaked in water and burned to appear. There is no such thing. The water is boiling, the little is going to fetch water. Shanshan paused his crutches, returned to the mansion, and appeared next to the stone with a steaming small clay pot, and began to add water to the teapot. Brewed in porcelain, the feeling is really different. As the water in the teapot is poured into the covered teacup, the green tea leaves begin to swell with the boiling water, and then gradually relax, spinning and rolling with the water waves, as if cheering. Good workmanship. Seeing the brewing techniques of the mountain god, Fang Chang praised. I'm not afraid of Shangshin's jokes. I haven't tried this skill in hundreds of years since I became a god. As soon as Zhang Shan's voice fell, the two laughed and began to chat. After a while, Fang Chang asked the mountain god. I didn't ask in detail last time, how did Zhang Shanshan take this position back then? Chapter 44, Collecting Copper from Yunzhong Mountain. Zhang Shanshan smiled, recalled the past, and said. More than 470 years ago, when the first mountain on Yunzhongshan left his post, he entrusted a dream to the magistrate of Jing County at that time, and asked him to select talents from the past to take over the position and manage Yunzhongshan. At that time, I had a family life. I passed away not long ago, and I was well known during my lifetime. The magistrate of Jing County visited the village, and after learning about the situation, he wrote an imperial edict, and announced my name to all directions, so that it was well known by the villagers at that time. He sent people to renovate this mountain temple, and then held many sacrifices with me as the new mountain god. With the approval of this matter, there were many people, and under the influence of inspiration, I was recognized by heaven and earth, and I returned from that reincarnation. He was dragged back and took office here. There are rules between heaven and earth. When I came to this mansion, I knew in my heart that I had become a mountain god, and I naturally understood my responsibilities. For the past 500 years, I have been conscientious and hard-working, and I am worthy of this body. The voice fell, and the mountain touched the teacup. Seeing that the temperature was right, he said. Shangshan, please drink tea. Fang Chang nodded, picked up the fine porcelain cup, and carefully admired it. In the white inner wall of the tea set, the light green tea soup exudes a delicate fragrance, and the color is very pleasant. Take a sip, the temperature is suitable, the lips and teeth are fragrant, and it feels better than the usual bamboo tube. In the future, if I have the opportunity, I will also make a set by myself, but the current kiln temperature is not enough, and I still need to find porcelain clay and glaze, which cannot be done in a short time. He then asked. Zhang Shanshan, I didn't ask in detail last time, does the mountain still have a term? Certainly. The mountain put down the teacup in his hand and replied with a smile. It's not uncommon for the gods to be unclear. Gods are different from practitioners. We are natural products of heaven and earth. We follow the way. We are like mortal officials with responsibilities. Unlike practitioners, we are free and easy. But there is nothing eternal in the world, and the position of the mountain is the same. After serving for a long time, you will know when your merits and virtues are complete, and you will naturally pass away when the time comes. Reincarnation is a good family. The role of human gods such as mountain gods and lands is the best place to go, not only because they can live for thousands of years, but also because they can accumulate merit. Reincarnation is still human, and reincarnation goes to good places. Pick up the pot to refill the water for both parties, and the mountain continues to share the duties of the mountain for Fong Chang. The mountain also told Fong Chang that there are many works on this in the miscellaneous notes on geography, mountains, and rivers, that he gave as a gift. Fong Chang didn't know much about these trivial matters. He opened the book excitedly, and searched for 2 articles with the mountain to appreciate them, and had a good conversation. After chatting for a while, the mountain sighed. This mountain in the clouds, the mountains are good, the water is good, the scenery is good, the animals and plants have spiritual energy, but there are few people. There are only a few monsters that have transformed into horizontal bones, but they also have their own lives, and there are a few that are difficult to communicate with. Being a mountain for hundreds of years, the most I feel is boredom. I don't know if Zhongshan can master the 4 arts. Fong Chang asked. Before I was born, I was considered a rough person. When I was young, I went to private schools for a few years, and I can still read characters, but I don't know anything about piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If I think about it, I won't be bored. Well, if you have a chance to play chess, you can make 2 chessboards and play chess together. It's so good, I'll have to be taught by an immortal. Fong Chang's back basket fell apart. With so much use, it's finally overwhelmed and worn out. The repaired back basket was not supported, and when Fong Chang put a few big stones into it and carried it on his back, it was scattered all over the ground. Looking at the vines that collapsed on the ground, Fong Chang silently put them away, grabbed them and went back up the cliff. The few big rocks were thrown here first, anyway, they were just rocks. The vines grew very fast, and after Fong Chang continued to collect them, the vines above the valley beside the Xianxi cliff did not decrease. This time he chose a batch of thick old vines, cut them down, tied them with thin vines, and carried them back to the hut. The old baskets were dead, and it was time to replace them with stronger and more durable ones. It was also time to collect some copper ore and bring them back. When I went to face the pangolin monster and solve the water source problem in Linxi village, Fong Chang could feel that he was very lacking in protective equipment in the battle that didn't happen. The straight-back jade small table knife that never leaves the body is relatively inconvenient, too small. It is good for cooking, but it is not enough for body protection. Although after these days of companionship, this small jade knife is more aura because of the material, but after all, jade is not metal, and its texture is soft. If the other party has a magic weapon, it may suffer some disadvantages. Taking out the knife on his body, he pulled it out of the bark sheath, and Fong Chang held it in his hand to play with. He has always been very careful with this knife. He didn't use it to chop hard objects, but only used it to cut meat and vegetables, or to cut cooked food, and he didn't even touch the bones. Therefore, the jade knife is smooth and free of scratches. Since it is always with you, this small jade knife seems to have a little luster, and it is more agile when it rotates. The straight back of the blade looks very pleasing to the eye, the palm-length blade is very sharp, and the back handle is wrapped with a thin rope made of rattan leather, which is seamless and smooth. This piece is excellent. However, it is a table knife after all. Next, dig some copper ore to smelt it and make a sword. Insert the knife into the bark sheath again and put it back on his body. Fong Chang continued to weave the basket with his head bowed. The water in the earthen pot beside the fire pond was already boiling, and while the water was tumbling, he scooped up water to make a bamboo tube of tea and put it aside, weaving it slowly but steadily in his hands. Because of its infinite strength, the thick rattan is as easy to use as a cloth belt. With fingers running around, weave this extraordinarily strong basket. Take a light pat, and it's pretty solid. Removing the rope from the wall that he had made boringly the night before, Fong Chang dexterously tied the rope into a wide flat strap, fixed it up and down on both sides of the basket and completed the last step. Looking at it in his hand, he smiled at his new basket. Well, I hope you can survive for a year or so. Roasted the beast's hind legs and ate it, drank the tea in the bamboo tube next to it in one gulp. Fong Chang used a descaling technique on his mouth, then carried the new basket on his back, and went down towards Xianxi Cliff. The mountain where the pangolin monster dug through the water vein back then is still some distance away, only a few hills away from Linxi village. In the valley next to this mountain, there are outcrops of copper mines. For monsters, being able to refine crossbones can be said to be a big monster, but their cultivation level is uneven, or in other words, refining crossbones requires chance and luck. Among the monsters Fong Chong had seen, the pangolin monster was truly powerful. Although he had never done anything, he could feel that the pangolin demon was far stronger than the monkeys, dogs, cattle, foxes, and the like he had encountered, but he was frightened by himself at the time and surrendered suddenly. It's just that it can still be seen that the pangolin is too cunning and dull, or not kind, and it doesn't pay attention to its own advice, so I don't know if there will be troubles in the future. The valley is sparsely populated and deserted, but there are large areas of malachite distributed. Xie gave a reward for his thoughts of traveling hundreds of thousands of miles, flying feathers in the wind, and flying in the sky. Chapter 45, Casting Ding. Fong Chong walked to the side, put down the pannier, and stopped to watch. Clusters of bright green stones are distributed randomly on the ground. They are high-grade malachite. Occasionally, dark blue azurite can be seen dotted among them, but the number is relatively small. Stone bluestone is azurite, and the color is really beautiful. As far as Fong Chong knows, malachite and azurite are the two most commonly used pigments at this time, and they are often ground into fine powder for sale. When painting, these two natural, soft, noble and gorgeous, beautiful and uncommon colors can render majestic works with distinct textures, with unlimited tension. The most important thing is that the price is still moderate, and it is very popular among literati. Holding a stone axe, Fong Chong was beating around to check, mining a piece of ore from time to time and throwing it into the basket behind his back. Malachite and azurite are both easy to smelt. Fong Chong found that color of pure ore, smashed it down and put it in the basket on his back. He didn't step lightly until the basket tipped, and returned to the fairy cliff. After going back and forth like this many times, a small ore mountain was piled up on the open space. The copper ore here is of good quality, and it is easy to collect in the shallow surface layer. What's even more rare is that this is a copper tin associated mine. There are not only copper mines such as malachite and azurite in the vicinity, but also brown translucent cassiterite, all of which are mined. The high-quality parts are hand-picked and transported to Xianxi Cliff for stacking. During this rough excavation process, natural copper and natural silver were also found occasionally, and these were all taken to the cliff and stored together in thatched sheds. Tin is very important for copper smelting. Fortunately, tin-copper associated ores are very common, just like here. Tin is mixed with copper to make an alloy, which is bronze. It has high strength, low melting point, good casting performance, very wear resistant and very stable, and is a material with excellent performance. For human beings, it once opened a new chapter in civilization. Another common copper alloy, brass, is a copper-zinc alloy. This is impossible this time, unless Fong Chong finds a zinc mine in Yunzhong Mountain one day. Similarly, under the premise that no iron ore is found, if you want to use metals, copper alloys are the best choice, and copper smelting is much simpler than iron smelting. Fong Chong was very strong, and he mined a lot of ore before stopping. Dinner is bamboo rat. This delicious small animal caught in the bamboo forest, washed and peeled, cut into pieces, blanch and change the water, add wild onion and simmer over low heat. Add salt, add small pieces of bamboo shoots and peeled chestnuts, and stew for a while. The aroma will fill the whole thatched cottage, even echoing in the open space on the cliff. Fong Chong lifted the lid of the bamboo pot and smelled it. Really fragrant. A few round plant roots, roasted in the fire until charred, soft and delicious after breaking apart, this is the staple food tonight. The stewed bamboo rat meat is tender, soft and delicious, the chestnut is delicate and sweet, and the bamboo shoots are sweet and crisp. What a treat! Fong Chong swept these away, and then washed the dishes in clay pots. This earthenware pot is actually not very suitable for pots. It is too brittle and not strong enough, and due to firing problems, there may be hidden wounds inside. A few days ago, a pot cracked, not only dousing the fire pit, but also dropping a pot of meat into the ash pit, which made people very uncomfortable. Perhaps the tripod should be cast first rather than the sword. After all, casting swords and casting tripods requires melting copper into alloys after smelting copper and tin, which requires a higher temperature brought by a large furnace. Even casting swords is more difficult, because casting swords requires careful adjustment to find the most suitable alloy ratio. Large-sized furnaces are not difficult, except that the shape of the furnace requires more experiments, and casting tripods requires more fuel and raw materials. But myself, do you still lack strength and time? As a practitioner, I have plenty of strength and never lack time, and improving cooking conditions can greatly improve the quality of life, which is far more than a hard sword that cannot be eaten. At present, there are no conditions to make pots, and bronze is not suitable for making pots. In this case, a tripod is a very suitable cooking utensil. Not only is it strong and thick, but the legs of the tripod also provide natural support. In addition, it is not picky about the performance of materials, so it is a good choice for practicing hands. Thinking of this, Fong Chong decided to cast the tripod first, not the sword. The tripod he was going to cast didn't need to be too big, it was enough for 1 or 2 people to cook. Fong Chong secretly laughed, maybe he could cook a tripod in a short time. Fong Chong had accumulated quite a lot of ore, and the fuel he had saved before could not be used up, so he started building the furnace directly the next day. The stove first needs to be large, if it is made of clay, it will be too laborious. After thinking about it, Fong Chong used the bricks that had been fired before and built a stove without adhesives. It was as tall as a person, with a small mouth and a big belly. Coat the inside with thick mud, leave an outlet at the bottom, put copper ore and charcoal together, ignite, and as the furnace temperature continues to rise, copper ore decomposes when heated, and together with charcoal, complex reactions occur in a closed environment, leaving lower copper. The temperature of the charcoal is higher, and eventually the copper is melted, turning into red copper juice, which flows outside along the outflow port, and is drawn into a row of small pits on the ground by Fong Chong with a prepared groove drainage rod, where it cools down and becomes copper ingots. Constantly input charcoal and ore. Fong Chong didn't turn off the fire until he had consumed most of the charcoal in the brick pool in the thatched shed, exhausted all the ore that he carried on his back yesterday, and put away batches of still hot copper blocks on the ground with his bare hands. The furnace temperature is sufficient, the quality of charcoal is good, and the ore grade is also high. This smelting was very successful. After cooling down, these copper blocks shone darkly, like slag, because charcoal, ashes, and even soil were mixed in it, not the purple-red color of pure copper. The tin used as an ingredient is easy to smelt. Fong Chong just used the small stove that was used to burn lime and bricks to quickly smelt a batch of tin ingots, and then put them on the stove to melt and purify them in clay pots. It is the most troublesome to make copper and tin into alloys. This still requires a high temperature capable of melting pure copper. Fortunately, the large furnace for smelting copper juice can meet this condition. But first, he used his own clay pots for cooking, filled these slag-like copper ingots, put them into the depths of the large furnace, and heated them at high temperature. During this process, Fong Chong kept reaching into the fire and shaking the clay pot until the pure copper was refined and poured into the preset pit to become a pure copper ingot. Not in a hurry to melt the alloy, Fong Chong thought about it first, and began to dig a pit not far from the side of the furnace, using sand and stone slabs to make the pouring shape. Ding ears, tripod feet, other than that are bare panels, without patterns or carvings. In theory, pottery can also be used, but Fong Chong just used clay mixed with sand to make a pouring model and buried it in the soil. Then the big furnace was lit, and the pure copper ingots and tin nuggets shining purple-red light were put into the clay pot together. The burning furnace melted the copper, and the tin nuggets put in together gradually mix. Fong Chong deliberately left some time, waiting for the copper and tin to fully mix. Then he was not afraid of fire, he reached into the stove, took out the clay pot, and placed it on the ground. The bronze did not deform during the cooling process. After the clay pot cooled down, Fang Chang pinched the bronze inside with great force, feeling that the proportion was slightly brittle. Tried many times in a row, adding more water to the noodles, adding more water to the noodles, and then a satisfactory bronze alloy was prepared, and put into several jars, and fired into copper juice. Next is the final casting. Chapter 46 Receiving Visitors. Hold a few cans of boiling hot copper juice, and gently pour it into the reserved holes on the ground until it overflows. The seemingly calm metal juice made a loud sound in the mold after being poured into the potholes on the ground. After half an hour, Fang Chang estimated that the copper tripod inside had solidified, so he wiped away the soil, grabbed the two legs of the tripod, and pulled it out of the soil. "Hey, this looks terrible." Fang Chang talked to himself, and then laughed. In this last step, he encountered a complete failure. There were air bubbles and cavities all over the copper tripod, large and small, pitted, and some were even transparent. And there are places where the copper juice has not been poured in completely, as if a piece has fallen off, and the whole looks miserable. All in all, it's pretty ugly. And totally useless. After all, no one wants to cook soup in a cooker with a hole in the bottom. This time it was considered a complete failure. Fortunately, the bronze is still bronze, and it can be smashed and remelted later, and continue to be used for casting objects. After briefly summarizing the experience, Fang Chang believes that the main problem is the quality of the mold. One is that it is not dry enough, and the water vapor forms bubbles after pouring the hot copper liquid, which is the cause of the air bubble holes on this failed copper tripod. Gap. When you try again next time, you can consider baking the mold and redesigning it. Fang Chang looked at it for a while, then picked up the failed product, moved it into the straw shed, put it together with those unused bronze ingots and those extra tin blocks, and placed it on the ground in the shed. A considerable part of the surrounding low wall was missing, and most of the bricks that made up the low wall became the kiln next to it, and the charcoal that had been accumulated in the charcoal pool in the middle of the thatched cottage was consumed by these rounds of smelting and casting attempts. It is serious and urgently needs to be added. It's getting late. Fang Chang went back, cleaned the furnace again, and disposed of ashes, slag, metal residues, etc. And prepared to continue using it tomorrow. Then, he walked back to the hut, picked up a broom, and began to sweep the open space. The broom is made of twigs, it is very hard, it is prone to dust, and it wears out quickly. Fortunately, the mountain wind on this Shenchi cliff is not too small, and the dust raised during the cleaning is blown to other places and scattered into the mountain sea. After cleaning, he used a can to hold water from a nearby creek, brought it over and sprinkled some to suppress the dust. The setting sun has gradually become parallel to the top of the cliff, and the orange sunlight slanted over, illuminating the new kiln standing in the open space and the failed work in the thatched shed. The birds and beasts, already tired after a busy day, fled to the forest to return to their nests. In the vagueness, we can see the smoke in the distant mountain village gradually disappearing. Sitting on the big rock by the cliff with his legs crossed, Fang Chang watched all this quietly, without needing to think about anything. The beauty itself was enough to make people intoxicated. From the basket next to it, I took out the natural silver nuggets found during the mining of copper ore. I looked at it and found that the purity was acceptable. Around the copper tin associated mine, there is a high probability that natural silver and natural copper will be found, and some of them he encounters are picked up by him and put into the house. Those natural coppers have been smelted into bronze together with tin during the day, and this silver block has good plasticity, so he is going to use it to make something. Hold the silver nugget in your hand, rub your hands together, like kneading dirt, and the silver nugget will be kneaded into long strips. The wooden hairpin worn on the head when going up the mountain has been damaged. Currently, a piece of green tree branch is used instead. Fang Chang plans to make a silver hairpin to replace it. The next morning, Fang Chang, who was still cleaning the furnace and preparing to continue working, saw someone walking up the cliff not far away. Seeing Fong Chang looking at him, the other party shouted loudly. Shangxian, Zhang Chun is visiting. It was Yunzhong Zhongshan god, who was coming up the cliff with gifts. As a mountain god, he did not use his position and authority to directly appear on the cliff, but appeared on the edge of the fairy cliff and walked up by himself. This is out of respect for the other party. Fong Chang put down the tools and work in his hand, went up to meet him and said with a smile. Welcome, welcome, flourishing, it's just that the hospitality here is poor, so please don't be disgusted. As he spoke, he performed a descaling technique on his dusty hands and hem of his clothes, making himself look brand new. Zhang Shanshan's eyes lit up with his action without fireworks. The mountain smiled and said. Where is the Shangxian? Even though the little gods are at the end, it can be seen that although the cliff is complicated, it is not chaotic, and there is a subtle charm flowing in it. In this chapter, the mountain speaks the truth. From his eyes, although he saw that there were only some simple grass huts, bamboo and wood thatched houses, shacks, melon fields, kilns and the like on the fairy habitat cliff, he could feel the fairyland here. It seems that those clumsy and stupid things have become smart and cute. Zhang Shanshan, who is quite knowledgeable and loves to read, understands that there are moral and true immortals living here, and the things here are also from the hands of the master in front of him, so his actions are also in line with the way of heaven, and there can be no evil spirits. Heart. Zhang Shanshan is too much. Fong Chang responded, and then let the mountain into the house, beside the stone table and bench he had moved. I don't know why the mountain has time today to come to my cliff. But I found some good mountain plums, which are delicious and not durable to storage, so I came here and gave them to the gods to taste. After saying that, he handed over a cloth bag, which contained huge purple-black mountain plums, each of which was clear and plump, round in shape. This Yunzhong Mountain is really not very common, and it is indeed a good treasure. Thank you for the gift from the mountain god. After receiving the gift, Fong Chang took out a bamboo tube to make tea, and took out a small basket of various nuts he had collected as a treat, which made the mountain very happy. After the two chatted for a while, Fong Chang said with a smile. I have been obsessed with copper smelting for the past 2 days, and I have never made chess pieces. Please wait a moment, the mountain god. No hurry, no hurry, besides, the little doesn't understand this thing, and the production process is quite troublesome, so don't worry too much about it. Zhang Shanshan shook his head and refused. In fact, it's easy to make, like this stone table. Fong Chang patted the front of the room. This big stone used as a table, just measure the position and mark 19 vertical and horizontal grids on it, then it's a chessboard, and this Yunzhongshan doesn't lack flat stones. It's just that it's more troublesome to make chess pieces. After a while, Fong Chang suddenly remembered the monster he saw before, and said. How are the grandparents and grandchildren in Fox Valley? Hearing this, Zhang Shanshan lowered his head and drank the tea in the bamboo tube, and said with a sigh. Hu Feng is dead, and it has been a few days since he passed away. I think back then, it was still healthy, and it worked with me to renovate this land boundary. I didn't expect time to pass so fast. Hu Feng is dead. According to its last wish, the mountain and its grandson Huyun buried the old fox, Hu Feng, on the sunny where he was born and raised, and full of mountain flowers. This demon can be regarded as having a good home when life ends. The two were silent for a while, then Fong Chang asked. The little fox left in Fox Valley, how is it now? Chapter 47, Gossip about the fate of the world. The mountain stroked his beard. Shangxian, you said Huyun, he hasn't come out of his sorrow yet, and he is keeping his filial piety in front of the sunny slope. Shou Xiao. Fong Chang nodded and said. He might be taking shape soon. This sentence made Zhang Shanshan confused, but before he could ask, Fong Chang changed the subject. I wonder if Shanshan has noticed that there are strange celestial phenomena in the night sky recently. Well, I'm just a little god, and I don't know the sky, but I did notice a change in the astrology recently. Fong Chang picked up the green bamboo tube in his hand, tasted the slightly blue tea in it, but was also stained with the slight fragrance of bamboo, and said, "It's a catastrophe. The catastrophe in the world is coming, and it's getting closer." "I see." Shan Shinzhong Chun frowned, looking worried. Although he didn't know much about the sky, the mountain clearly understood what was going on in the catastrophe. He continued, "This is not good news. Feng Shangxian, you may see how widespread the disaster is and how long it will last." Feng Chang shook his head. "It's not possible. After all, things like calamity are caused by the rise of the world itself, and it is only under the influence of inspiration that it responds to the celestial phenomena, rather than changes in the celestial phenomena that cause catastrophes to appear. The order of cause and effect cannot be reversed. Since the celestial phenomena have changed, it proves that the cause of the catastrophe has been fully unfolded, or that the catastrophe has officially begun, but the traces and power are not obvious, and all damage is potential." Zhang Shanshan nodded, his frown was still untied. It seemed that he was very worried about the disaster. For so many years, the little has only encountered a catastrophe once, and it was only after he got through that he realized that it was a catastrophe in the world. That time was really miserable. "Does the mountain know about this?" Feng Chang asked. He could see that catastrophes are coming, but he didn't understand their form or situation, such as where did the catastrophes come from and where did they go? Because it wasn't written in the book. The mountain explained, "For the human world, there are many types of catastrophe, such as natural disasters such as floods, severe droughts, locust plagues, earthquakes, meteorites, strong winds, tsunamis, and plagues, or man-made disasters such as military disasters and tyranny. If it is wide enough, or the influence is deep enough, it can be called a catastrophe." Feng Chang was also aware of this, and nodded while holding the bamboo tube. "I know, these will be reflected in the celestial phenomena, but this time it's a bit strange. Unusual. What the Shangxian said is true." The mountain raised his head slightly, sighed and said, "The little experienced that calamity in the world back then, when swords and soldiers were everywhere, and the people were displaced. It took many years for the war to stop everywhere, leaving the world with no owner. After that, it took decades for the world to return to its former prosperity, which is really embarrassing. At that time, there were a lot of people hiding in Yunzhong Mountain. Although the mountain was bitter, they could sleep peacefully. They were full of clouds, man-eating beasts, and they were much cuter than crossing the chaos. Fortunately, Yunzhongshan is still rich in products. As long as you are willing to work hard and have enough food, you can save a group of people. I joined hands with the fox demon Hu Feng and tried every means to block the chaos from entering the mountain. It is also a protection. This side is safe." "Oh." Feng Chang was a little curious. He didn't expect the mountain in front of him to have such a story with the fox demon. At that time, I had been in office for hundreds of years, and I was considered a senior. I saw that the people who had escaped into the mountains were in dire straits and could only barely survive. However, the army leader outside the mountains wanted to send people in to grab food for the army and arrest them as rations. Soldier. I couldn't bear to see the little god, so I started to try to obstruct it, and in the process, I made friends with Hu Feng. At that time, it had just refined the crossbone, and its mana was not strong, but it was a nimble personality that couldn't stand it. It saw me rather forlorn. "I will help." After some actions, we finally blocked those people who entered the mountain to cause trouble, and kept this place safe. When the emperor was born, the disaster in the world was quickly quelled, and they did not go far. They stayed in Lingxi village and in Huqiao town. There were only 1 or 2 families in Nalingxi village, but after the military disaster, the population increased many times. The sky is as blue as washing, and the sun is shining brightly. Occasionally, mountain birds fly by, riding the mountain breeze leisurely. But it is hard to imagine that 100 or 200 years ago, there was a catastrophe that swept the world, and even affected this quiet mountain. Feng Chang sighed and said, "I didn't expect that such a story happened in this deep mountain back then." Although Zhang Shanshan's narration is brief, you can feel the thrilling part of it. Also, it's a pity that Hu Feng did a good deed back then, but he still couldn't get the opportunity to take shape. For the death of a friend, the mountain is more open. Life, old age, sickness and death, human nature, whether it is a demon, a god, or a fairy, will eventually re-enter the cycle of reincarnation one day, which is not a pity. Yes, there is nothing eternal in the world. Fong Chang agreed, and he just mentioned it casually. The mountain grabbed a handful of nuts and peeled them carefully. After all, the past is like clouds and smoke, and we still focus on the present, but we don't know why this catastrophe started and will end. In the years of the last catastrophe, the sky was full of stars, and even moonless nights could look at things, until the calamity is completely gone, and the white star disappears. There is a person who is proficient in counting, who foresaw this matter in advance, and even got off the stage himself, participated in stirring up the situation, and sprinkled a few more salts on the wounds of the world. Fortunately, as far as I know, most of those people end badly, and there are not a few who died. Again, Feng Shangxian, with your ability, you can tell from the changes in the celestial phenomena that a catastrophe is coming, but you can't see the type of this catastrophe. It's really quite strange. Feng Chang also put down the bamboo tube, grabbed a handful of mixed nuts in the basket, and was peeling and eating them. After hearing the mountain god's question, he nodded and said, "It's really strange, maybe there is a new situation this time. God Zhongshan, I don't know if the catastrophe in this world can be eliminated. I don't know much about it." "Of course." The mountain replied, "And after disappearing, there will be immeasurable merits, but it is very difficult, and it must be done by a powerful person. May the world be peaceful." Feng Chang took a long breath and said slowly. Zhang Chun, the mountain god, was very touched by this sentence, as if recalling the past, he responded with emotion, "Yes, I wish the world peace, no displacement, no hunger and cold. If this world is full of happiness, but it would be nice." After sending the mountain away, Feng Chang opened the bag again, washed the plums inside, and ate half of the bag. But it is also sweet and delicious, which is consistent with its appearance and the praise of mountain gods. While eating the plums, Feng Chang looked towards the thatched shed in front of him, thinking about the material he had accumulated yesterday. "Thank you, yuzu tea is not sweet, big friend 3 for the reward." Chapter 48, Furnace is busy with shopping. These copper ingots were smelted yesterday. They were long strips, like firewood, irregular and flat, and piled up in a small pile in the grass shed. Beside it is a rugged square tripod, the surface is covered with large and small bubble holes, and a few pieces are missing, like a black hard rag after heavy use. Feng Chang calculated the amount of fuel left in the charcoal pool, and slowly totaled it in his mind. Regarding the idea and plan of casting the tripod first, he was going to let go first. As the saying goes, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. As the saying goes, sharpening a knife does not mistake woodcutters. Feng Chang is going to make some tools first, and then use these tools to improve the quality of labor, so as to ensure the production of this cooker. He began to list in his mind again, what kind of work he needs to do next, and what tools are needed in these jobs. First of all, it is the stone axe used to pull the tree, it is best to replace it. The metal axe is much more efficient, and the shape of the axe is thick and strong, simple in shape, suitable for casting. As long as it is strong enough, it is not easy to make a failed product that is easy to break. The board has always been the short board in Feng Chang's work. If you don't want to use an axe to chop slowly, and a tree can only produce one board, a bronze saw is definitely a necessity. Because it is necessary to stagger the saw teeth left and right to avoid the phenomenon of sawing, this work is not simple and has a lot of technical content. Aside from that, a shovel is great. Always use stone flakes to dig the soil, which is not very efficient. Although Feng Chang doubts that if he uses his 10 fingers to dig the soil without tools, the speed will be faster than the excavator, but the posture will be too indecent. Thinking about it, I bend down on the ground like a cat or a rabbit, planing vigorously with both hands, digging up and throwing a flow of soil like a fountain, pouring into the air behind me, gradually piled up mounds of soil. That was horrible. If you have enough time and energy, you can also try a plane and a mine draft. The former can be used to plan and polish the wood boards, and the latter can save the need to use an axe to strike when mining. Walking into the straw shed, he picked up the failed Fong Ding from yesterday, and Fong Chang hit it with his right palm. Bang! Boom! The proportion of copper and tin in this bronze is very good. It took a little effort to smash the copper tripod into a small pile of bronze blocks. Put them together with the copper ingots. They will all be the raw materials for casting tools. Fong Chang learns to be good this time, and considers making an axe first. He is not familiar with this, and he does not know how to prepare molding sand. Fong Chang finally chose a rather old method. Using lus as a model. Find the material and take it with a back basket. Fong Chang splits the bamboo into thin bamboo strips, crosses them into a dense grid, and then wraps the top side to weave a round sieve. Through the excavated pile of lus, use this sieve to filter out the gravel, sticks and other sundries, and the rest is the fine lus as fine as sand. In this day and age, this is probably a common practice. Find a piece of wood and chop it into the shape of an axe, leave a hole in the handle of the axe, and beat it in the lus to make the lus firm. The next step is relatively simple. Dry the soil with fire to remove moisture to prevent air bubbles and holes, burn the wooden mold in it, and blow off the ashes. Start the furnace and light the fire. Several pieces of bronze are put into the pot and calcined together in the furnace. Since the melting point of bronze is relatively low, a pot of copper juice can be obtained soon. Fong Chang reached into the furnace and picked up the jar. The moisture on the skin was heated, evaporated in an instant, and dried up with a prickling sound, but Fong Chang's skin was no different. Pour the copper juice into the reserved pouring hole, and the air holes in the reserved sheet play a role. Fong Chang took back the jar until the copper juice flowed out of the hole, and put it in the fire to keep warm. One of the disadvantages of this kind of mold is that they are all disposable items. Once used, you need to smash a carefully crafted outer mold. Fortunately, Fong Chang never lacks time and energy. After casting those tools, after trimming, installing accessories, and polishing, they become objects that can be used officially. The stone axe was thrown into the corner of the bamboo and wood hut, and was no longer cared for. A bronze axe with a wooden handle installed, polished and shining with metallic luster completely replaced its previous function and status. In addition, Fong Chang simply made a cooking utensil. Copper grill. This is very simple, draw a groove on the ground, pour copper juice on it. Finally, a web-shaped structure is produced, which can be easily installed in the fire pit, and can effectively cook food that needs to be grilled by fire. It can bake a variety of foods at one time, which is efficient and convenient. Because bronze requires a higher temperature and is not afraid of wood fire, the safety performance of this grill is very reliable. Fong Chang used it that day. He put the barbecue grill in the fire pit in the house, and used it to grill meat slices, ribs, vegetables, etc., and he was quite satisfied. After the meal was full, he went to sleep. The next day, Fong Chang started to make Fong Ding molds. In fact, at this time, the proportion of bronze ingredients has been adjusted to an appropriate level. The last furnace in a short period of time is also very good for casting swords, but Fong Chang is not prepared to do so. He is now more interested in tripods than in swords. Much bigger. After all, swords cannot be eaten. Tried a new saw and plane, and made a small piece of wood as a template. Fong Chang made an upside-down cast tripod mold in the field next to the new kiln. It has been baked to remove the moisture in the lus, leaving the pouring sprue riser, and the ventilation hole diversion groove, which is much more perfect than the previous one. Using the last batch of charcoal in the charcoal pool, Fong Chang melted 2 more copper ingots to carry out the final step of casting in the plan. This time the finished product is excellent. After pulling the tripod out of the soil, Fong Chong held it and spun it in his hand, looked it up and down, and was very satisfied with it. In the sun, although the castings will be a little rough, the bronze still shows a bright color. The rectangular tripod body is equipped with 4 tripod legs. Although it is small in size, it is very dignified. Add a touch of art. Flicked it with your fingers, and the sound was clear, which proved that there were no dark lines. It's done. He is very happy, now finally has a new version of the cooker. Take it to the stream beside Xianqi Cliff, and use stones to polish it briefly, revealing the golden color of bronze. If there is a newer generation of cooking tools and this small tripod is eliminated, you can consider building a stone platform and place the bronze tripod on it as a work of art. Fong Chong was right in front of the new kiln. After cleaning the place, he propped up the Fong Ding and lit a fire underneath. The tripod with feet is used as a cooking tool, with its own support, which can save the feet, which is quite convenient in some cases. He filled the tripod with water, boiled it, and reconfirmed that the tripod was intact. Then stewed a bamboo rat. This bamboo rat was very lucky to be selected by Fong Chong. As the pot for the tripod, it was very delicious. Chapter 49, Opportunity is approaching. With the bronze tripod, Fong Chong no longer plans to cook in his bedroom, which will always fill the bedroom with the smell of food. Although it can make his nose linger with the aroma when he sleeps, it is not very refreshing after all. After drinking the last bit of bamboo rat soup in the tripod, Fong Chong smacked his lips. Under the sunny and the bamboo forest on the hillside, the bamboo rats are consumed very quickly, and they can't go there for at least half a year, otherwise it would be against the natural way to catch and eat them all. And only by paying attention to sustainable development can bamboo rats be eaten in the years to come. Only when few shackles do not enter the pool, and axes take time to enter the mountains and forests, can there be fish and turtles cannot be eaten, and wood cannot be used. After scrubbing the bronze square tripod, he started to build the kitchen. The fire pit in the bedroom will still remain, which can be used for heating and lighting, and can also keep smoking the bacon above. During this period of time, Fong Chong had enough salt, and the prey that could not be eaten up and feared to be spoiled turned into bacon one after another. They hang above the fire pit, like a grove of drooping meat. Occasionally, there will be grease dripping during the smoke and roasting, and it will make a sizzling sound when it falls into the fire. The kitchen could be simpler. Bamboo is a very good material with a wide range of uses, so Fong Chong picked a lot and carried it back to the cliff, but most of it is still unused and piled up by the side of the grass shed. As an excellent building material, we can try our best to consume a batch of bamboo when building the kitchen this time. Punch holes in the ground to stand up large bamboos, and use thin bamboo and rattan to tie them tightly to form a frame, and tie a few diagonally at the corners to form a triangular stable structure, then shovel soil and slaked lime to pad the ground, leaving a hole in the middle for the fire pit, and the rest only the roof remains. Fong Chong is still not ready to build a wall for the kitchen. Maybe there are extra bricks, which can be used as low house walls to save space. The roof of the kitchen does not use thatched bamboo leaves like the other 2 buildings, but directly splits the bamboo in half, removes the diaphragm, and buckles the front and back together as long tiles. The roof ridge is simpler. Take the thickest bamboo and split it, and buckle it downwards. Of course, be careful to tie it tightly, otherwise, when a gust of mountain wind hits, the roof of Fong Chang's kitchen will be lifted and it will become a bean-inch square. Constructed in this way, the kitchen has become an all-bamboo structure. Move the tripod in, make a few bricks simply surround a fire pit, and you're done. My own building, from 3 bamboo and with thatched houses, grass sheds, and shacks, has increased by 1 to 4. In the days that followed, Fong Chong ended his daily morning class and wandered around the mountains, starting a kiln to burn charcoal. The brick charcoal pool in the grass shed has bottomed out. The pointed charcoal inside was completely consumed in the last smelting and casting after firing some high-quality pottery. He was going to fill it up again in case of need next time, which made the pure practice days stained with a thin layer of charcoal powder color. Every time the charcoal is fired, wait for the charcoal kiln to cool down, and then simmer the firewood inside until it is thoroughly burned. During these waiting times, Fong Chong became more leisurely. He did not choose to use multiple charcoal kilns to increase efficiency. Since there is no shortage of time, why not take it easy? In the high mountain behind Xianxi Cliff, there is a rugged stone forest. Searched for it, and chose a large stone that was similar in size to the stone table in his own open space, with a flat side. Fong Chong carried it on his shoulders, moved it to the open space in front of the house, and began to process it. Go. There are 19 vertical and horizontal paths, and there is no heavy game through the ages. 361 points, very simple rules, but with infinite changes. Yin and yang are intertwined, just like the movement and evolution of the universe, with a trace of meaning in it. Find a straight bamboo stick to make a ruler, and a piece of charcoal as a pen. Fong Chong is on the flat side of the stone, draws square squares on the top, and points to it as a sword, and draws on it. Among the flying stone chips, straight ravines were drawn along the charcoal marks. Yes, not bad. Taking a deep breath, blowing off the powder on the stone, Fong Chong looked at the chessboard above, very satisfied. He made his previous stone table in the same way, and carved it on a checkerboard. On the contrary, the chess pieces are more thought-provoking. Black and white, both of which can be made by the method of making pottery, but the steps and raw materials are completely different. Among them, the white chess pieces, Fong Chong searched all over the Yunzhong Mountains, found white porcelain clay, carried a few baskets with broad leaves on the bottom of the basket, washed them with water, and then used wooden boards as molds, and made them into the shape of chess pieces with mud. And completely dry, into the kiln firing. It requires a very high temperature and requires charcoal. Fong Chong adjusted the original kiln structure, and after many experiments, he obtained a batch of relatively perfect white chess pieces. They are essentially white pottery, all of which are elegant and delicate. To make black chess pieces, black pottery needs to be fired, and its raw material is relatively fine red clay. After homogenization, precipitation, and starting, the chess pieces are made into embryos. After the surface is calendared, the kiln is fired. When it is almost fired, water is slowly added from the top of the kiln to let the charcoal extinguish to produce thick smoke, forming unglazed and uncolored carbonization. The effect of kiln transformation, after several successful experiments, the color of the finished chess pieces is natural, black as lacquer and bright as a mirror. Grabbing a handful of each of the two, Fong Chong played with it, and was very satisfied with his work during this time. He kept firing and accumulated a lot of chess pieces. Divided into two parts according to the slight difference in size, after washing, put them in several chess baskets made of fine rattan, and the production of these two chess pieces is finally completed. Unknowingly, a month or two slipped away like this. It only took half a day to find materials for the chessboard and make it, but it took nearly 2 months to make the chess pieces. However, in Fong Chang's small bamboo and wooden thatched house, he also added several pieces of wooden furniture, including a table, a chair, and a table, all of which are made of solid materials, heavy and sturdy. On the wall of the table and in the shed next to it, there are more utensils with different purposes, such as bamboo hats, poles, fences, sieves, saws, pots, cups and pots. It is all due to the prosperity, so it is made and used. Take off a piece of rope from the wall, tie the 2 baskets of chess pieces, hang them on your body, and then walk out the door. 2 big stones were lying there quietly, both of which were carved with chessboards, one of which was a square long stone table, and the other one, he was going to give to Zhang Shanshan as a gift, because he had promised to teach Shanshan Zhang Chun how to play chess. Holding this waist-high 5-foot square stone with both hands, Fong Chong exerted a little force, being careful not to touch the chess basket at his waist, gently lifted it up and placed it on his shoulders. He walked slowly towards Xianxi Cliff. The solar terms change, and the mountain scenery is different. Birds, animals, vegetation, mountains, rocks and creeks seem to have put on new clothes, giving people a new feeling. Halfway through the walk, Fong Chang's spiritual sense suddenly moved. He frowned, stood still on the spot with the chessboard on his shoulders, and stretched out his left hand to calculate lightly. Spiritual touch is born from the heart, but sometimes it touches the key points on the path of practice, which must be taken seriously. After calculating the result, Fong Chang said with a smile. So that's it, it seems it's about time. Chapter 50, Su Huaizhen on the way to practice. It seems that in a few days, it is time to go down the mountain. Solving the problem of the obsession with the original body, Fong Chang has been remembering, but he didn't bother, just waited quietly according to the hunch in the dark. The opportunity to get rid of obsession now finally has a clue. As long as I go down the mountain and follow the right direction, I can make progress. But there is no rush, now is not the best time to go down the mountain. Fong Chang adjusted the chessboard on his shoulders and continued to move forward. After walking not far, I came to the half-human alpine temple, but I saw that there were traces of sacrifices here, and there were still a few burnt incense tails and a few incense ash in the small furnace in front of the temple. Fong Chang walked to the temple gate and stomped his feet lightly. Zhang Shanshan, Fong Chang is visiting. In almost an instant, the mountain Zhang Chun appeared in front of the temple gate. He looked at the boulder Fong Chang was carrying, a little surprised and a little apprehensive, fearing that Fong Shangxian would accidentally smash his temple. He immediately said. Shangxian, be careful, this is the chessboard. Fong Chang answered very briefly. Looking around, Zhang Shanshan saw the place under the pines and cypresses next to the small temple, where he often sat with the Shangxian, so he pointed there. Fong Shangxian, you can put it here. Hearing the words and nodding, Fong Chang walked forward carrying the huge and heavy stone with a chessboard on it. Then he kicked down the big rock that the mountain used to sit on. Then put it here. After speaking, he put down the stone on his shoulders and placed it carefully in the newly vacated position. And he clapped his hands back, took off the chess basket on his body, and smiled at Zhang Shanshan next to him. This is the chess piece on the chessboard. If Shanshan has time, he can learn how to play in the next few days. The mountain saluted and said, the little is terrified, and the Shangxian has been so troublesome. Fong Chang sat down on the stone beside him, waved his hands and smiled. It's all about pleasure, idleness is idleness. The so-called free and easy is nothing more than doing whatever you want, or in other words, if you don't want to do something, you can do whatever you want. Do what? Zhang Shanshan also laughed. The little is very envious of Shangxian's carelessness. Each has its own advantages. Fong Chang said, you are free, but you don't know the way forward, so you can only go on silently alone. However, those who can walk on this road have already overcome these things and will not be affected at all. It's bothering. He is not very good at chess, but Shanshan is just getting started, and the teaching process is quite interesting. Picking up a chess piece and putting it on the board, Fong Chang raised his head and smiled. This place is much better than mine, and the head is covered. The mountain is immersed in the chessboard. For people who have been bored for hundreds of years, this entertainment is quite fascinating. There are a lot of pines and cypresses here. In fact, Shangxian can also plant trees on the cliff. There are many good trees in this cloud mountain, transplanted in the past. Good idea. Fong Chang accompanied him a few times and asked, is this mountain temple a good place for incense recently? It's really good, at least it's much better than before. The mountain raised his head happily and told Fong Chang, recently, for some reason, the saying that this place is effective has gradually spread down the mountain. The little didn't investigate. A lot of pedestrians passing by the official road will occasionally turn here to offer some incense and pray for a safe journey. Although there are not many people, for the little god, this is the difference between existence and non-existence, which is tantamount to Tianyuan difference. Fong Chang's small melon field ushered in the harvest season. The growth period of melons ranges from 2 months to half a year. Depending on the variety, the length of time varies greatly. After opening up this small melon field next to the original shack, Fong Chang went to look at it every now and then, watering it by the way, and at the same time witnessed the complete process of germination, climbing, flowering and fruiting. Today, finally a melon looks ready to eat. The temperature difference between day and night on Xianqi Cliff is not small, which is very conducive to increasing the sugar content of melons and fruits. In this melon field, there are still melon flowers blooming, and there are also many small melons just swollen, with petals on the front end. In the next month, I will not be short of melons. The dozens of sorghum plants next to the melon fields are also growing very well. They are still too early to mature, but they are already standing on the cliff with their heads raised to the sky. The bottom is thickly supported and inserted into the soil. Fong Chang picked the first ripe melon, walked slowly to the stream to wash it, and then returned to the house. Sit down on the stone bench, he looked at the melon in his hand, and opened his mouth to chew on it. This melon is like the melon that was brought up from Lingxi village at the foot of the mountain and left to grow after eating. The melon is fragrant, sweet, crisp and refreshing, and the taste is restored very well. Beside the stone table and bench, there is a new ginkgo tree. 2 finger thick and thin, taller than one person, with a few leaves on top, swaying slightly in the mountain wind. Before seeing the shade of pines and cypresses outside the god gate of Yunzhong Mountain, Fong Chang liked it a little, so he found this sapling in the mountain and transplanted it next to it. After it grows up, in autumn, when the leaves are flying, the ground here will be golden. Eating the melon, Fong Chang was thinking about things silently. In a few days, I will definitely have to go down the mountain. The opportunity to solve this obsession with the original body has come, and it is just right to travel. Original character is to go with the situation, and after reviving a life, he embarked on the road of cultivation, which can be regarded as a coincidence. Fortunately, his state of mind coincided with the Tao in the book, and his cultivation progressed very quickly. To get the Tao, you must first understand the Tao, and to cultivate your mind first. The 2 books in Fong Chang's hands, The Way of Practice and The Way of Practice, one explains the Tao and the other guides the way. The way is before the law. After understanding this way, as long as the state of mind is reached, the law practiced is important, but it is only auxiliary, and the cultivation base will naturally catch up with the state of mind quickly. It can even be said that throughout the ages, the law will change, but the way will remain the same. As for the various techniques performed, there is no need to pay too much attention to them. When the cultivation base is reached, when the need arises, the aura will flash, and you will naturally be able to master it. Besides, as long as the flow of chance and cause and effect, the right to control is not yours. The so-called planning is up to people and success is up to heaven, and caring too much will only become obsession. There is only one way to deal with it. Let nature take its course. In daily life, don't get bogged down in the mud, but if something comes your way, it seems wise to avoid it against your will, but it will dust your heart, so no matter what you encounter, just face it calmly. There is nothing in the world that can last forever, and there is no creature that can last forever. Mountains and rocks will decay and weather, the sea will evaporate and dry up, the sun, moon and stars will be extinguished, and even the universe will have an end. Let alone practitioners. Cultivation can lead to longevity, and Fong Chang has stepped into the door of longevity. But nothing lasts forever in this world. However, whether to embark on this path is not a difficult decision. Cultivating immortality, you can enjoy yourself for 100,000 years, and if you don't cultivate, you can live for 50 years. Simply compare and you will know which one to choose. Fong Chang gently collected the melon seeds, ready to dry and continue planting next year. This melon tastes good. I heard that in the west of the world, there are all kinds of melons and fruits, and there are countless types. If there is a chance in the future, you can consider getting some seeds and introducing them to the Central Plains, and at the same time plant some on the Xianqi Cliff. Chapter 51, Good Mountains, Good Waters, Good Places. Carrying a bronze shovel, Fong Chang walked to the stream. Looking at the terrain and the direction of his bamboo wood thatched house, he made a little comparison. He started from the stream and drew a line on the ground with a shovel to the edge of the cliff. There are faint clouds and mist lingering under the Xianxi cliff. A few tea trees grow on the cliff, with their branches extending obliquely upward. Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking at it, he nodded, bent down and swung the shovel to dig. Always going to the stream to get water is not close. Fang Chang is going to open a tributary to the water source and pass by the door. Fortunately, there are no villages in the lower reaches of Wanawaxi. The stream just flows out of the mountains and flows directly into the Baigo River outside the mountains. It can be treated at will without any other impact. Even so, he is only planning to open a tributary, and will not divert the original stream. The mountain torrent after the last rain is still vivid in my mind, and the original waterway can be preserved to prevent the tragedy of water flooding the fairy cliff when there is another mountain torrent. The bronze shovel is very wide and heavy, but Yu Fangchang is as light as nothing. When turning up and down, the soil and gravel are quickly thrown to the sides. He was at ease, as if he were not digging, but walking. This is just a tributary of a small stream, about 1 step wide and half a foot deep, and the amount of earthwork is not large. He didn't straighten the new stream, but just swipe it randomly, following the terrain, passing the low place on the cliff, bypassing the melon field and the Fangchang hut, and reaching the edge of the cliff. He started digging from the edge of the cliff, repaired the entire stream, and then went to the valley below the cliff to fetch gravel and sprinkled it into it. After covering the bottom of the ditch, he dug the last bit. The stream is rushing, pouring into this newly excavated route. While the water was churning, Fang Chang poured the crushed stones from the basket next to him into the last part of the excavation. He stretched out his hand to lay the stones in the water, and then stood up to admire his achievements. It has been a whole day to do this. Under the setting sun, after filling the new ditch to half full, the stream has become gentle, gurgling past the cliff. The water flow jumped down from the edge of the cliff, forming a waterfall. Walking slowly to the edge of the cliff, Fang Chang looked at the situation below. Since the source is only a small stream, the waterfall is very gentle. The water flowing from the Manhwa stream splashes on the occasionally protruding stones and plants, and then keeps falling spilled. The water vapor brought by the waterfall made the clouds and mist on the edge of the cliff denser. As the setting sun slanted, a small rainbow rose from the edge of the cliff, like an arch bridge. Ha! Fang Chang was a little surprised. He could vaguely sense that after the new stream was connected and the small waterfall formed on the edge of the cliff, the feng shui on this fairy cliff was even better. Because I practiced here, I had an inspiration on the slowly rising cliff and lived for it. In sight, everything on this fairy habitat cliff is more agile, the air is fresher, the vegetation is stronger, the animals and insects are more active, and even the soil and stones have become full of vitality. This change even spread to 2 or 3 surrounding hills. Good thing. Fang Chang smiled, took a broom to clean up the surrounding area, then put away the tools, returned to his kitchen thatched shed, and began to prepare dinner for himself. Today is vegetarian. The changes on the cliffs of the immortals in Yunzhong Mountain can't be hidden from the gods who manage this mountain and river. The mountain Zhang Chun was in his cave, and the chestnuts fell to the ground in surprise. He turned his head and looked west. Is it Fang Shangxian? What happened? He was having dinner just now, and he didn't expect to suddenly feel some changes in the west of the cave. Fortunately, he was able to tell that the changes were for the better. The crutch lightly touched the ground, and the figure of the mountain flashed on a nearby high mountain. With the light of the setting sun, he looked at the Xianxi cliff from a distance. In his eyes, Xianxia has become completely different. Surrounded by clouds and mist, the originally aura-rich fairy habitat cliff has become like a treasure land, and now it can be called a blessed land and cave. But thinking of Fang Chang living on Xianxi cliff, the mountain is not surprised. Change the world, what a great skill. However, this is only worthy of the status of an immortal. In my heart, the mountain god's evaluation of Chang Fang has increased several levels, and I respect this expert even more in my heart. He didn't rush back to the cave, but carefully observed the direction of Xianxi cliff. This change not only benefited Xianqi Cliff and the mountain peaks behind, but also benefited several surrounding mountains. After sighing, the mountain muttered silently. This is really, where there are immortals, there are spirits. This is really Yunzhongshan's luck. Fong Chang was arranging his blue cloth package again. Be sure to take the 2 books with you when you go down the mountain. They can not only practice at all times, but also keep mosquitoes away. Then use the cloth bag that the mountain sent plums, put 2 caddies of nuts in the package, and use it as a boredom snack. Nuts in Yunzhong Mountain are very delicious. When Fong Chang was wandering on the mountain, he would often collect some, mix them together, and put them in a basket to eat every day. Since I decided to use the descaling technique, it is no longer necessary to change clothes, so I don't need to bring them. He wrapped a pair of chopsticks and put them in again, wrapped the package well, tried it on his back, and it still fits snugly. 2 months have passed, and the empty gourd on the wall has decayed. Fong Chang thought for a while, went to cut a fresh bamboo tube, walked up the Manhwa River outside the door, filled the mountain spring at the source of the stream with water, plugged it with a cork, tied a rope and hung it around his waist. Maybe this time I go down the mountain, I can bring some more wine up. He looked up at the distance, but felt that the autumn rain was coming, so he took off the bamboo hat from the wall and carried it on his back. Money matters are easy to talk about. Fong Chang didn't touch that piece of rough jade again. Since the mine, the shed next to him is full of copper, and copper is almost equivalent to money. In many places, the same weight of copper is more expensive than the same weight of money. Therefore, there are often people who melt copper coins into copper castings. People, the human government will severely crack down on this. Choose a piece of copper ingot and hold it in your hand, everything is perfect. It's like going out for a stroll in the mountains. This trip, he still doesn't lock the door. And he doesn't have a lock either. Sprinkle some quicklime in the house, close the fence door of the thatched house, and Fong Chang tied it with a string to prevent it from being damaged by the wind.